Chapter 1541. To deal with the sky-devouring locust, one had to attack with fire. That was the power that they feared the most. However, the power of ordinary flames was not enough to deal with the sky-devouring locust. Their numbers were extremely terrifying. Although Ling Xiao had the help of the heavenly fire, he was not confident that he could deal with tens of millions of sky-devouring locust. Therefore he planned to come here to borrow the most powerful flame. Only the purple-black flame could completely destroy the sky-devouring locust. It turned out that Master Apothecary Ling Xiao also had the purple-black flame. However, he had used it once against the ferocious blood demon. Although a lot of the flame was recovered, it was not enough to deal with the sky-devouring locust. Moreover, he had collected more purple-black flame. Firstly, it could be absorbed by the sky-devouring locust for advancement. Secondly, it could be absorbed by the demonic demon's heavenly fire bead to increase its power. In this way, when the prodigal reached level 11, its power would definitely be too much for the sky-devouring locust to handle. Coupled with the power of the demonic demon's heavenly fire bead and the purple-black flame, it would definitely be able to deal with the sky-devouring locust. It was precisely because of this that Ling Xiao rushed to this nirvana space to collect the flame. I can bring you in, but you owe me a favor. You must return it to me in the future. The divine beast vermilion bird did not refuse, but it made a condition. No problem. In fact, I took these flames for the sake of my fire Qilin brother. I believe that these flames will be of great help to it in its advancement. If it becomes stronger, wouldn't it be better for it to help you deal with the Golden Crow clan? Ling Xiao readily agreed. Alright, come on up. We'll go in immediately. The divine beast vermilion bird responded decisively. Then it said to Xianxia, "Little Xianxia, it's fine if you don't want to go in. I'll let my second sister stay here with you. Hey, second auntie can stay here with me. I won't accompany big brother in. It's too uncomfortable to stay inside." Xianxia immediately responded happily. She knew that Ling Xiao had something to do this time and did not need her to lead the way. Therefore she did not pester Ling Xiao. The other mid-tier type 11 vermilion bird was actually a high-tier type 11 phoenix in the Nirvana mountain range. With the help of the vermilion bird divine beast, it had undergone its final nirvana and transformed into a true divine beast. However, the price of this nirvana this time was that its strength had regressed by a level. However, it had no regrets. Its strength had regressed by one level, but it had become a divine beast, allowing it to possess the bloodline of a beast emperor. Its combat strength was not any worse than when it was at the high level. Once it returned to the high level, its combat strength would far exceed its original strength. That would be perfect. Ling Xiao leaped onto the back of the vermilion bird and followed it into the nirvana space. Ling Xiao summoned the prodigal and let him absorb the flame essence here to its heart's content. As expected, the prodigal was extremely happy with this environment. He greedily absorbed the flames and accumulated energy. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to ask the vermilion bird about the little vermilion bird and the mythical parasol tree. The little vermilion bird was cultivating here to accumulate energy so that it could reach level 11 as soon as possible. The mythical parasol tree thought that it would need a long time before it could take this step. As for the mythical parasol tree, it was still the same. It was a divine tree that had become a spirit and was used to living for a long time. It didn't mind staying here anymore. Ever since the vermilion bird had reached the high level 11, its speed couldn't be compared to the past. It carried Ling Xiao and flew extremely fast. In less than half a month, it had brought Ling Xiao to the deep area of the nirvana space. The intensity of the flames here was enough to make any incipient god realm expert feel unbearable. However, it wasn't easy to find the purplish-black flames. They would only appear in a special location in this space. After around a month, the vermilion bird finally found an area with purplish-black flames for Ling Xiao. Although the purplish-black flames here weren't as many as the place where Ling Xiao had collected the Genesis Stone, it was still huge. It was impossible for him to collect all of them. Ling Xiao emptied most of the space in the first layer of the cauldron and absorbed the purplish-black flames here. When Ling Xiao was collecting the flames, he found the purplish-black divine crystal, but he didn't find the Genesis Stone. He felt that it was a pity. He didn't have a fire Genesis Stone anymore. He only had a water Genesis Stone. To him, it wasn't the best divine stone to absorb energy. After Ling Xiao collected the purplish-black flames, he took the opportunity to ask the vermilion bird if it was willing to accompany him to the outer space. He thought that if he could persuade the vermilion bird to go with him, his chances of winning would be higher. Unfortunately, he was mercilessly rejected by the vermilion bird. It had to stay and supervise the little vermilion bird to continue growing stronger. It was fine that he couldn't persuade the vermilion bird to accompany him. Instead, it persuaded the prodigal to stay and improve his abilities. The prodigal was almost swayed. He wanted to stay and cultivate to become stronger. Luckily, it was determined enough to choose to go with Ling Xiao to the outer space. It wouldn't be too late to come back after it returned. Of course, the prodigal also hoped to find other Qilins of the Qilin race in the outer space. After leaving the Nirvana space, Ling Xiao wanted to bring Xianxia back to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. However, she didn't want to go back. She wanted to stay here with the vermilion bird. Ling Xiao was more at ease with Xianxia. With the vermilion bird protecting her, who could easily hurt her. Ling Xiao bid farewell to Xianxia. Xianxia looked very sad again. However, Ling Xiao still resolutely left her and went to the barbarian tribe. The barbarians had his concerns. Xinyu Yi and Xinyu Xiangmo were his brothers and his woman. Before leaving the heaven region, he had to see them. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would be able to see them again. Ling Xiao was already an esteemed guest of the Berserker tribe. He had fought against a few tribal chiefs and fought against the Berserker tribe's first elder. His heroic deeds had long since been deeply engraved in the hearts of the Berserker tribe, and they viewed him as their strongest warrior. Moreover, after they knew that Ling Xiao had become the supreme drug god, they saw him as a celestial being. It was the barbarians' honor to have such a friend. And Xinyu Yi, who was lucky enough to become Ling Xiao's brother, and Ling Xiao's woman Xinyu Xiangmo, became the barbarians' most popular figures. Their Xinyu tribe was no longer a tribe that was bullied by others. Instead, they were fawned upon by other tribes. When Ling Xiao arrived, not only did the chiefs come out to welcome him, but even the old chief and some elders of the barbarians also came out to welcome him. It was extremely lively. Ling Xiao only wanted to see Xinyu Yi and Xinyu Xiangmo, but he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of others. He also partied with them for the whole night. After drinking, one would meet a beauty and the night would stir one's heart. Ling Xiao once again enjoyed the wild teasing of Xinyu Xiangmo. It made him feel the true meaning of life that he hadn't explored for a long time. Xinyu Xiangmo wasn't the prettiest among all of his women, but she had advantages that none of them could compare to. She had Bai Yuxi's gentleness and consideration outside the bed, and Yu Laiyan and the seductive dancers in bed. She was the best wife. The more Ling Xiao stayed with her, the more he couldn't bear to part with this beauty. 3 days later, Ling Xiao and Xinyu Yi were about to say their goodbyes. Old Yi, you've been advancing very quickly these past few years. You're already at the peak of the intermediate level. It won't be too long before you break through to the next level. Ling Xiao said faintly as he stood on the peak of the huge mountain with his hands behind his back. Xinyu Yi, who was beside him, rubbed his head and said with a silly smile, "The gap between me and boss is too big. I still hope to stay by your side, but I'm afraid I'll be a burden to you." In the past, he still had the qualifications to compete with Ling Xiao, but now the gap was like heaven and earth. Xinyu Yi was also very emotional in his heart. You following me might not be the best choice. Don't you still have to think about your tribesmen? Break through to the next level as soon as possible, then make a trip back to your tribe. I believe the tribesmen here won't object anymore. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Xinyu Yi nodded and said, "Boss is right. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for all of this. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here today. I can only help you for a while, but I can't help you for a lifetime. I'm going to the outer realm now and I don't know when I'll be back. You must take good care of Xiangmo for me. On the day I return, if she suffers any grievances, I'll hold you responsible first." Ling Xiao warned. "Boss, you're going to the outer realm?" Xinyu Yi asked in astonishment, then smiled and said, "That's right. With boss's strength, no matter where you go, you'll be able to make a name for yourself. I wish you a smooth return soon." Ling Xiao lightly patted Xinyu Yi's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Who do you think your boss is? There's nothing in this world that's too difficult for me." After a pause, he said, "Continue to work hard. One day you'll also reach the same level as me. I'll be leaving first." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao soared into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Ling Xiao left for his final destination, the Tianyuan region. The goddess of the Tianyuan region, Yen Daijiao, was the goddess that everyone in the Tianyuan region yearned for. She was a woman with beauty, wisdom, and power. Who wouldn't want to have her? However, they could only dream about it because she was no longer single. And the man who had captured the goddess of their hearts was the honorary vice hall master of the Alchemy Alliance, Ling Xiao. If anyone could have Yan Dai Jiao as their wife, they would want nothing more than to hold her in their arms every day and pamper her every day. However, Ling Xiao was not satisfied with the blessings of women. He actually had the heart to let her stay alone for so many years. If others were to find out about this, they would definitely view him as a mortal enemy. Even if he was the alchemy god, he would still fight him to the death. This guy simply didn't know how to cherish a beauty like Jade. They even suspected that this guy was like this because he couldn't have sex. After spending a few days with Yan Dai Jiao, Ling Xiao finally went to meet up with Yuan Zhantian and headed for the dangerous outer realm. Chapter 1542. The boundless outer space was as vast as the sea. There were countless spaces and dangers everywhere. With the heaven territory as the center, there were 4 outer space roads in the east, west, south, and north directions. They were all explored by the predecessors and had the lowest risk. However, the lowest risk did not mean that there was no danger. On the contrary, no matter which one of these space roads, there was a certain degree of danger. Only by avoiding these dangers could one go further. Of course, many ordinary supremes could not even avoid these dangers. They could easily fall and return to the heaven territory, not daring to go further. Thus, these danger levels were only relative to the other places in outer space. Ling Xiao rode on the Ghost and took Dragon 5th, Yuan Zhantian, Diamond Ape King, and Long-Armed Iron Monkey King to the East Space Road. According to the records from the Kim people's primogenitors and ancient books, this space road had the highest danger level. There were many strange spaces such as black holes, chaotic magnetic fields, and so on. These spaces were all near the space roads. If one could not avoid them and got sucked in, he would definitely die. Besides these spaces, one had to pay attention to the space pirates on each space road. They were no different from the roving bandits. They specialized in robbing the warriors weaker than them and taking their treasures. Thus, those who went to the outer space usually felt safe in a group. If a supremes or incipient god realm expert was not alone, they would not dare to go on this road unless they were extremely powerful. This was the most dangerous road. Not only did many people go on this road, but it was also the most. Because misfortune and fortune came hand in hand, besides the dangers, there were many rare divine treasures on this road. People fought for them until their heads bled. Another thing worth mentioning was that the outer space where the Winged Man tribe lived was also on this space road. Today, Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian had been on this space road for more than half a year. They were far away from the heaven territory now. Along the way, they had not encountered much danger. The chaotic space currents and other kinds of violent energy could not harm them. Besides that, they'd noticed many divine materials as well. All of them were beneficial to cultivation or equipment refinement, and there were even various balls of quintessence energy that were extremely beneficial to both humans and beasts. If godly monarchs could wander around here and obtain these balls of origin energy, they would be able to increase their cultivation realms faster. Yuan Zhantian, the Diamond Ape King Ling Xiao, and the other sacred beasts were all extremely thirsty for this energy. All of them impolitely absorbed this energy and cultivated it. In just half a year, all of them had slight improvements. This kind of advancement speed was simply too powerful and rare. Even incipient god realm experts couldn't help but want to explore this vast space with so many divine treasures. At this time, Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian, and the others had arrived at a floating piece of land to rest. The Diamond Ape King, Muscle, and Little Gold were greedily absorbing the metal origin chi nearby to strengthen themselves. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim, "The outer space is indeed a treasure trove that has yet to be excavated. This kind of origin energy can be found everywhere." Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim. Yuan Zhantian nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. It's a pity that only those with great strength can fly here for a long time. Even I feel that it's a little difficult. But I like to train in this kind of environment." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Everyone says that the outer space pirates are very powerful and fierce. Why haven't they appeared yet? My hands are itching." Ling Xiao was about to reply when his divine consciousness suddenly flickered. He immediately smiled and said, "You really have a crow's mouth. Whatever you say comes true." Yuan Zhantian looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously. Then he narrowed his eyes and a strong fighting spirit burst out. These weak saint beasts have appeared here, it's really interesting. A deep voice rang out from a corner. This voice echoed in the surrounding space, but no one could see any figure. It was as if that person was far away but also close at hand. You pretentious bastard, come out. Although Yuan Zhantian was only at the half-incipient god realm, he had long wanted to fight with a supreme incipient god realm expert. He was itching to do so. After receiving Ling Zhao's warning, he immediately sensed the hiding place of the person. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden rod in his hand swung out in a direction. The golden rod had been upgraded in all aspects. Its power could be compared to a low-level ancient god weapon. It turned into a pillar that could support the sky and directly smashed into an empty space. The power of the golden rod was strong, but the hidden person was even stronger. A black palm appeared and caught the golden rod. Not a bad divine weapon. It's a pity that it is of the metal class. But it's not bad to sell it. The voice arose again. A dark shadow finally appeared. This person wore a black cloak and his entire body was shrouded in darkness. He could not see his face clearly. Obviously, he was a supreme incipient god realm expert who cultivated the dark class. It wasn't strange that he could hold Yuan Zhantian's golden rod with one hand. After all, he had the power of a low-level incipient god realm expert. However, Yuan Zhantian's fighting spirit was as strong as the sky. He was worried about not having a worthy opponent. Now that this person had come to him, it was a good opportunity for Yuan Zhantian to relieve his boredom. Yuan Zhantian shouted, "Take it if you can." As his voice fell, the power of the golden rod increased again. It automatically grew longer and larger, trying to shake off the person. "You want to deal with me with just this bit of strength? You think too highly of yourself," the person said coldly. He gripped the golden rod tightly with one hand and swung his other hand at Yuan Zhantian. A black stream of space rushed toward him. Yuan Zhantian was already prepared. He screamed and raised his strength to the maximum. His golden fist flourished. He did not dodge. Instead, he met the black stream of space and smashed it directly. Boom. That person looked at the mighty giant shadow of the sacred battle ape behind Yuan Zhantian and could not help but exclaim, "The inheritance of the sacred battle ape? You do have some skills." This person was clearly starting to get serious. A black fog immediately spread out, turning the surroundings incomparably dark. Many tentacle-like forces moved toward Yuan Zhantian to bind him. These black tentacles moved extremely fast. In an instant they wrapped around Yuan Zhantian and entangled him. Ling Xiao wanted to make a move, but he found that the Tongbi Iron Monkey King did not move. It looked very calm. Obviously it was very confident in Yuan Zhantian. Sure enough, within the black fog, golden light shone brightly. The shadow of a giant ape suddenly appeared. It forcefully broke through the black fog and struggled to tear apart the black tentacles. A golden fist punched out courageously and completely scattered the black fog. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the surrounding space cracked and collapsed, and the sharp aura of metal wreaked havoc in all directions. The person in the cloak was actually pushed back 100 meters by Yuan Zhantian. At this moment, Yuan Zhantian's fighting power had increased to that of a supreme incipient god realm expert. His body had become much bigger, almost like he had transformed into an ape. Yuan Zhantian immediately raised his golden staff and chased after that person. His staff smashed down from the sky. Its power could break the sky, crack the earth, and crush the stars. So, there is a secret technique to increase one's fighting power. However, you are still not a supreme incipient god realm expert. Watch me kill you, you ape. That person was so angry that he was forced back by someone with a lower realm than him. He roared angrily. Finally, he was going to use his real power. Yuan Zhantian swung his golden staff violently while that person sent out black palms. The battle between the two was extremely fierce, causing the turbulence in the surroundings to splash everywhere. Yuan Zhantian was actually able to fight evenly with his opponent. Ling Xiao could not help but be amazed by this. Brother Yuan is indeed a natural warrior. Ling Xiao could not help but think to himself. In the past, when he was a half-incipient god realm expert, he could also fight against a low-level supreme expert. However, his strength was only about the same as Yuan Zhantian's now. It could be seen that when they were at the earthly king realm, the two of them were evenly matched. Now, if they were at the same realm, the difference between them would not be that big. The outcome of the battle was still unknown. After a round of battle, Yuan Zhantian's weakness became apparent. His aura began to decline while his opponent became fiercer and fiercer. Yuan Zhantian was already being suppressed. If this continued, Yuan Zhantian would definitely lose. At this time, the long-armed Iron Monkey King finally made its move. The long-armed Iron Monkey King was at the peak of low-level 11th realm. Its long iron arms were incomparably strong. Even a mid-grade ancient god weapon could not be damaged by it. Its arms seemed to extend infinitely and directly hit the person in the cloak. That person's reaction was extremely fast. His body fell backward, dodging the long-armed Iron Monkey King's attack. The Tongbi Iron Monkey King's body swept over, and its fist shadows blasted out wildly like the sky. Yuan Zhantian got a chance to catch his breath. The injuries on his body did not make him feel afraid. Instead, they made his blood boil. He was looking for this long-lost feeling of a great battle. Just as Yuan Zhantian was resting, another cloud of black fog surged toward him from another direction. However, he did not notice it and continued to recover his divine power at full speed. Trying to sneak an attack? Ling Xiao, who had not made a move, sneered. Finally, he made his move. The ice and fire sword appeared in his hand. With a point of his finger, the ice and fire sword seemed to be guided by him and shot toward the cloud of black fog like lightning. Swoosh! The ice and fire sword was extremely fast. In an instant it entered the black fog. Then the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. The black fog that was heading toward Yuan Zhantian finally dispersed, revealing another person in a cloak. This person held a black spear and deflected Ling Xiao's ice and fire sword. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. You actually discovered my existence. You do have some ability. Then I'll deal with you first. The other party was very confident. He was slightly stronger than the previous person. With the strength of a low-level supreme being, he did have some qualifications to be arrogant. Ling Xiao replied, "Let's see if you have the ability to do so." As he spoke, he made a guiding motion with his finger. The ice and fire sword that was smashed away shot back from another direction and stabbed toward that person's back. That person did not expect Ling Xiao to have such ability. He had no choice but to turn around to block it. At the same time, wisps of black mist surged over from the vicinity of this space. Chapter 1543. There would always be pirates on every domain path in the outer realms. These pirates made a living by plundering the belongings of supreme beings and incipient god realm experts. This was the fastest way to accumulate the various divine items they needed. At the same time, they could bring the divine items they did not need to the outer realms to trade for the divine items they needed. Now Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian finally encountered the first wave of pirates. The pirates that appeared at the beginning were just the ones in charge of the outpost. Later on, the pirates were the members of their respective groups. These people were all from the outer realms and they were all warriors of the dark attribute. Each of them was no weaker than a low-level supreme being. The strongest among them were 3 peak mid-level supreme beings. There were a total of 8 of them and they all appeared from the void. All of them wore cloaks and did not show their faces. There were also several sacred beasts of the dark attribute that roared mightily. The Tongbi Iron Monkey King fought fiercely with the first person who appeared, and Ling Xiao also fought with the second person who appeared. The sudden appearance of 6 people and 6 11th level sacred beasts really gave them a big shock. The 6 of them surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. One of them, who was at the peak of the mid-level supreme martial artist, said faintly, "Surrender and we'll leave you to fend for yourselves. Otherwise we'll destroy all of their souls." At this time, Ling Xiao forced his opponent away, and the long-armed Iron Monkey King also quickly retreated to Yuan Zhantian's side, protecting him. Ling Xiao had already kept muscle and little gold. Beside him were the transformed dragon fifth and the ghost. Beside Yuan Zhantian were the long-armed Monkey King and the Diamond Ape King, which was about to enter rank 11. There were 2 humans and 4 sacred beasts. On the surface they seemed to be much weaker than the 8 humans and 6 sacred beasts. But was that really the case? Are you satisfied now? What a jinx! Ling Xiao said to Yuan Zhantian with a faint smile. Although Yuan Zhantian was not afraid, he knew that the situation was very unfavorable for them. He turned to Ling Xiao and said, "I didn't expect there to be so many of them and they are so powerful. Looks like we have to fight to the death. If you still want to struggle, then all of you can die," the leading marauder said faintly. At the same time he gestured to his companions, signaling them to attack together. "You guys defend yourselves," Ling Xiao said. Dragon 5th, Ghost Soul, come with me. It would be best if you could spare their lives. I have a use for them. His divine soul doppelganger had already appeared one step ahead of him, and directly attacked the leading plunderer who had just spoken. Boom boom boom. The bandit didn't know what was going on, but he could feel a terrifying power enveloping him, trying to kill him. Just as the others were about to step in, they discovered that their boss had been bombarded to the point where he was at a loss of what to do. All of them were extremely surprised. At this time, Ling Zhao's real body, Dragon 5th, and the ghost had already made their move. Roar roar. Ling Zhao and Dragon 5th worked together at the same time, and a terrifying dragon roar rushed out. Two incomparably terrifying golden dragon sound waves rushed towards the plunderers. In an instant they felt their blood churning endlessly, and their ears were so deafening that they were about to explode. Their bodies were sent flying by this terrifying aura. Ling Zhao wielded the ice and fire sword and raised his speed to the maximum. He slashed at one of the peak mid-level supreme beings. Dragon 5th didn't reveal his real body, but directly used his dragon fist to cover two of the plunderers. The power behind it was extremely terrifying. As for the ghost, it revealed a cold smile and transformed into its real body. Its soul power attack split into two and rushed towards the two plunderers at the same time. As for Yuan Zhantian, the long-armed Iron Monkey King, and the Diamond Ape King, they all rushed towards the holy beasts. Out of the 8 plunderers, 6 were immediately attacked fiercely, and they were at a loss for what to do. Just as the other 2 plunderers were about to intervene in the battle, Ling Zhao's spiritual avatar temporarily let go of the leader of the plunderers and took the initiative to torture them until their divine bodies exploded. The 2 of them were the weakest, and Ling Zhao's spiritual avatar could easily kill them. Ling Zhao didn't want to leave such weak people alive, so he directly smashed their heads and devoured their spiritual souls in an instant. The leader of the plunderers was beaten senseless. When his divine body recovered, he realized that his subordinates were actually being beaten up one by one. What's going on? The leader of the plunderers was horrified. They had been plundering here for many years, and they had seen all kinds of supreme beings. However, these people in front of them clearly weren't very strong, so how did they manage to catch them off guard? This guy is too strong. Let's retreat. The leader of the plunderers gave the order sullenly. The person who ambushed him just now was very strong, and he didn't even know where he was. Now that the battle had just started, the situation was already one-sided. If they didn't retreat now, it would be too late. However, it was already too late for him to escape now. Ling Zhao's spiritual avatar had already dealt with the 2 weakest plunderers, and once again snuck back to his side. The Emperor Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Fist blasted him again. The leader of the plunderers was also quite capable. After suffering a setback, he released his most powerful ultimate move and attacked desperately in all directions. No matter where his opponent was, he would be hit by his attacks. He only did this to force Ling Zhao's spiritual avatar to retreat. It was almost impossible for him to injure Ling Zhao's spiritual avatar, and he didn't care about killing his opponent. He actually wanted to take the opportunity to escape. However, Ling Zhao's speed was unparalleled, and his combat strength was increased by 70 times. Even if he was a peak mid-level supreme being, he couldn't escape from Ling Zhao's pursuit. The 4th move of the Emperor Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Technique, Burning Heaven and Destroying Sun. Ling Zhao didn't give his opponent any chance to catch his breath. His spiritual avatar used such a domineering move, causing the surrounding void to split open. Many chaotic meteors smashed out. The leader of the plunderers was directly destroyed by Ling Zhao. There wasn't a single part of his body left unscathed. The leader of the plunderers felt extremely uncomfortable. Even now he still didn't know where the enemy was. They were of the dark attribute and could hide in this boundless void. However, compared to the other party, it was like a small house meeting a big house. On the other side, the person Ling Zhao's real body was facing was evenly matched with him. After all, Ling Zhao's real body's strength was much weaker than his spiritual avatar's. Even if his combat strength was increased by 70 times, he could only fight an ordinary mid-level supreme being. His opponent was a peak mid-level supreme being. Just now he had unexpectedly gained the upper hand, but now that his opponent had adjusted, he was starting to struggle. Kid, you're quite capable. You can actually make me suffer with your low-level strength. You're really the first person to do so. The plunderer laughed sinisterly. Then he unleashed a terrifying killing move. He slapped his palms wildly and a cloud of demonic energy surged toward Ling Xiao. A sticky, corrosive force bound Ling Xiao. This strong corrosive force actually contained a terrifying origin poison. If an ordinary person were to come into contact with it, they would definitely die from the poison. Ling Xiao frowned. The power of the heavenly fire continued to burn around his body, burning away the opponent's evil power. The plunderer cried out, "Damn it, you actually have the origin flame." The origin flame happened to be the power to restrain his origin poison. It was the power he hated the most. "If this is all you've got, then you'll be defeated," Ling Xiao sneered. He pointed his finger continuously, and rays of two-colored finger radiance shot toward the plunderer. The plunderer wasn't afraid. An ancient god saber appeared in his hand, and he swung it left and right, blocking all of Ling Xiao's finger radiance. However, Ling Xiao's finger radiance was just a trick to distract the enemy. He raised his speed to the extreme, and the ice and fire sword in his hand slashed toward the plunderer's waist. The power of ice and fire transformed into a dragon and a phoenix that charged forward. It wasn't any weaker than the full power attack of a mid-level supreme being. The plunderer's reaction was also very fast. He swung his saber repeatedly, blocking all of Ling Xiao's sword attacks, and even forcing Ling Xiao to retreat quite a distance. The disparity in strength couldn't be overcome in a short period of time. Fortunately, Dragon Fifth had finished his battle earlier. Although he hadn't transformed into his real body, his power was much more terrifying than any peak of middle-level supreme being. The two incipient God Realm experts fighting against him had their god bodies explode unceasingly. Dragon Fifth even broke their ancient God Realm weapons. When they realized that the person before them was probably a ferocious beast that had taken human form, they were already on the verge of death from being abused. If Ling Xiao hadn't asked them to keep them alive, Dragon Fifth would have smashed their souls and perished already. On the other hand, the speed at which the ghosts dealt with them was also incomparably fast. Their soul power attacks were something that ordinary people simply couldn't defend against. The god souls of the two supreme beings were attacked and they lost half of their fighting power. The ghost transformed into its real body, using its super-fast speed to bump into them and stomp them to death. When they wanted to counterattack, the ghost soul attack came one more time. It made them feel so passive and helpless. After being tortured by the ghost several times, their god souls and divine bodies were badly damaged and couldn't be healed. They lost their fighting power and were captured alive. On the other side, Yuan Zhantian led the long-armed Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King to fight the holy beasts fiercely. Although Yuan Zhantian's power was a little weak, he could kill a low-level level 11 holy beast. However, he had to pay a big price. He had consumed a lot of his god power, so it was much more difficult for him to recover his god body. The Tongbi Iron Monkey King displayed its powerful battle prowess. Its iron arms actually tore one of the sacred beasts into two. That bloody scene on the sidelines was too bloody, too cruel. The only one who suffered a loss was the Diamond Ape King. Although it had great strength, the gap between their realms was too big. It was almost bitten to death by a giant black ant. If Dragon Fifth hadn't helped it in time, it wouldn't have been able to survive. The side that was originally in a disadvantageous position counterattacked and became the side that had the absolute advantage. It was unbelievable. Chapter 1544. Most of the marauders had already been taken care of. The holy beast had also been utterly routed by Dragon Fifth's intervention. When Ling Xiao's god soul took down the pirate's head, the pirate fighting with Ling Xiao's real body couldn't resist the invisible attack of the god soul clone and was captured by Ling Xiao. Of the 8 marauders, 2 had been brutally killed and 6 had been captured. It was truly a laughable tragedy. One had to admit that Ling Xiao's group didn't look very strong. However, if they really wanted to fight, it would be a surprise to anyone. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to keep these 6 people alive was to turn them into his puppet army. On this domain path that was filled with danger, in this outer domain that was filled with endless dangers, the more strength one had, the safer one would be. Ling Xiao didn't have any pity for these pirates who came to rob them. By controlling them, he could learn more about the situation around here. He could also use them as his puppet guards. They had many uses. After spending a lot of effort, Ling Xiao had all of them become his puppets. He was in a good mood. In the past half a year, it was hard to see other people. It was rare for these people to send themselves to their doorstep so they could relieve their boredom. It was a good thing. Yuan Zhantian was the sacred battle ape's successor. The more he fought, the braver he became. After this battle, although he was hurt badly, he definitely gained a lot. The Diamond Ape King's condition was the most serious. It was almost at its last gasp. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had a level 11 metal element beast core. Now that it had swallowed it, it could break through the bottleneck and become a level 11 holy beast. Holy beasts didn't need to be as troublesome as humans to advance. They needed to comprehend this and that. They just needed to accumulate energy to strengthen the beast core and body. Then they could advance. The Diamond Ape King was already at the peak of the 10th rank. In the past half a year, it had absorbed a lot of metal attribute source power. Now that it consumed this 11th rank metal elemental beast pill, it could recover its injuries and use this power to advance. After several days, Yuan Zhantian had recovered his energy. His competence had increased a little and he wasn't far from the late half-incipient god realm. As long as he continued to sharpen himself in battle, he would be able to gain something after every battle. This was one of the reasons why he could advance so quickly, and it was also the innate talent of the sacred war beast. After that, the Diamond Ape King recovered and its strength rose to a whole new level. It became a low-tier 11th tier saint beast, which gave it the ability to fly and protect itself in the boundless outer space. Have you all rested well? Let's go. Ling Xiao asked Yuan Zhantian. Let's go. Yuan Zhantian replied straightforwardly. And then let's go to the nearby trading area to take a look. It is said that there are many supreme beings gathered there, and the things being traded are all supreme being divine materials. I want to broaden my horizons. Ling Xiao said. Although Ling Xiao's priority was to get to the 9-colored exquisite tree as soon as possible, he didn't know when he could reach the location indicated by the 9-colored exquisite tree. It was impossible for him to travel day and night, and he definitely wouldn't let go of the good stuff he came across along the way. He learned from the Marauders' leader He Yao that there was a land space not far from here. Every year there would be people trading for supreme being divine materials there. As for the treasures that He Yao and the others plundered, they mostly brought them there to trade for what they needed. That land space was a habitable space in the outer space, and it was controlled by several high-level supreme beings. Anyone who wanted to trade there had to pay the entrance fee of divine crystals. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to enter. With He Yao leading the way, Ling Xiao and the others easily avoided many detours. After a few days, they arrived at the trading land space. This land space wasn't very big, but it was filled with all kinds of powerful restrictive powers, isolating many turbulent outer space flows. This was obviously a man-made land space and not naturally formed. When Ling Xiao and the others entered, they found that there were many residents here. There weren't many of them, only comparable to the population of a big city in the Heaven Domain. However, they were extremely powerful. Holy Emperor and God King realm experts could be seen everywhere. These people are the descendants of supreme beings and incipient God realm experts. They will receive the best resources to cultivate and become the strongest experts in the shortest time possible. He Yao explained. Then he pointed to a place with extremely dense energy fluctuations and said, "That's the trading square. Only those who have reached the supreme being realm and paid 10 million divine crystals can enter." Ling Xiao couldn't help but be a little speechless. Just the entrance fee was 10 million divine crystals. These people's appetite was really big. However, those who had reached the supreme being realm wouldn't care about 10 million divine crystals. Under He Yao's lead, Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian arrived at the trading square. No one was allowed to fly within 1,000 meters of the trading square. They had to walk. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation of the trading square's rules, and they would be slaughtered. There were many people in this trading square. There were almost 100 supreme beings and incipient God realm experts trading divine items. Such a force could definitely be compared to any overlord-level force in the Heaven Domain. According to He Yao's explanation, some of them came from the Heaven Domain like Ling Xiao's group, but most of them were supreme beings and incipient God realm experts who had lived in outer space for a long time. They often wandered in outer space to search for divine items, and they also came to these land spaces to trade for what they needed. The land here was just a common type of space in the outer realms. There were some large land spaces that were occupied by ancient people and developed into new living grounds. Those kinds of trading grounds were even more impressive, and the number of supremes that appeared there was even higher, and they were even more powerful. Even though Ling Xiao had heard about these things before he went to outer space, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. After all, It was hard to find supreme beings in the heaven domain. But here there were so many of them. It was hard to digest. If the supreme beings and incipient god realm experts from other outer space came to the heaven domain and occupied it, how would they deal with it? This thought flashed in Ling Zhao's mind. After all, many people in outer space had come from the heaven domain to live in outer space. It could be said that the heaven domain was the ancestral home of many people in outer space. Even if they wanted to go back, they would only go back to visit. They would never occupy it. Moreover, the big forces in the heaven domain were not to be trifled with. The characters on the Supreme Being list were all brave and powerful. Not everyone could occupy it if they wanted to. The divine items traded here were all at the Supreme Being level. They were traded with other items and would not be bought with divine crystals. Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian walked around the place and found many treasures. Many of them were divine items that they had never seen before. It was an eye-opener for them. In the end, Ling Xiao used some of the Supreme Being materials that He Yao and the others had plundered. He did not need them and exchanged them with the Supreme Beings here. 2 of them were of the metal attribute. They would be of great help to Yuan Zhantian when he broke through to the Supreme Being realm. Yuan Zhantian also accepted Ling Zhao's gift without hesitation. He was used to Ling Zhao's kindness. It was just that he was not good at expressing his gratitude with words. Apart from the rare Supreme Being materials traded here, there were also some distribution centers where ordinary Supreme Being materials were traded. As long as one could afford divine crystals, these common materials could be sold. Ling Xiao also did not stand on ceremony and went to buy them. He was the Supreme Being alchemist god. Any kind of divine material would be useful to him. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were about to leave the trading land space, Ling Xiao discovered that there was a tail hanging on them. Could there be a brazen plunderer here? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He sent a voice transmission to Yuan Zhantian without batting an eyelid and quickly rushed out of the trading land space towards the outer domain. Sure enough, after they left at full speed, the tail chased after them. The speed at which Ling Xiao and the others rushed out was not slow. However, the speed of the pursuers was even faster. They were actually 1 step ahead of Ling Xiao and the others. Shockingly, there were only 2 people chasing after them. However, their strength was rather extraordinary. One of them was a high-level Supreme Being, while the other was a mid-level Supreme Being. A high-level Supreme Being was an absolute overlord in the outer domain. He actually had his eyes on Ling Xiao and the others. It was unknown if Ling Xiao and the others were too unlucky or they were too eye-catching. May I know what the 2 of you are here for? Ling Xiao asked with a slight frown. High-level Supreme Being. This gave Ling Xiao a lot of pressure. Big Brother Tong, this is the person who plundered and killed our people. If I didn't escape fast enough, I would have died in his hands. I will never forget his aura. The mid-level Supreme Being pointed at He Yao, who was following behind Ling Xiao, and shouted. That high-level Supreme Being narrowed his eyes and thick killing intent flashed across them. You actually dare to rob people from our Red Snake gang. You must be tired of living. This person was also very straightforward. After he shouted, he directly grabbed at He Yao. A giant fiery palm instantly arrived with abnormally overbearing power. Even if Ling Xiao and the others were already prepared, it was not easy to react and block it when they really faced it. Ling Xiao had no choice but to let He Yao come out and block this move. Rumble. He Yao's divine body was directly blown up by the opponent's move. Blood splattered all over the sky. I didn't expect it to be this guy's fault. It seems that I can't explain it clearly. I need to scare him away as soon as possible. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he retreated. He immediately sent his divine soul doppelganger out. What should we do with Ling Xiao? This person is too strong. Yuan Zhantian's expression turned grave as he said. It's okay. He can't do anything. Ling Xiao comforted him. Then he said to Gui Hun, cooperate with me and scare them away. Chapter 1545. The Red Snakes Gang was a gang that was formed by many Supremes and incipient God Realm experts on the East Territory Road. They were led by the strongest leaders and invited other Supremes to join them. They became allies and helped each other to search for rare divine items and explore more mysterious spaces. Besides the few highest leaders, everyone else was equal. However, everyone had to follow certain rules. Once they joined, they couldn't leave easily. Otherwise, they would be regarded as traitors and be hunted down by others. They only joined for benefits, but they could also unite and help each other. It was a new type of organization. The Red Snakes gang wasn't the only gang on the East Territory Road. There were other gangs. Among these gangs, the Red Snakes gang had the most members and their strength wasn't ordinary. They were ranked at the top. He Yao's group was a pirate. It was important for them to choose their targets. Usually they didn't dare to attack the big gangs. However, the people they had robbed weren't really members of the Red Snakes gang. They were just here to join the Red Snakes gang. Those people didn't have the symbol of the Red Snakes gang. That was why they dared to rob them. In the end, one of them was really from the Red Snake gang. By the time He Yao and the others confirmed it, it was already too late. They had already killed 2 people. The enmity had already been sown, so they might as well kill everyone else. In the end, one of He Yao's group managed to escape. The one who escaped was the mid-level incipient God Realm expert Lan Huajing. Now that He Yao had been recognized and the other side had a high-level incipient God Realm expert here, it wasn't just a small problem. Ling Xiao had asked He Yao to block the other's furious attack. His god body had exploded. The difference in strength was too big. Ling Xiao knew that they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Their best option was to fight to the death. Moreover, it wasn't like Ling Xiao didn't have any chance to fight back. If they fought to the death, it was hard to say who would be the winner. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice faded, the ghost horn immediately shot out an invisible soul power towards the high-level supreme expert Tong Bai. Tong Bai exclaimed, "It's this damned ghost beast." He cursed inwardly, and his divine soul immediately entered a strict state of defense. After reaching the level of a high-level sovereign, the strength of one's spirit was definitely not any weaker than that of a mid-level sovereign. They had very powerful methods to deal with soul power and would not be easily killed. If it was a surprise attack, it might be able to deal more damage. But now that Tong Bai had recognized the identity of the ghost, he naturally had to be on guard. He summoned his mid-tier holy beast, and Lan Huajing, who was beside him, also entered battle mode. Ling Zhao's divine soul avatar had already appeared, and when it got close to Tong Bai, it immediately executed the Emperor Dragon Heaven extinguishing art, catching Tong Bai off guard. Tong Bai wanted to end the battle quickly. He wanted to kill the ghost spirit beast first. But suddenly he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He had no choice but to enter his strongest defensive state. Boom boom boom. Ling Zhao's divine soul attacked with all of its power, and many turbulent air currents were blasted away. The energy shrouded Tong Bai, and the bombardment forced him to retreat continuously. Tong Bai had to protect his divine soul, and at the same time he had to defend against this inexplicable attack. It actually made him a little flustered. Tong Bai wasn't simple either. He had predicted the direction of Ling Zhao's divine soul attack, and he had launched a powerful counterattack, completely sealing the space around him and bombarding it unceasingly. Countless trees and green vines surrounded him, and the trunks were like pillars that supported the sky, constantly sweeping around. No one could even dream of approaching him. His holy beast had already cooperated with Lan Huajing to attack Ling Zhao's group. But in the next moment his face changed dramatically. Because the other side suddenly had 5 more incipient God Realm experts, and 2 of them were mid-level incipient God Realm experts. They directly surrounded his holy beast and Lan Huajing and killed them. Originally, Tong Bai thought that with his power, it wouldn't be a problem to kill these people in front of him. But now the other party had a ghost beast that was difficult to deal with, and also an expert who knew how to conceal himself, forcing him to be unable to split his attention, and his holy beast and companions were in danger. This made him incomparably angry, but he was helpless. "All of you stop. If you dare to kill my brother Lan, you will have to face the endless pursuit of the Red Snake gang." Tong Bai shouted in fear as he dashed towards the ghost soul. If he could kill it, everything would be easy. However, Ling Zhao's divine soul doppelganger was holding him back, but it seemed to be a little powerless. "Damn it, you really forced me to kill you." Ling Xiao cursed under his breath. He recalled his god soul clone and planned to use soul power to directly kill Tong Bai. At this moment Tong Bai had already caught up with the ghost soul. His face was ferocious as he shouted, "Bastard, die for me." After saying that, a green palm formed a spatial prison that locked the direction of the ghost's movement. It was about to crush the ghost to death. At this moment Dragon Fifth, who had been motionless all this time, finally went crazy. He instantly transformed into his original body, and his battle power was raised to the maximum. A dragon roar rushed out, shattering the surrounding space. Although Tong Bai was strong, his eardrums were deafened by the terrifying dragon roar, and he quickly retreated. What a true dragon divine beast! Tong Bai exclaimed. Dragon Fifth's body swayed and he opened his mouth wide. A ray of golden light that was tens of thousands of meters long rushed towards Tong Bai. Tong Bai didn't have any stage fright, and he slapped out with his bare hands, wanting to destroy the golden light. However, Ling Zhao's divine soul had already returned, and he used all his soul power to attack. With the amplification from the dragon and phoenix divine souls, a shadowless golden dragon spear shot straight towards Tong Bai's divine soul. The ghost soul wasn't idle either. Countless soul-chasing needles also shot towards Tong Bai's divine soul. The most terrifying thing about a soul power attack was that it couldn't be detected. Furthermore, it was aimed at the vital parts of the divine soul. Once hit, it was difficult to recover. Tong Bai was in for a tragedy. Before he could erase Dragon Fifth's power, his divine soul was suddenly hit by two powerful soul power attacks. The defense of his divine soul was completely destroyed and he was directly injured. But just as he screamed, Dragon Fifth's golden light engulfed him. Even a high-level supreme being would have to suffer under such a two-pronged attack. At this moment, Lan Jinghua and Tong Bai's holy beast were surrounded and killed by the marauders that Ling Xiao had subdued. When Dragon Fifth's golden light exploded, all the turbulent astral winds in the surroundings turned into nothingness. Everything reverberated incessantly. The best thing about fighting in the outer domain was that there was no need to worry about destroying everything. This was because everything in the outer domain was originally a void, and there were many turbulent flows. They wouldn't accidentally hurt others, and they wouldn't accidentally destroy other living beings or their habitats. Just you wait. Our Red Snake Gang will not let you off. Tong Bai actually didn't die. He was only seriously injured and disappeared into the endless void. Brother Yuan, we must get out of here immediately. Ling Xiao called out to Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian understood the gravity of the situation. He nodded and followed Ling Xiao in the other direction. They were lucky that they could scare Tong Bai away. After all, Tong Bai didn't know that they had all kinds of trump cards. If he had brought more supreme beings and incipient God realm experts, they wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. If they were recognized again, it wouldn't be so easy for them. Ling Xiao was also very depressed. He had just captured a few puppet guards, but he didn't expect to cause even more trouble. From these puppets, he knew that the Red Snake Gang had hundreds of members and was a famous existence on the East Domain Road. They even had two peak supreme beings and incipient God realm experts. They were the strongest existences on the East Domain Road. Unless Ling Zhao's group turned back immediately and stopped moving forward, they would definitely be chased by the Red Snake Gang again. After all, Tong Bai's position in the Red Snake Gang wasn't low. If he escaped, he would use some special means to spread the news to the other members, asking them to put up arrest warrants for Ling Zhao's group. He would also issue a reward to the other gangs. Whoever could kill them would be rewarded handsomely. These were the common methods used by the gangs to kill their enemies. After fleeing for half a month, Ling Zhao's group stopped to rest in a space with many turbulent meteorites. Brother Yuan, it seems like you have to break through as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to go any further. Ling Xiao said with a serious face. Now he knew how dangerous the East Domain Road was. Even with their strength, it was still difficult. If Yuan Zhantian didn't break through and become a true supreme being, he was afraid that even his doppelganger wouldn't be able to take care of him. Yuan Zhantian frowned and said, even with the help of divine materials, I can only reach the peak of the half-incipient God realm. I'm afraid I can't go any further. Yuan Zhantian also didn't expect that there would be so many experts on the East Domain Road. Their situation had already changed. If he didn't advance, it would be impossible for him to continue following Ling Xiao. Unless he turned back now, accidents could happen at any time. This is a supreme divinity elixir. Take it. Although it will have a slight impact on you, it will recover sooner or later. Ling Xiao took out a supreme divinity elixir and handed it to Yuan Zhantian. Ling Xiao knew that Yuan Zhantian's advancement was the same as his. Yuan Zhantian didn't need the help of pills. However, the current situation left them with no other choice. Yes, after I break through, I will definitely kill to my heart's content here. Yuan Zhantian shouted with a strong desire to fight. Of course, No one can easily stop us from moving forward. Ling Xiao replied confidently. But won't it be inappropriate to break through here? Yuan Zhantian asked worriedly. Don't worry. With me around, nothing will be a problem. Ling Xiao said with a calm smile. The secret technique he had practiced for so many years could finally be put to good use at this moment. Chapter 1546. The Myriad Realms of Brahma was an ancient illusory technique that Ling Xiao had obtained from the ruins of the Holy Sun sect in the Xianling continent's San region. Ling Xiao had practiced it for many years, but he had only used it a few times. Now that his power had increased by leaps and bounds, he was naturally more proficient in using illusory techniques. In this foreign land, dangers lurked everywhere. Now that he had offended the Red Snake Gang, they could find him at any time. If that happened, it would affect Yuan Zhantian's breakthrough. That would be big trouble. Ordinary illusory techniques could trap a powerful supreme being for a while, but to trap them completely, one would need to have a higher attainment in illusory techniques. However, any illusory technique would not be an obstacle to an expert born with divine eyes. They could see through all illusions. But now Ling Xiao was confident that his illusory technique could trap any supreme being or incipient god realm expert. This was because he had obtained the illusory eye mirror stone from the illusory demon. This illusory eye mirror stone could not only allow him to observe anything within hundreds of thousands of miles, but it could also be used as the eye of the array to set up a heaven-defying illusion. Humans and beasts would be affected and trapped in the illusion forever. If not for the fact that he did not have a powerful trump card like the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, he could only die in the illusion. The powerful illusion that Ling Xiao had set up was enough for Yuan Zhantian to break through here with peace of mind. Besides, Ling Xiao also had a plan in mind. If the Red Snake Gang really sent someone to find them, that would be what he was looking forward to the most. He also wanted to see if the illusory technique he had set up was also heaven-defying so that he could have a stronger trump card to kill. After Ling Xiao had set up the illusory technique, he took out the illusory eye mirror stone and suppressed it within the illusory array. Then he let Yuan Zhantian break through not far from him. As for the long-armed Iron Monkey King, it was also qualified to break through. However, it obviously wanted to wait for Yuan Zhantian to succeed before swallowing the beast core to break through. As long as Yuan Zhantian and his helpers could break through, Ling Xiao would be at ease and bring him to kill his enemies. Once everything was ready, Yuan Zhantian entered a state of adjustment and quickly consumed the Supreme God Elixir to break through. Ling Xiao sat in front of the illusionary eye mirror stone, observing all movements around him, ready to face the enemy at any time. The stronger the incipient God realm experts were, the more supernatural abilities they had. As a high-level supreme being, Tong Bai had a bit of fame in this boundless outer realm. Although he was heavily injured and had fled far away, he could still find supreme divine materials to heal his soul injuries. Could it be that after half a month he had already made contact with a group from the Red Snake Gang and used the method of expending his essence blood to find the general direction in which Ling Xiao and the others had fled? Then he quickly led his men in pursuit. This time Tong Bai brought a total of 11 people with him. All of them were members of the Red Snake Gang. Their robes were adorned with a red snake badge, representing their identity. Other than Tong Bai, there was another person who possessed the cultivation of a high-level supreme master, while the other 10 were all at the mid-level and low-level. That high-level supreme being was called Chao Tsang. Although he was at the same level as Tong Bai, his battle prowess was above Tong Bai's. Moreover, he possessed a high-level ancient god artifact spear that was connected to his mind, allowing him to unleash his full strength. After all, many supreme beings at incipient god realm couldn't upgrade their weapons to the same level. Sometimes they could only fight with their fists, which was a disadvantage. In this aspect, Chao Tsang had an advantage over the other supreme beings. Old Tong, you said that those pirates have the protection of the Golden Dragon? Chao Tsang asked Tong Bai. Of course. Do you think I'm wrong? I almost suffered a big loss at its hands. It's in existence at the middle of level 11. Once it reaches another level, it will definitely be able to move unhindered in outer realm. Tong Bai replied. He could persuade Chao Tsang to come with him because Chao Tsang cultivated the metal element. He would be very interested in the metal element true dragon. Of course. The Golden Dragon Divine Beast. It's said that it's a seat exclusive to the Jin clan. Ling Taichu used it to sweep through the outer domain and was almost invincible. If it wasn't for his arrogance, he wouldn't have been hunted down by so many supremes. We haven't heard any news about him for the past 10,000 years. I wonder if he has returned to the heavenly domain space. Now that the golden dragon divine beast has appeared, I wonder if the Jin clan has come again. Cao Cao said with a hint of expectation. You're right. Old Cao, if you're able to seize that golden dragon divine beast, it will definitely be able to assist you in becoming the leader once it advances. Tong Bai said in a slightly respectful tone, then he continued, but we have to be careful, they have a ghost beast and a hidden expert. I suffered a huge loss a few days ago. Soul power attacks are too strange. It's been many years since someone with such a skill has appeared. Could it be that the other races have risen again? Cao Caocong asked with concern. This one might be an orphan. He's only a mid-level supreme being. With our strength we should be able to kill them all with lightning speed. Tong Bai said with a sinister look. Let's hope so. I wonder if they've escaped far enough. Cao Caocong sighed. Several days later, they finally caught up to Ling Zhao's group with their unfathomable methods. My essence blood can sense that they should be hiding nearby. Maybe this is their nest. Tong Bai looked around cautiously and transmitted his voice to the others. At this moment, all of them summoned their holy beasts one by one and immediately entered the most cautious mode. The other party had the strongest true dragon divine beast. They couldn't afford to be careless. But they didn't know that they were about to enter a powerful illusion. What awaited them was the beginning of the path of death. Within the illusion array, Ling Xiao let out a cold laugh. As expected, they've chased us all the way here. How persistent. But this is exactly what I wanted. He poured his energy into the illusory eye mirror stone and immediately destroyed the array's amplification effect. The array entered its most powerful state. Tong Bai, Cao Caocong, and the others were immediately affected by the illusion. Be it their vision or divine sense, they were all blinded. They were hallucinating. They saw their old enemies or were being chased by their loved ones, or were in some kind of desperate situation that scared them out of their wits. They lost their companions or fought each other without realizing it. 12 people had entered the illusory array, but none of them could break it. Tong Bai and Cao Caocong were the strongest. Not only had they killed many of their companions, but they were also attacking each other crazily without realizing it. They saw that their opponents had turned into another person. Their minds weren't under their control anymore and they were fighting with their full strength. Ling Xiao watched the fierce battle through the illusory eye mirror stone. He was so happy. With the illusory eye mirror stone, I have a super weapon. Even if a supreme expert falls in here, if he can't break my illusory array, he will die. Ling Xiao was so happy talking to himself. At the same time, he sent his god soul to their battlefield. He wanted to end this battle ahead of time. Zhou Xian took the items of the dead incipient god realm experts into his bag. He also absorbed their god souls. He didn't waste anything. There were a few that were in a dying state and all of them were controlled by him to strengthen his puppet army. In the end, only Tong Bai and Cao Caocong were left. They were like mortal enemies using their lives to attack each other. Tong Bai wasn't Cao Caocong's opponent. His god body exploded, leaving only his god soul. What a pity. Such an expert. Ling Xiao smiled wryly. He swallowed Tong Bai's god soul. He wanted to recruit Tong Bai, but he was one step too late. Cao Caocong didn't have an opponent, but his hallucinations didn't disappear. He was still attacking the space around him, using up his god power. No matter how strong a warrior was, his energy would reach its limit. Cao Caocong was no exception. Just as Ling Xiao thought Cao Caocong was exhausted, he quietly attacked him. He wanted to use up the last bit of Cao Caocong's energy and capture him. But at that moment, Cao Caocong, who was already on the verge of collapsing, suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of energy. The ancient god artifact in his hand shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao jumped in fright. He was invisible now. Ordinary people couldn't sense his existence. However, the power of this attack was a little strange. It didn't seem to reach the full power of a high-level supreme expert. At most, it was the power of a peak mid-level supreme expert. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. He pushed his power to the peak and blocked the attack. Rumble. Ling Xiao was blown away by this attack. The web between his thumb and forefinger was numb and cracked. Cao Caocong didn't chase after him. Instead, he held the ancient divine weapon and dashed out of the formation. Ling Xiao felt Cao Caocong's weak aura and found that he was still in a daze. His eyes flashed with doubt. How can he still run? Is this the divine weapon protecting its master? Seeing that Cao Caocong was getting farther and farther away, Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry out. Where's Dragon Fifth? Stop him. If they let this high-level supreme expert escape, it would be a great loss. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, Dragon Fifth rushed out from a direction and spat out golden light at Cao Caocong, wanting to blast him down. However, Cao Caocong's ancient divine weapon's power was extraordinary. It was able to speed up Cao Caocong's escape. Dragon Fifth's sneak attack had no effect. In the blink of an eye, Cao Caocong was already out of the illusory formation. His mind had regained some clarity and he shuddered. He sped up with all his might, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, I fell for it." Chapter 1547. In the boundless void there was a space filled with rocks. A high-grade supreme expert was using his high-grade ancient god weapon to escape at high speed. Behind him he could still hear the terrifying roar of a true dragon. Cao Cao panicked. It had been many years since he had encountered such a terrifying opponent. He had fallen into an illusion and could not get out of it. This was the first time in 1,000 years that he had fallen into such a dangerous situation. With his strength, even a normal supreme martial artist's illusory technique would not be able to confuse his mind. Fortunately, he had the help of his ancient god weapon, which had fused with his body and mind. When he was about to be killed by the opponent, it had protected him and brought him out of the illusion. What kind of people are they? How could they set up such a powerful illusion formation? Could they be that person's disciples? Cao Cao swallowed a divine pellet to recover. He was very aggrieved as he thought to himself. According to Tong Bai, besides the strange soul power attack, the opponent's power was not worth mentioning. But now, besides the soul power attack, the opponent could also set up a powerful illusion technique. He had already set up the formation waiting for them to come and catch them all in one fell swoop. He was a dignified high-grade supreme expert at incipient god realm, but he could not even touch a hair of the opponent and had to run away. If this matter was spread out, he would lose all his face. However, he did not have time to think about this problem. He had to leave as soon as possible. Today's humiliation will be returned tenfold in the future. Cao Cao swore in his mind. Even if a high-grade supreme expert at incipient god realm was injured, he could escape at full speed. Even Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth could not catch him. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. His doppelganger returned to the sea of consciousness of his real body. Yuan Zhantian had entered the breakthrough stage. It would not end soon. He still needed to use the pellets to understand the key points of the supreme expert and incipient god realm. Ling Xiao knew that the person who ran away would not bring more people here in a short time. He controlled the few people who had lost their fighting power and began to absorb the god soul power. These god souls had all reached the supreme expert level. To him, they were super supplements that could quickly strengthen his god soul power. He had already provoked a strong enemy, and his life could be in danger at any time on this region path. Every bit of increase in strength was the best insurance. While Yuan Zhantian was breaking through, Ling Xiao was also making use of his time to accumulate strength. After several months, Yuan Zhantian finally succeeded in breaking through. His breakthrough caused a phenomenon that shocked the surroundings. Many terrifying heavenly lightning bolts blasted towards him with rolling thunder. Boom boom boom. Lightning bolts as thick as heavenly pillars suddenly appeared in the void and bombarded Yuan Zhantian's position. When Ling Xiao saw this terrifying scene, he immediately packed his things and ran as far as he could. This breakthrough actually caused heavenly lightning to descend. Just what is going on? Ling Xiao asked with an extremely puzzled expression. This huge area of heavenly lightning was enough to completely destroy an ancient mountain range. Even an ordinary supreme expert, incipient god realm expert, and the 11 holy beasts would have a hard time withstanding it. At this time, the long-armed Iron Monkey King let out a sharp voice. The Holy Prince is born from heaven and earth. Every time he breaks through a great barrier, he will naturally suffer from the heavenly lightning. If he can't even endure the heavenly lightning, then he will vanish into thin air. However, after enduring the heavenly lightning, his strength is not something we can compare with. The long-armed Iron Monkey King's eyes were filled with deep worry. Even it was afraid of this terrifying heavenly lightning power. It could only hope that its holy prince could withstand it. This was a heavenly barrier. Once Yuan Zhantian crossed it, it would be hard for him to meet an opponent within the same realm as him. Even if he met someone at a higher realm than him, he would still have the power to fight. Within the heavenly lightning sea, Yuan Zhantian had already transformed into a real sacred battle ape. His body had already expanded several times. His entire body was covered in golden hair. His eyes were bloodshot. He faced the sky, pounded his chest and roared. At the same time he continued to counterattack the heavenly lightning. However, there were too many heavenly lightning. With so many of them pouring down at once, he was bombarded until his skin and flesh split open. Blood splashed everywhere. He continued to roar and resist. However, this only made the heavenly lightning even more powerful. The power of the heavenly lightning became even more abnormally terrifying. Ling Xiao, who was watching this scene from afar, felt his scalp go numb. Is he going to transform into a sacred battle ape? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Yuan Zhantian had indeed evolved into a sacred battle ape. After he withstood this batch of heavenly lightning, he would definitely have an even stronger fighting capacity. The long-armed Iron Monkey King and the Diamond Ape King kept roaring. They wanted to rush over to help Yuan Zhantian, but they also knew that they could not do anything about this heavenly lightning. The power of this heavenly lightning is very strong and pure. If I let my spiritual avatar enter and cleanse it, I believe it will be of help. Ling Xiao thought. In fact, he was afraid that Yuan Zhantian could not withstand it. Letting Yuan Zhantian's spiritual avatar enter and help him remove the impurities in his spiritual soul at the same time. This was killing two birds with one stone. Seeing that Yuan Zhantian had already been bombarded beyond recognition, his roars sounded so painful. However, he still clenched his teeth and persevered. The golden rod appeared in his hand and he was also receiving the heavenly lightning's baptism. After hesitating for a while, Ling Xiao finally summoned his spiritual avatar and directly rushed towards the heavenly lightning. Boom! Boom! The power of the heavenly lightning was boundless and vast. Ling Xiao's spiritual soul was instantly bombarded until it was in pain. Fortunately, his spiritual avatar had the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist and was able to withstand the power of the heavenly lightning. If his spiritual avatar's strength was still at the low level, it would have been destroyed the moment it entered the heavenly lightning. Ling Xiao's spiritual soul rushed to Yuan Zhantian's side and directly blocked the heavenly lightning above Yuan Zhantian's head. The Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art met the heavenly lightning head-on. The heavenly lightning around Yuan Zhantian was blocked and he immediately had a chance to take a breather. He quickly circulated his energy to heal his injuries. As Ling Xiao faced the bombardment of power, his body was completely cleansed by the heavenly lightning. The impurities of the soul power that he absorbed from others were all expelled from his body. His soul power became purer and his body became more perfect. Just as he thought he could easily block the heavenly lightning, an even more majestic power flashed in the void. The power of the heavenly lightning had actually reached the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist. Damn, what's going on? It actually became stronger. Ling Xiao let out a strange cry. He felt the pressure increase and his body was in more and more pain from the bombardment. He was starting to feel like he could not bear it anymore. Ling Xiao had an indomitable spirit. In the face of a stronger power, he would not retreat immediately. He fully activated his 70-fold combat power and continued to fight the heavenly lightning with his dragon fists. How much longer do I have to hold on for? If this goes on, I can only retreat. Ling Xiao realized that the power of the heavenly lightning was increasing along with his strength. You can retreat. I'm fine. At this time, Yuan Zhantian's voice sounded faintly. At this moment, his supreme martial artist aura had begun to stabilize. His strength was rising and his eyes were filled with confidence. Then you must hold on. I'm still waiting to fight with you. Ling Xiao said as he quickly left the lightning zone, no longer helping Yuan Zhantian to bear the brunt of the lightning strikes. Ling Xiao's spiritual soul quickly returned to his sea of knowledge. Only then did he feel refreshed. The impurities that had been absorbed from other spiritual souls were all cleaned up. His spiritual soul became purer and stronger. At this moment, Yuan Zhantian's countenance was much more dignified as he faced the sky lightning attacks. Every punch and every swing of his cudgel would disperse the sky lightning, and the damage inflicted by the sky lightning that struck his body was greatly reduced. The Tongbi Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King finally relaxed when they saw this. They both believed that Yuan Zhantian would definitely be able to pass this heaven's dispatch. After a whole day of heavenly lightning, the heavenly lightning finally dispersed. Yuan Zhantian was exhausted and seriously injured. However, he had indeed passed this heaven's dispatch and became a true supreme martial saint ape. Roar. Yuan Zhantian let out a long roar. A golden light burst out from his body. That aura caused the surrounding space to ripple. Yuan Zhantian's body gradually shrunk and he slowly returned to his human form. His aura was also completely restrained. The Tongbi Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King quickly flew towards Yuan Zhantian. Ling Xiao also followed. He took out a divine elixir to let Yuan Zhantian recover his strength first. Brother Yuan, I didn't expect you to catch up again. Ling Xiao said emotionally. Yuan Zhantian's advancement speed was so fast that even he felt the pressure multiplying. Yuan Zhantian was not the least bit excited. He remained calm and said, "There's still a gap between us. However, our battle is not far away." "Aha, I'm looking forward to it," Ling Xiao replied with a laugh. After a pause he added, "Hurry up and recover from your injuries. I believe there are many enemies waiting for us to go over. I hope the more the better. Otherwise I will feel very unhappy." Yuan Zhantian replied faintly and closed his eyes to recuperate. "What a pervert!" Ling Xiao scolded in his heart. Next, Ling Xiao and the rest were not in a hurry to continue their journey. They waited for the Tongbi Iron Monkey King to advance before continuing their journey. After absorbing Tong Bai's soul, Ling Xiao already understood the strength of the Red Snake Gang and the various dangerous places on the region path. If they continued to head east, they would definitely encounter the Red Snake Gang again. They had to be prepared to fight at any time. To the combative Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian, this was the journey they were looking forward to. That way they would not feel lonely and bored along the way. What they did not know was that this feast would be unforgettable for them. Chapter 1548. Every domain path had been traversed repeatedly by predecessors. The danger level of the route was much lower than wandering randomly in other regions. However, there were still many obstacles along the way. Many of the 5 elemental turbulence and spatial powers caused a lot of trouble for ordinary supreme beings. Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian, and the others also encountered many obstacles as they passed through these regions. However, they did not cause too much harm to them. Along the way, Ling Xiao received many divine materials. Although they were not of much use to him, they could be used to refine pills or auctioned off. Either way, it would be a considerable windfall. As for the few holy beasts that came with him, they had absorbed a lot of origin energy and their speed of improvement was soaring rapidly. In addition, Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian had already encountered no less than 3 waves of attacks along the way. These people did not dare to attack openly. Instead, they chose to launch fatal sneak attacks hoping to kill Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian, and the others when they least expected it. However, how powerful was Ling Xiao's perception ability? He would always recognize their sneak attacks one step ahead, and then launch a merciless massacre against them. The strongest among them was only a peak mid-level supreme being. They did not pose much of a threat to Yuan Zhantian and Yuan Zhantian. Some of them were controlled by Ling Xiao while the rest were mercilessly killed. Ling Xiao absorbed their souls and understood that these people had received the Red Snake Gang's wanted order. That was why they took the risk to kill them and claim their heads for the reward. Ling Xiao had all kinds of powerful trump cards, enough for him to charge through the outer regions. Yuan Zhantian, who had advanced, was almost invincible among those of the same level. The continuous battles made him feel extremely refreshed. "Brother Yuan, there is already a large army waiting for us on land not far away. Do you still want to charge?" Ling Xiao asked Yuan Zhantian. "Of course I want to charge. Since there are high-level supreme beings, I'll let you handle them," Yuan Zhantian said with a rare sense of humor. The previous 3 waves of troops weren't large in number and weren't particularly valiant. The place in front of them was where the members of the Red Snake Gang were gathered. It was believed that what awaited them was definitely an extremely powerful existence. "I don't have the confidence to deal with them. Let's change our route," Ling Xiao said as he shrugged. Ling Xiao still had some self-awareness. Although he had controlled quite a number of sovereign puppets, none of them had reached a high level of cultivation. If he were to clash head-on with the members of the Red Snake Gang, he was afraid that only death awaited him. "Whatever you say," Yuan Zhantian answered without hesitation. "And on the right we have to go around a scorched stone space. The scorched stone space is extremely dense and it has a terrifying gravitational field. If we want to go around it, it will be quite troublesome. On the left, there is a black hole space. It seems that no one who went in has ever come out. It seems that we have no other choice. Ling Xiao said as he stood still and looked at the route. You're talking nonsense. If we don't go now, they will be here. Yuan Zhantian said as he dashed towards the right. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, Don't you want to fight? I'm just giving you a chance to show off. Why are you leaving first when the others are here? As Ling Xiao said that, he followed Yuan Zhantian into the scorched stone space. In another direction, a total of more than 20 incipient God Realm experts riding holy beasts were charging towards them. They were all members of the Red Snake Gang. The one leading them was Cao Caotsong, who had escaped earlier. Beside him were 2 other existences at the same level as him. The rest of them were at the middle to low level. I thought that they would really dare to ignore our Red Snake Gang. It seems that they are afraid. A high-level supreme expert beside Cao Caotsong said with a cold smile. Yeah, I thought that they really had a lot of trump cards. Brother Cao, you asked me to take out the illusion-breaking technique. Don't let them be useless. Another high-level supreme expert said hurriedly to Cao Caotsong. These 2 were called Chu Zhenlu and Xiang Guangming. Their positions in the Red Snake Gang were the same as Cao Caotsong's. They were all supremes from outer space who had been roaming the East Territory for many years. Cao Caotsong said with a stern face, Old Tong and the others are dead. Do you think I'm lying to you? They must have escaped into the scorched stone space to take a detour. Perhaps they are waiting for us to arrive inside. We must not be careless. This scorched stone space is troublesome. It's impossible to set up an illusion. Of course we won't all go in. Old Chao, Old Xiang and I will go in. The rest of you stay here and send someone to inform the gang. If they come out of the scorched stone space, then we'll capture and kill them. Chu Zhenlu said with a frown. Old Chu is right. There are things waiting for them inside that they can't imagine. It's enough for us to go in. Xiang Guangming nodded. Cao Caotsong did not have any objections. After all, the situation inside was very complicated. If the others went in, they would probably be in danger. It would be better for the strongest of them to go in. That way they would be able to deal with everything. After making up their minds, Cao Caotsong, Chu Zhenlu and Xiang Guangming chased after Ling Xiao and the others. In the scorched stone space, there were naturally countless chaotic flows of scorched stone. Huge rocks that were as big as half a mountain were constantly colliding with each other here. Pieces of stone fragments were constantly exploding and splashing, producing shocking explosions. There was also a powerful gravitational field with a terrifying gravity that was hundreds of thousands of times stronger than normal. Any divine king who landed here would be immediately crushed into a puddle of blood. Even supremes would find it extremely difficult to fly here. After Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian and the others entered, they immediately fell from the sky. At the same time, countless chaotic flows of scorched stones smashed towards them. The ghost, which was known for its speed, was the first to be unable to withstand the pressure. It let out a cry, looking extremely battered and exhausted. Come back. Ling Xiao immediately called out to the ghost. The ghost immediately contacted Ling Xiao and was sucked into the medicine cauldron by Ling Xiao. At this time, several boulders flew towards Ling Xiao in a frenzy. The impact of each boulder was abnormally terrifying. Ling Xiao was distracted. The giant rocks were about to hit him. Dragon Fifth, who was beside him, had already transformed into his true form. He directly roared at the rocks. Roar. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The scorched stones were immediately shattered by the terrifying dragon roar. Dragon Fifth swayed his body and used his body to send Ling Xiao flying. At the same time, he used his powerful body to continuously sweep the scorched stones, smashing them one by one. On the other side, Yuan Zhantian, the long-armed Iron Monkey King, and the Diamond Ape King also suffered the same impact. However, their bodies were abnormally strong, and the long-armed Iron Monkey King had advanced to the mid-stage of rank 11. Its iron arms were practically indestructible and could sweep away all the scorched stones. Ling Xiao looked back at them and shouted, Brother Yuan, hurry up and get on Dragon Fifth's body. Hurry up and leave this place. They seem to have entered. Yuan Zhantian knew the severity of the situation and did not stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao. He had his long-armed Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King transform and leap onto Dragon Fifth's body. In the face of such a terrifying aura, Dragon Fifth had to use all his strength to resist everything. With a swing of his dragon tail he charged forward. However, his speed was obviously 100 times slower than before. Furthermore, he had to face the continuous impact of the scorched stones. It could be said that it was difficult to move even an inch forward. If Dragon Fifth relied on his own strength to break through and advance, it would not be easy for him to leave this place. Furthermore, it would be easy for the people chasing behind him to catch up. Brother Yuan, let's lend Dragon Fifth a hand and use all our strength to block more scorched stones for him. Ling Xiao exclaimed to Yuan Zhantian. After saying that, he took the lead on the dragon's head and attacked the scorched stones that were flying towards him, smashing them all into pieces. On the dragon's body, Yuan Zhantian, the long-armed Iron Monkey King, and the Diamond Ape King all helped Dragon Fifth. The 5 supreme beings forcibly tore open a long crack in the scorched stone space and shot forward. Dragon Fifth's physical strength was in no way inferior to that of a high-level supreme being. After the obstruction was reduced, his speed naturally increased by a lot. However, the speed at which the 3 supreme beings charged over from behind them was even faster. They were the true high-level supreme beings. Furthermore, they were much more familiar with the scorched stone space than Ling Xiao and the rest. The 3 of them formed a triangular formation. 3 different auras actually intertwined together, forming a powerful defensive light. It actually forcefully pushed away all the charred rocks that were charging at them. They were not affected by the charred rocks, and they didn't need to break them one by one to advance. They actually managed to escape. Looks like they do have some ability. However, it's impossible for them to escape from our pursuit. Chu Zhenlu sneered. He specialized in the earth attribute and had once entered this place to cultivate the gravitational field. Naturally, he was like a fish in water here. He helped Chao Tsang and Xiang Guangming chase forward with irresistible force. Although Ling Xiao and the rest's speed was much faster than when they first entered, it was still not enough. If this continued, they would be caught up very quickly. They came really fast. However, they did not bring many people in. Why don't we stop and fight them? Yuan Zhantian suggested. They don't have many people, but can't you sense their auras? With our strength, it will be difficult for us to deal with one of them, let alone all of them, Ling Xiao said. If the ghost could remain unharmed here, they could still put up a fight. After all, its soul power attacks were no weaker than his, and it could help him restrain one of them. However, it could not stand in this gravitational field at all. Dragon Fifth could barely block one of them, but he and Yuan Zhantian were no match for them. Furthermore, there were no high-level supreme beings among his puppets, so they posed no threat to the ghost. Ling Xiao was clearly a little anxious. When they escaped here, they had originally intended to make use of the terrain to escape. However, it seemed like the terrain was restricting them instead. Just as they were at their wits' end, something strange happened in front of them. Chapter 1549. The scorched stone space, in addition to the countless scorched stones and turbulent flows, also had a gravitational field. For ordinary supremes, this was definitely a dangerous place. Without the slightest ability, it was impossible to survive here. But in addition to these dangers, there was another kind of danger here. The giant golem was a kind of mutant that was neither human nor beast. They did not have any life force, but they could rely on devouring Zhou Xian to survive. They looked a little similar to humans, but they were as huge as mountains. Moreover, their entire bodies were made of stone. They were extremely strong, and a casual punch was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. A casual kick was enough to crush stars. This was enough to prove the terror of these giant golems. They generally would not take the initiative to attack any living creature, but if any living creature entered their territory, they would definitely not let it go. Now Ling Xiao and the others had flown into their territory. From the memories of the remnant souls that he had absorbed, Ling Xiao naturally knew that there were giant golems in this scorched stone space. They had no choice but to hide here. After all, although the giant golems were powerful and dangerous, they could also use them to block the pursuers. In front of Ling Xiao and the others, giant golems that were like mountains appeared one after another. Their entire body was similar to humans, with a head, a body, and 4 limbs. However, they did not have any life force. They were all made of gray rock, as if they were carved statues. It was very strange. They were not affected by the gravitational field here and could move freely. Their movements were very mechanical. Each of them was grabbing these attacking scorched stones and swallowing them, making cracking sounds that were extremely ear-piercing. Dragon Fifth originally wanted to use his speed to fly over directly, but he was discovered by these giant golems. They actually casually grabbed the floating scorched stones and smashed them towards Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth, be careful. Ling Zhao's expression changed drastically as he cried out to Dragon Fifth. He discovered that the power of these scorched stones that were smashing towards him was abnormally terrifying. If he was hit, it would really be difficult to bear. Ling Zhao originally thought that these lifeless giant golems did not have any life force perception, and their speed would definitely be very slow. It should not be a problem to dodge them. Now he had completely miscalculated. This was their territory, so they naturally had their own advantages and their own fighting style. Dragon Fifth was not afraid at all. He roared and swayed his dragon body, continuously smashing the scorched stones into powder. Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian, and the rest also took action to help share the burden. However, there were a lot of gigantic boulder people nearby. There were at least a few hundred of them. They were all throwing scorched stones at them, and many of them were charging at them, completely blocking their path. No matter which incipient god realm expert it was, they all felt their scalp tingle when they saw the rain of Jiaoxiu filling the sky. The three incipient god realm experts who had just caught up with him halted and didn't chase after him anymore. Although these big guys don't have much intelligence, it won't be easy to break through them. When they can't hold on any longer, we'll take them down. I believe they have a lot of good things on them. Chu Zhenlu sneered. Among the three of them, he was the leader, so he was definitely a little stronger than the other two. What if they break through? Cao Caocong hated that he couldn't go and capture Ling Zhao's group immediately. He looked at the true dragon divine beast with metal attribute, his eyes burning with desire. If he could subdue it, even Chu Zhenlu would have to be wary of him. Xiang Guangming seemed to see through Cao Caocong's mind. He smiled and said, "Old Cao, you're worried about that true dragon divine beast, right? Don't worry. True dragon divine beasts have extremely strong bodies. Moreover, they're very arrogant. Even if we go there and take care of them, you can't subdue that true dragon divine beast. Why don't you let it taste some pain first? After you go and save it, perhaps it will follow you. It's not easy to subdue it. Let's watch first. Perhaps they'll be smashed into meat paste by those big guys." Chu Zhenlu said. The three supremes didn't enter the territory of the gigantic boulder people. They waited for Ling Zhao's group to consume enough energy before they went in to capture them. Currently, the situation on Ling Zhao's side was rather perilous. The rocks charging at them were troublesome enough to begin with. With the gigantic boulder people blocking and smashing them, they were badly battered. Ling Xiao and the others followed Dragon Fifth's relentless attempts to block the incoming scorched rocks. Their blood was boiling from the impact. Dragon Fifth could no longer fly forward because he was already surrounded by the gigantic boulder people. Unless they could destroy them, they could escape from this area. Dragon Fifth, transform back into your human form. That way it won't be as easy to get hit. We'll use our speed to quickly pass by them. If we really can't avoid them, then destroy the stone core in their abdomen. Otherwise, attacking other parts of their body is useless. Ling Xiao exclaimed. At the same time, he also summoned 3 supreme-level puppets. They were mid-level and specialized in the earth attribute. They would help them break through this place. Dragon Fifth listened to Ling Zhao's instructions and transformed back into his human form. The pressure was greatly reduced. He punched out violently and broke the rocks, opening a path for Ling Zhao's group at the forefront. However, the gigantic boulder people were already close. One of the gigantic boulder people raised its stone fist and punched at Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth's figure grew a lot bigger. He also punched at it. Rumble. Under this punch, one of the gigantic boulder people's stone arms was directly crippled by Dragon Fifth. However, its figure didn't move at all, nor did it feel any pain. Its other stone fist smashed down again. Moreover, the other destroyed arm actually gathered the nearby rocks and condensed into a shape again. It recovered. Dragon Fifth didn't seem to expect that he couldn't do anything to the gigantic boulder people. He immediately increased his strength again and smashed at the gigantic boulder people. Ling Xiao wanted to remind Dragon Fifth to hit the gigantic boulder people's abdomen again. However, he was also facing the gigantic boulder people's attacks. One of the gigantic boulder people raised a piece of scorched rock and smashed it at him. Ling Xiao activated his 70 times combat power and dodged the stone's attack at full speed. Unfortunately, there was another stone coming at him from another direction, so he had no choice but to destroy it with a punch. One punch was earth-shattering and the other punch destroyed space. The scorched rock was smashed, but the pressure it brought to Ling Xiao was so great that he was directly sent flying. His body smashed heavily into another scorched rock. His entire body was in excruciating pain. He didn't even have a chance to catch his breath before a giant fist smashed down on his head. The power was so terrifying that it could completely turn an ordinary supreme being into minced meat. In fact, the gigantic boulder people's attack was not fast. If it was anywhere else, any supreme being could dodge it. However, in this space with a terrifying gravitational field, everyone's movements were suppressed. Not many people could dodge this punch. If Ling Xiao hadn't increased his combat power by 70 times, his strength was comparable to a mid-level supreme being's, and he also had the wind attribute. He wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Ling Xiao dodged the attack by sticking close to the giant fist. His figure bounced toward the gigantic boulder people's waist. His right hand exploded with all his strength and directly punched the gigantic boulder people's lower abdomen. Boom. Although the gigantic boulder people's defense was amazing, its lower abdomen still caved in under Ling Xiao's full force attack, revealing the stone heart that was flickering with rich earth element energy. This stone heart was the key to nurturing the gigantic boulder people. It was equivalent to the beast core of a spirit beast, but it could be directly absorbed by warriors who specialized in the earth element to strengthen their cultivation. They could also use this stone heart to comprehend the mysteries of the gravitational field. However, it was extremely difficult to take the stone heart from these gigantic boulder people. He was afraid that before he could kill the gigantic boulder people, he would first be smashed into minced meat by the gigantic boulder people and the scorched rocks. Ling Xiao naturally understood this situation from the divine soul memories he had absorbed. As long as he took the stone heart or destroyed it, the gigantic boulder people would be destroyed. Ling Xiao stretched out his dragon claws and directly pulled out the stone heart. However, the gigantic boulder people punched him hard. Fortunately, he had taken out the stone heart a step earlier. Otherwise, he would have taken the brunt of this punch and his divine body would have been severely injured. Of course, now was not the time for him to be complacent. There were too many gigantic boulder people nearby. It was impossible to destroy them one by one. He had to escape as soon as possible. Another gigantic stone golem attacked again. Another gigantic stone golem attacked Jiaoshi as well. Ling Xiao was surrounded from all sides, making it almost impossible for him to dodge. He could only use all his strength to block the bombardment. Puff! Ling Xiao only felt a tightness in his chest and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His entire body was hit so hard that he was dizzy. Sure enough, this is a place where strangers cannot get close. If this goes on, it will be difficult for us to escape. Ling Xiao thought anxiously. Then while dodging, he also looked at the situation of the others. Dragon Fifth was still fighting these gigantic boulder people with brute force. Yuan Zhantian and the others had the help of his 3 puppets so they could withstand the pressure. However, the situation was still very dangerous. Looks like I have to fight. Ling Xiao shouted. He put on the mid-tier ancient celestial artifact, the dragon scale armor, that Ling Bo had given him and summoned his divine soul. His real body wore the dragon scale armor and held the golden dragon spear. Like a god of war, he raised his strength to the extreme and attacked the gigantic boulder people in front of him. Previously, when he entered the chaotic burial space, he was also suppressed by the gravitational field. Now the situation was even worse than before. He had to use all his strength. Using the advantage of his full speed, the golden dragon spear pierced the stone heart of the gigantic boulder people's abdomen. His divine soul avatar was invisible and could not be discovered by the gigantic boulder people. He could directly approach their lower abdomen and dig out or destroy their stone hearts. In this way, Ling Xiao finally began to move forward. There was some hope of leaving this place. Chapter 1550. Chu Zhenlu, who was watching from afar, exclaimed in astonishment, that kid is quite strange. He actually managed to destroy 5 giant boulder golems in a row. This is something that even a mid-level supreme being would find difficult to achieve. Chao Tsung also sighed softly. He's only a low-level supreme being, but he can unleash a mid-level supreme being cultivation. Judging from his battle chi, he should be one of Kim people's men. That golden dragon should be his divine beast that protects him. Who cares who he is? With us around, it won't be that easy for them to escape. Xiang Guangming said. It's better to be cautious. Once they really have the ability to break through, we'll strike immediately. Chu Zhenlu narrowed his eyes. At this time he had already summoned his earth attribute Holy Beast. It was a burrowing sacred mouse. It was not affected much here, and it could even use its speed to escape the attacks of the scorched boulders and giant boulder golems. This was also the powerful trump card that allowed Chu Zhenlu to break through this place before he reached the advanced realm. He summoned it now to prevent Ling Xiao and the others from escaping. Ling Xiao's real body and doppelganger worked together and immediately destroyed several giant boulder golems. At the same time he shouted at Dragon Fifth, "Dragon Fifth, just focus on attacking their lower abdomens. Don't fight them head-on." Although Dragon Fifth had a body full of strength, it was not worth it to fight head-on with these giant boulder golems. It consumed a lot of energy and it suffered some injuries as well. It was just enduring the pain. Ling Xiao charged toward Yuan Zhantian and the others. One by one the giant boulder golems kept attacking him, causing him to suffer a few punches, causing him to feel dizzy. The Diamond Ape King's injuries were not light either. If not for the evolved long-armed Iron Monkey King and his 3 Earth Attribute Supreme Being puppets, it would have been impossible for him to last until now. Yuan Zhantian's battle prowess after advancing to the Supreme Being realm was indeed astonishing. He was actually able to destroy 2 giant stone golems with his own strength. As for the attacks he received, he was able to withstand them with his strong physical body. With the help of his spirit, Ling Xiao managed to get close to Yuan Zhantian. He called out to him, "Enter my apothecary master's body first. Dragon Fifth, and I will bring you away." "There's no need. I can hold on. Let's hurry up and move forward." Yuan Zhantian refused Ling Xiao's suggestion due to his unyielding nature. He held the golden rod and swept it in all directions, destroying many scorched stones. Then he used the golden rod to strike the giant stone man's lower abdomen. Every movement was clean, fierce, and domineering. It was a pity that he was still slightly lacking in terms of strength. If he was at the mid-level supreme martial artist realm, he would definitely be able to sweep away all the gigantic stone men here. Ling Xiao knew Yuan Zhantian's character and did not try to persuade him otherwise. He fought alongside them and moved closer to Dragon Fifth, planning to break out of the encirclement together. At that moment the Diamond Ape King was once again held back. It was smashed by a boulder golem, causing its flesh to burst open and its wounds to worsen. Yuan Zhantian did not want to give up on it. He picked up the gigantic golem beside it and bombarded it furiously without stopping. "Brother Yuan, don't be impulsive. Put away the Ape King first." Ling Xiao called out to Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian regained his composure and followed Ling Xiao's instructions to put the Diamond Ape King into his wrist guard. Without the Diamond Ape King dragging them down, Ling Xiao and the others had already met up with Dragon Fifth. They gradually rushed toward the other end of the gigantic stone men's territory. Dragon Fifth's strength was unparalleled. He had already followed Ling Xiao's instructions and focused on punching the giant stone men's lower abdomen. Every 2 to 3 punches he would be able to finish off a giant stone man. With him in charge of opening the way, all the pressure seemed to be much lighter. One of the benefits of making Ling Xiao's spirit avatar invisible was that he would never have to worry about being discovered or sensed by his enemies. No matter how powerful these gigantic stone men were, they were still creatures without intelligence. They did not know about the existence of Ling Xiao's spirit avatar, and many of them had been destroyed by Ling Xiao. Yuan Zhantian and the long-armed Iron Monkey King were in charge of opening the way from the left and right, blocking the scorched rocks thrown by the gigantic stone men. Ling Xiao's 3 puppets were in charge of assisting. Once Dragon Fifth, Ling Xiao, or Yuan Zhantian were in danger, they would be the first to step forward. It could be said that while they were rescuing Dragon Fifth, Ling Xiao, and Yuan Zhantian, they were expending their divine power and divine body. Although they were mid-level Earth sovereigns, they were also the ones who had sacrificed the most. All of them unconditionally carried out Ling Xiao's orders, not caring about their own safety in the slightest. Their saint beasts were also covered in blood and flesh, with 2 of them having already fallen. Fortunately, the death of these 2 sacred beasts allowed Ling Xiao's group to pass through more than half of the gigantic stone men's territory. They were not far from passing through the gigantic stone men's territory. "Old Chu, we can't wait any longer. Those gigantic stone men don't seem to be able to do anything to them." Chao Zhenlu shouted anxiously from afar. "I didn't expect these kids to be so capable. In that case, let's not wait any longer and catch up to them immediately." Chu Zhenlu responded with a frown. Then he said to his burrowing Saint Mouse, "Buddy, let's go and catch up to them." Swish. The burrowing Saint Mouse was still very agile in the gravitational field. It brought Chu Zhenlu, Chao Tsaotsong and Xiang Guangming as it shot toward the gigantic stone men. It relied on its speed to skillfully avoid the scorched rocks and the gigantic stone men's attacks. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered a considerable distance. However, they could not hope to catch up to Ling Zhao's group without encountering any obstacles. The scorched rain that the gigantic stone men smashed down on them caused the 3 high-level supreme martial artists to make their moves and shatter all of the scorched stones. Their strength had already reached the pinnacle, so their attacks were naturally earth-shattering. They appeared much calmer and more composed. Fortunately, those gigantic stone men did not have any thoughts and did not know what danger was. Therefore, no matter how strong the 3 supremes were, they continued to chase after them. "These big fellas are troublesome. Let's give it our all," Chu Zhenlu shouted with a frown. As his voice fell, the 3 of them simultaneously unleashed even greater divine powers. 3 different elemental powers blasted out from the front, the left, and the right. Rumble, rumble. With the 3 supremes opening a path with all their might, it was extremely fast for them to pass through the gigantic stone men's territory. Ling Zhao's group was becoming more and more experienced in dealing with the gigantic stone men. They were already able to pass through most of the gigantic stone men's territory. As long as they held on for a little longer, they would definitely be able to escape. However, they suddenly felt a frightening aura coming from behind them. The earth-shattering explosions immediately multiplied the pressure on them. "Oh no, they're coming after us," Ling Xiao exclaimed. "At most we'll just fight it out with them." Yuan Zhantian shouted fearlessly. "No, we're too weak. With these gigantic stone men blocking us, we're definitely going to die." Ling Xiao replied immediately. "But there's no other way now." Yuan Zhantian frowned. Ling Xiao fell silent. He was rapidly thinking about how to resolve the current situation. Dragon Fifth could deal with one of them. If he really used his soul power to attack with all his might, he could definitely deal with one of them. However, how could he deal with the other one? "Forget it, let's just fight it out with them. Perhaps there's still a chance of survival." Ling Xiao finally made up his mind after deliberating for a while. "Brother Yuan, you'll be much safer after passing through here. You and the Monkey King should leave first. Wait for me in the Cyan Moon space. I'll stay behind to deal with them," Ling Xiao replied decisively. Then he looked at Yuan Zhantian and wanted to say something. "You don't have to say anything. I have a way to escape. We still have an unfinished battle." Yuan Zhantian tightened his grip on the golden rod. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then he said to the Monkey King, "Let's go." Yuan Zhantian knew that he would only be a burden if he stayed behind and would distract Ling Xiao. It was better to leave. Perhaps it would really be like what Ling Xiao had said, and Ling Xiao would be able to escape with ease. Ling Xiao got Dragon Fifth to escort Yuan Zhantian a little further while he prepared for battle. "I can't kill any of them with my divine soul doppelganger, so I can only use my soul power to injure one of them and then think of a way to kill the other one. The Earth Attribute Sovereign is the primary target. With him here, the other 2 can easily chase after me. Without him and the Holy Mouse, it will definitely not be easy for them to immediately take me and Dragon Fifth down." Ling Xiao quickly calculated in his heart and called back his divine soul doppelganger. He also stopped tangling with these giant stone men. Relying on his full strength, he retreated continuously. However, his real body's strength was still a little weak. He was blocked by these giant stone men and Jiaoshi, making it difficult for him to retreat. If not for the 3 Earth Attribute mid-level sovereign puppets protecting him, he would probably have been injured. The 3 approaching high-level sovereigns had already noticed that Yuan Zhantian and the others had left first. They immediately increased their speed. "Little bastards, you can't escape. All of you stop." Chao Tsong roared. "3 old dogs, come after me if you dare." Ling Xiao simply let go and scolded them angrily. Ling Zhao's words immediately angered the 3. Chu Zhenlu's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. "Little bastard, I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse today. I think it's better to turn him into a dried corpse puppet." Xiang Guangming chimed in from the side. As they spoke, they were already within 10,000 meters of Ling Xiao. This was already within their attack range. Chao Tsong was the first to attack. The golden spear in his hand stabbed fiercely at Ling Xiao. A ray of golden light shot towards Ling Xiao like a rainbow. If it were any other place, this attack would definitely be enough to kill Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was a low-level cultivator. Within his attack range there was no way he could dodge. However, this was the Jiaoshi space. There were countless pieces of Jiaoshi space, and the giant stone men formed a natural barrier here. Before his attack could reach Ling Xiao, most of its power was blocked by the Jiaoshi space. In addition, the giant stone men took the initiative to counterattack, forcefully intercepting his attack. Qiao Tsong was extremely depressed when he saw this scene. Chapter 1551. After escorting Yuan Zhantian and the others for a while, Dragon Fifth once again dashed in Ling Xiao's direction. In his human form, he shuttled through the giant stone men more easily than anyone else. After all, he had 100 times the combat power, which was enough for him to easily escape the gravitational field. Ling Xiao also retreated in Dragon Fifth's direction. He didn't want to leave this battlefield. Although it was disadvantageous to him, it would also restrict the three of them. As long as he used it well, he might be able to kill these three. Of course, if he couldn't kill them, then he and Dragon Fifth would definitely be in trouble. Kid, you can't escape. Surrender obediently. Chu Zhenlu sneered. He finally made his move. The giant stone men here didn't attack him. Instead, they only attacked Qiao Tsong and Xiang Guangming. He controlled the scorched stones nearby and shot them in Ling Xiao's direction. These scorched stones were like meteorites, extremely fast and terrifyingly powerful. Once hit, there was no doubt that they would become minced meat. It was already too late for Ling Xiao to dodge. Fortunately, the three middle-level incipient God Realm puppets beside him attacked at the same time and completely broke this move. Boom! Countless stone chips splashed everywhere. The remaining energy smashed into Ling Xiao, causing him great pain. Ling Xiao continuously retreated. He still had to deal with the giant stone men's attacks. He was puzzled. This guy isn't attacked by these giant stone men? Something's wrong. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that Chu Zhenlu had already absorbed a lot of stone hearts. He had petrified himself so that the giant rock golems would feel that they were of the same origin, so they wouldn't attack him. Riding on the burrowing Saint Mouse, Chu Zhenlu had already arrived in the vicinity of Ling Xiao. His palms were like demonic hands that could actually control all the scorched stones in the surroundings for his own use as he launched an attack towards Ling Xiao's three mid-level sovereign realm puppets. These few mid-level supreme martial artists had already suffered considerable injuries, and their divine powers were almost depleted. Now it was naturally difficult for them to withstand the attacks of Chu Zhenlu, a high-level supreme martial artist. Their divine bodies exploded one after another, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The three of them struggled to repair their divine bodies, but the giant stone men mercilessly smashed them into minced meat, killing them completely. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste the three's divine souls. He quickly sucked them over. Kid, you didn't escape. Die. Chu Zhenlu was already 1,000 meters away from Ling Xiao. He clenched his fist and a palm made of scorched stones flew towards Ling Xiao. This palm was so fast that it reached Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. At this time, Dragon Fifth finally returned to Ling Xiao's side and blocked the palm for Ling Xiao. A dragon fist met the stone palm and instantly exploded into a shocking ball of energy. Ling Xiao also attacked at this moment. His divine soul power condensed into an indestructible golden dragon spear and attacked Chu Zhenlu's divine soul. The attack had been enhanced by the Dragon Phoenix Godly Hoop. The attack had definitely reached the level of a high-level divine soul attack. Chu Zhenlu was about to attack again when he felt an ominous premonition. Before he could understand what was going on, he felt a piercing pain in his divine soul. Ah! He screamed in pain. Qiao Tsong and Xiang Guangming, who were chasing after him, tensed up. They hurried over to where he was, planning to protect him. They couldn't let anything happen to him. At this time, Ling Xiao quickly summoned his divine soul doppelganger and rushed over in Chu Zhenlu's direction. I must kill this guy. Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. His god soul arrived next to Chu Zhenlu just like Qiao Tsong and Xiang Guangming. Although Chu Zhenlu's god soul was hurt badly, it wasn't fatal. No matter what, he was a high-level incipient god realm expert. His competence was at the peak. Unless Ling Xiao could reach the same realm as him, he couldn't kill Chu Zhenlu in a blink of an eye. Qiao Tsong and Xiang Guangming were at the same realm as Chu Zhenlu, but they didn't notice Ling Xiao's god soul approaching. Go to hell. Ling Xiao's god soul shouted fiercely, and immediately exploded with killing intent. However, at this time, Chu Zhenlu's burrowing holy mouse attacked his god soul doppelganger. Squeak! As it screeched, an earthy yellow pillar of light shot out from its mouth. This was a peak mid-stage 11th order burrowing saint beast. The power of its attack was not to be trifled with. Oh no, it found me. Ling Zhao's god soul cursed. He knew that the burrowing holy beast had found him. Holy beasts weren't like humans. They had perceptive senses that humans couldn't compare to. Some of them could actually find Ling Zhao's god soul. Ling Zhao's god soul had to stop the burrowing holy mouse's attack. Who's there? While Chao Tsong and Xiang Guangming were dealing with the giant stone man, they could still sense the commotion around them. The burrowing holy beast wouldn't attack for no reason. Moreover, its attack was blocked. They immediately knew that someone had hidden from their soul consciousness and had come to this area. The burrowing holy mouse was determined not to let Ling Xiao approach Chu Zhenlu. It continued to attack him. Xiang Guangming took out a mirror and shouted, "What is it? Show me everything." Zoosh! His mirror shone at Ling Xiao's god soul. A dazzling white light flashed. Ling Xiao already wanted to escape, but he still couldn't keep up with the speed of the other party's mirror light. His invisible clone was revealed under the other party's divine mirror. When Xiang Guangming saw Ling Zhao's god soul, he immediately said in surprise, "How can it be you?" He saw that Ling Zhao's real body was still over there. Now he saw another one that was exactly the same as over there. It truly made him extremely shocked. It might be a double. Don't care, kill it in one go. Chao Tsong roared in alarm. He raised his spear and stabbed at Ling Zhao's god soul. Ling Xiao knew that wanting to kill Chu Zhenlu was already impossible, so he immediately summoned his god soul clone back. Chao Tsong's move missed. He immediately watched as Ling Zhao's god soul split into a ball of soul force and disappeared in front of him. He was visibly moved and said, This is a flesh and god soul. Stop shouting. Hurry up and kill them. It won't be a problem to let old Chu recuperate here." Xiang Guangming shouted in alarm. The divine mirror in his hand radiated brilliance and shone in Ling Zhao's direction. Now this divine light was no longer just a simple reflection. Instead, it contained the attack power of a high-level supreme martial artist. Once hit by it, it would be no laughing matter. This force directly shattered many of the scorched stones, and was already rushing towards Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Dragon Fifth was able to block this power one step ahead of time. "Dragon Fifth, let's retreat." Ling Xiao shouted at Dragon Fifth in alarm. The other party had two high-level supreme martial artists. They had no chance of winning at all. If they didn't retreat now, only death awaited them. Dragon Fifth listened to Ling Zhao's instructions. He swept to Ling Zhao's side, pulled Ling Xiao and fled at full speed. He had already swallowed the dragon pearl. His power surged and his speed was as fast as lightning. Countless scorched stones and giant stone golems were sent flying. Damn it! This true dragon is using the power of the dragon pearl. Quick, old Xiang, chase after them. We must make them stay. Chao Tsaotsong shouted anxiously as he chased at full speed. He wanted this true dragon mythological beast the most. If he let it escape, who knew when he would be able to find it again? Xiang Guangming naturally wanted to help Chao Tsaotsong, but without Chu Zhenlu and the burrowing holy beast leading the way, not only were they affected by the gravitational field, but they were also bombarded by the nearby scorched stones and giant stone golems. Their speed was greatly affected. By the time the two of them passed through the giant stone golems' territory, Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth were nowhere to be seen. "Old Chao, let's stop chasing. Let's go back and see how old Chu is doing." Xiang Guangming couldn't be bothered to continue chasing. He knew that there would be no results even if they continued, so he suggested this. "No, we can't let them go. Otherwise, it will be difficult to capture them again." Chao Tsaotsong hurriedly replied. "Then you chase after them yourself. That kid has the help of the true dragon. If he really escapes, you and I won't be able to catch up. Why don't we go back and contact the other gang brothers and capture them on the whole domain path?" Xiang Guangming agreed. "All right then. Go back and bring old Chu out first. I'll chase after them for a while. If it really doesn't work, we'll go back and meet up." Chao Tsaotsong was still a little unwilling to give up. After agreeing, he continued chasing in the direction that Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth had left. Xiang Guangming watched Chao Tsaotsong's departing figure and shook his head. "That kid is very crafty. Old Chu was at a disadvantage, yet you still chased after him. You must have a death wish. Ling Xiao let Dragon Fifth pull him away. Now that they had passed through the giant stone golem's territory, they only needed to avoid the floating scorched stones and they could leave quickly. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to go the same way as Yuan Zhantian. He was afraid that the pursuers would attack Yuan Zhantian and the others, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore he chose to escape in another direction, even further away from the domain passage. After running for a full 3 days, Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth finally stopped to rest. There were not as many drifting scorched stones in this area, and the gravitational field was not as obvious. Let's fight that guy here. Ling Xiao said to Dragon Fifth. There's only one human. I can deal with him. Dragon Fifth replied confidently. Ling Xiao didn't expect that only one of the 3 high-level supremes would chase after him. This greatly reduced the pressure on him. We can't be careless. The other party still has a sacred beast to protect them. Ling Xiao swallowed a divine pill and raised his condition to its peak. At this time, Cao Caocong slowly walked out of the space with a divine spear in hand. Golden light radiated from his body and he said with a cold expression, "Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Do you really think that you can escape?" Now that they had not fallen into the illusion formation and were not in the giant stone golem's territory, Cao Caocong was very confident that he could capture and kill Ling Xiao. Subduing the true dragon divine beast was not a problem. Chapter 1552. You're really bold. Don't you remember the power of the illusion array? What you're seeing now is an illusion. Ling Xiao smiled at Cao Caocong. Sure enough, Cao Caocong became nervous when he heard this. However, he quickly adjusted himself and said, You've been on the run for so many days and you still have the time to set up an illusion array. I'll consider you impressive. Hand over your life." Cao Caocong roared in shock and the spear in his hand shot out at Ling Xiao. The power was so majestic that it pierced through the sun, moon and stars. No wonder he was a high-level supreme being. Dragon Fifth let out a roar and his body transformed into his true form. The dragon pearl swallowed forward and a world-shaking power blocked Cao Caocong's attack. What a true dragon divine beast. Submit to me. Only I am worthy to be your master. Cao Caocong admired this mighty true dragon even more now. As he spoke, he summoned his peak mid-tier 11th grade holy beast. This was a golden lion. Its golden fur shone with a dazzling light and its mountain-like body was exceptionally mighty. "Eat that kid for me." Cao Caocong ordered the golden lion to deal with Ling Xiao while he personally fought the true dragon divine beast. Cao Caocong believed that his strength was enough to deal with a true dragon divine beast that was 1 grade lower than him, even if it was using the power of the dragon pearl. But Ling Xiao was only a low-level divine power. Even if he had flesh, blood and divine soul, he could forget about hurting the golden lion. However, he really didn't know how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He didn't just know how to set up an illusion array. His combat strength was unparalleled among those of the same grade. Ling Xiao summoned his divine soul clone again. This time he didn't hide anymore. He charged at the golden lion and used the imperial dragon's sky-destroying art to fight it. The blazing heavenly fire made the golden lion extremely uncomfortable, but it was not so easy to deal with. Its lion roar was almost as terrifying as a dragon's roar, shaking Ling Xiao's soul to the point that it almost collapsed. It was just that Ling Xiao wasn't really fighting to the death with his divine soul avatar. This was just a ploy to distract the enemy. The real killing was still on his side. The divine Bodhi bow had already appeared in his hand, and his combat power increased by 70 times. He locked onto the golden lion's aura, preparing to kill it in one strike. Ling Xiao wanted to shoot at Cao Caocong, but he was not strong enough to deal with him. Moreover, Cao Caocong had a high-rank ancient god artifact. It would be a pity if he destroyed his divine Bodhi arrow. Shio. The powerful green arrow shadow shot towards the golden lion. Cao Caocong sensed that this power was extraordinary. He glanced over and shouted, "Male lion, be careful." He wanted to go over and block the green light, but the divine beast's true body was extremely difficult to deal with. It forcibly blocked his energy path. The golden lion was still fighting with Ling Xiao's divine soul. When it heard Cao Caocong's warning, it also sensed the power of the arrow. It relied on its nimble movements to leap out of the way. Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar continued to attack with the heavenly fire, injuring the golden lion several times. Unfortunately, the heavenly fire couldn't even touch its flesh. The golden lion thought that everything was fine after dodging the arrow shadow, but the arrow suddenly turned around and shot towards its rear. Rumble. In the end, the golden lion was still too careless, and the divine Bodhi arrow struck its rear. More than half of its flesh festered and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The golden lion howled in pain. "Damned bastard, I'll kill you!" Cao Caocong roared in fury. He forcefully evaded Dragon Fifth's attack and charged towards Ling Xiao. Dragon Fifth continued to chase after him, but he was still a hair's breadth from catching up. Cao Caocong turned his spear into a staff and smashed it towards Ling Xiao's head. Clang. There was no way Ling Xiao could dodge the power of a high-level Supreme Being's attack. His head took the blow and his body was smashed into the ground, shattering many charred rocks. This strike could kill anyone below the level of a high-level Supreme Being. However, Cao Caocong could clearly sense that Ling Xiao wasn't dead yet. A powerful reaction force appeared above his head, blocking the power of the ancient divine spear. "This little bastard really has a lot of good stuff. I must kill him," Cao Caocong said with a greedy expression. At this time, Dragon Fifth attacked again. The power of the Dragon Pearl emitted a heaven-destroying divine might that enveloped Cao Caocong. Cao Caocong had no choice but to turn around to face Dragon Fifth. He planned to cripple this true dragon before he could properly deal with the other little bastard. However, his pitiful golden lion had more than half of its body destroyed. Before it could recover, Ling Xiao's divine soul blasted out the twin dragon-winged fiendish dragons, finally breaking through its defenses. The destructive power invaded its body. Roar, roar. The golden lion was burned and corroded by the destructive power. It was in excruciating pain, causing it to roar incessantly. Cao Caocong was distracted once again. He took a swipe from the dragon's tail and was sent flying. Ling Xiao's real body appeared again. That blow from the staff had scared him so much that he almost lost his soul. If not for the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, he would have died without a doubt. This Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop was his life-saving treasure. Ling Xiao's divine soul attack succeeded, so he didn't attack the golden lion anymore. It could no longer escape the heavenly fire. It was doomed. After his divine soul returned, Ling Xiao swallowed a divine pill and a stalk of ghost soul grass to recover soul power. A confident expression appeared on his face. "You dare to chase me alone? Then you can stay here forever." Ling Xiao drew out all his soul power. With the help of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, Shadowless's golden dragon spear pierced through the void and directly attacked Cao Caocong. Cao Caocong didn't know that Ling Xiao knew a soul power attack secret technique. He was also fighting Dragon Fifth. His sea of consciousness had no defense at all. The soul power golden spear pierced through his divine soul. Ah! He clutched his head and screamed. His body immediately lost its ability to attack and defend. Dragon Fifth took this opportunity to wreak havoc and ruthlessly swiped down with his dragon claws. Cao Caocong's divine body was basically torn apart by this powerful strike. Cao Caocong was scared out of his wits. He just remembered that the dead Tong Bai once told him that this kid knew a soul power attack secret technique. How could he forget this? He was already regretting chasing alone. He thought that as long as he could stall this true dragon divine beast and let his saint beast protector eat that little bastard, everything would be fine. Now he really regretted not stacking his divine body. His divine body quickly recovered and he quickly retreated. He didn't want to stay here any longer. It's easy to come, but it'll be hard to escape. Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to let Cao Caocong escape again. He summoned his ghost and launched a soul power attack at Cao Caocong at the same time. Cao Caocong was injured first, so he wasn't as fast as before. Although his divine soul had entered a defensive state, it was useless against the combined attacks of Ling Xiao and the ghost. His divine soul suffered another heavy blow, and he clutched his head and screamed in pain. This time his injuries were even more severe. Dragon Fifth chased after him, swinging his dragon tail and sending him crashing into the charred rocks. His divine body began to crack. Dragon Fifth didn't let him go just like that. He continued to chase after him and unleashed another barrage of attacks. Cao Caocong's divine body exploded again and again. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere and his aura fell to its lowest point. This time, it was impossible for Cao Caocong's divine weapon to take him away. It was firmly suppressed by Ling Xiao and couldn't move at all. After all, it was just a divine weapon. Without Qiao Caocong's leadership, it was nothing to be afraid of. Last time, Ling Xiao had only let it escape with Qiao Caocong because he'd been careless. Qiao Caocong had come alone, but with Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth's cooperation he'd been beaten to the brink of death. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. 3 mid-grade puppets died, but I've gained a high-grade supreme expert. It's worth it. After saying that, Ling Xiao used the soul-locking spell to restrain Qiao Caocong. Ling Xiao finally had a high-grade supreme puppet, which gave him another layer of protection on the domain road. After taking down Qiao Caocong, Ling Xiao could finally have a good rest. The continuous battles of attrition were too much for him to bear. He was simply too exhausted. Several days later, not only had Ling Xiao recovered, but his god soul had also reached the peak of the mid-grade. His god soul had reached this level so quickly because he'd absorbed the god souls of many supreme and incipient god realm experts, including Tong Bai's high-level god soul. His god soul had been strengthened quickly. Previously he'd received the heavenly lightning baptism, which made his energy even purer. 3 days ago he'd absorbed the god souls of the 3 fallen mid-grade supreme experts. With the help of the soul energy he'd successfully reached the peak of the mid-grade. After Ling Xiao recovered, he let Qiao Caocong eat the ghost soul grass to heal his wounds. Then he took him Dragon Fifth and the ghosts out of the scorched stone space. The area occupied by the scorched stone space wasn't small, and Ling Xiao had chosen a place that was far from the domain road. Naturally, it wouldn't be easy to return to the domain road. Along the way he'd encountered many strong groups of earth attribute holy beasts and some giant stone men, forcing him to fight and run. Of course, he'd also collected many divine blacksmithing materials along the way. They were all rare materials that were hard to find in the outside world. Not only that, he'd also sensed some supreme and incipient god realm experts wandering or cultivating in this area. Of course, they were the earth attribute supreme and incipient god realm experts. They could use this natural environment to become stronger. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had left the scorched stone space and gone to another space area that was even more dangerous. When Ling Xiao sensed the abnormality of this space, they were all involuntarily sucked in by the power of that space. Ling Xiao, Dragon Fifth, and the ghosts weren't ordinary existences, but they still couldn't resist the disturbance of this power. It showed how strange and powerful this space was. Chapter 1553. Whoosh whoosh. In a space where the wind was raging incessantly, a terrifying whistling sound could be heard. The stormy space was the most dangerous space on the East Domain Road. The power of the storm here was abnormally terrifying. It was a storm that had already surpassed the level of a natural disaster. It could sweep up anything in the world and twist them into dust, causing them to disappear in this boundless space. Ling Xiao brought Dragon Fifth and the ghost through the scorched stone space. They didn't know that they had arrived at the intersection of the stormy space and were instantly swept up by the storm. Ling Xiao didn't know how many times he'd been in a life-or-death situation. He didn't panic and he immediately called Dragon Fifth and the ghost back. He couldn't lose them. Ling Xiao didn't know how many times he had been in a life-or-death situation. Although they were powerful, if they were lost, their strength would be scattered. The crisis they faced would not be so easy to solve. Moreover, it would undoubtedly be even more difficult to reunite them. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Xiao was bewildered by the storm. His god body was in so much pain that it was hard to bear. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was much more abnormal than the average supreme being, he would have been twisted into a pool of blood the moment he fell into this place. Even so, his divine body was still being destroyed by the terrifying power of the storm. Fortunately, he had the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop and the Dragon Scale Divine Armor. Under the situation of multiple layers of defense, he was able to protect his vital parts and didn't die immediately. C. What the hell is this space? The power of the wind is so terrifying. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. He was like a small boat in a stormy sea. He had no control over his body at all and was swept into an unknown space. He struggled with all his might to stabilize his body, but it was of no use. His head was in a mess and his stomach was churning. He almost vomited out his internal organs. Just when Ling Xiao was trying to stabilize his body, the innate Yin wind bead in his sea of consciousness finally began to display its magical effect. The wind attribute power of the same origin began to add to Ling Xiao's body, causing Ling Xiao's body to slow down. He was able to stabilize his body and no longer be shaken. At the same time, the congenital chilly wind bead was still absorbing the power of the wind element around it. The bead glowed with a gray light that it hadn't seen for a long time, and it made a strange sound of zheng zheng. It seemed to be extremely excited and greedy. The three alternate creatures that followed Ling Xiao had all obtained opportunities to advance quickly. But among the three, the Khanate Yin wind bead was lagging far behind. There was no need to talk about the demon phantom heavenly fire bead. It had absorbed a large portion of the nirvanic heavenly fire bead's power, allowing it to advance by a large level. As for the tree of immortality, it had obtained a treasure land that was suitable for it to grow naturally, allowing it to take root. On the other hand, the innate Yin wind bead had not advanced in strength for many years. Now, in this stormy space, it had a unique source of wind element power, allowing it to absorb as much as it wanted to become stronger. Ling Xiao naturally didn't have the mood to care about the energy it absorbed. The more it absorbed, the greater the benefits it would bring him. Right now he had to do his best to calm down the dizziness and nausea he felt just now. After a full 2 hours, Ling Xiao felt much better. At this time he noticed that the nearby storm was wreaking havoc. The boundless wind made this area seem vast and boundless. Basically, he couldn't see anything more than 1,000 meters away. Or perhaps there was basically nothing here. After all, if it wanted to survive in this kind of environment, it was almost impossible for anything to withstand the long-term devastation of this storm. Even a wind element supremacy or living creature could forget about cultivating and becoming stronger in this place. How did I end up in this damned place? If not for the congenital chilly wind bead, I'm afraid I would have been blown to God knows where. How unlucky. Ling Xiao cursed, feeling extremely unlucky. Ling Xiao looked around for a while and then tried to think of a way to leave this place. Unexpectedly, the congenital chilly wind bead seemed to know Ling Xiao's intention. It kept sending out signals as if telling Ling Xiao to stay. It also wanted to struggle out of Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Oh right, in this space there might be a wind element genesis stone. I can search around here and let the congenital chilly wind bead absorb the energy here. After all, if I go out now, I will be watched by the people of the Red Snake Gang, Ling Xiao muttered to himself as an idea flashed through his mind. Although he was in a hurry to get to the 9-colored exquisite tree, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, it could still last for 100 years. It had only taken him 3 years to get to the outer domain, so he still had a lot of time. Moreover, even if he returned to the domain path now, he could only escape. It would be better to let this matter pass first and then find other Genesis stones here. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao contacted the congenital chilly wind bead. He couldn't let the congenital chilly wind bead leave his sea of consciousness. Otherwise he would be blown away again. He just let the congenital chilly wind bead know that he wouldn't leave this place for a while, so it could absorb as much of the wind origin energy as it wanted. At the same time, he hoped that it could give him directions to find the place with the densest wind element and see if there was a Genesis stone. The congenital chilly wind bead naturally responded to Ling Xiao immediately. As long as it could stay here and become stronger, it was willing to do anything. Thus, Ling Xiao let the congenital chilly wind bead absorb the energy crazily. It also converted a lot of energy into his divine bridge, allowing his divine power to accumulate bit by bit. This conversion and absorption speed was astonishing. It was dozens of times faster than when he was cultivating in seclusion. The congenital chilly wind bead was like a hungry wolf that was crazily devouring the energy. Heaven and earth treasures like them didn't have any bottlenecks or limitations. As long as there was energy, it could absorb it all. This greatly benefited Ling Xiao. He wanted to completely relax here and meditate for a period of time before anything else. However, this thought flashed in his mind and he didn't do it. Instead, he followed the congenital chilly wind bead's senses and walked deeper into this area. Flying here wasn't as difficult as flying in the scorched stone space. The scorched stone space had a gravitational field and the scorched stone space had a terrifying hurricane. As long as he didn't use his divine power to stabilize his body, he would be blown away easily. Therefore Ling Xiao had to be careful at all times. He didn't dare to be careless. Thus, he followed the congenital chilly wind bead's guidance and walked aimlessly. He walked for a whole month. Ling Xiao didn't know how far he had walked. Luckily, he was used to such boring days. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to endure the torture of this harsh environment. Along the way, he didn't find anything. However, the congenital chilly wind bead was infinitely close to advancing. He believed that it wouldn't take long for it to advance. Now the storm around him was getting stronger and stronger. His physical body was in extreme pain. Even his vision was greatly reduced. He had to squint his eyes from time to time to avoid being cut by the wind blades. If he didn't have the divine dragon scale armor on his body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the violent attacks of the storm and would have exploded just by relying on his strong physical body. When will this end? Ling Xiao said bitterly. His consumption of divine power was even greater than when he was in the scorched stone space. If he had only relied on his own divine power, he wouldn't have been able to maintain it for so long. It was all thanks to the Connate Een wind bead that was constantly absorbing the energy and supplying him with so much divine power. At this time, the congenital chilly wind bead suddenly became extremely fierce. It felt like it had encountered a Z jewel of the same origin. It was a strong reaction of hostility. Ling Xiao immediately tensed up. He thought to himself, could it be that there's a Z jewel here? He looked around, but unfortunately he could only see within 100 meters. He couldn't see any further. The storm was still fierce, and the wind blades were still as powerful as a peerless master's attack. All of a sudden, a different kind of wind swept out from a direction. This gust of wind was a tornado, but this tornado was not the usual gray or white. Instead, it was golden in color, and it carried with it an incomparably powerful and overbearing force as it charged forward. The wind blades around it roared like a golden dragon. The sharp wind blades were like top-grade ancient god weapons. Anything that came into contact with them would be shredded into pieces. It was tens of thousands of meters tall, and the golden wind blades came from far away. Its power was much more terrifying than any wind in the vicinity. Ling Xiao's face paled when he saw this. He didn't even think about it before he flew back at full speed. The golden tornado was clearly coming for him. This is definitely the legendary Golden Dragon Berserk tornado. Didn't they say that it only exists in the golden wind space? Why is it here? Ling Xiao's face was dripping with cold sweat. He had absorbed a lot of knowledge from the memories of many supremes, including this legendary top-grade storm. It was a destructive natural disaster that even pinnacle supremes were afraid of. Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a mid-grade ancient god weapon. He was also wearing a set of dragon-scale godly armor, which was equivalent to a double layer of defense. However, in this Golden Dragon Berserk tornado, even the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop might not be able to protect him. Ling Xiao wished he had been born with an extra pair of legs. He retreated in the direction indicated by the Connate Een wind bead, pushing all his strength to the limit. The golden tornado was really hot on his heels. It was moving extremely fast, and it was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only felt that his body was being cut by countless golden wind blades. The dragon-scale godly armor had already started to crack. If the golden tornado got any closer, it would be disintegrated and destroyed. What should I do? What should I do? Ling Xiao was already anxious to the extreme. His divine power had already soared to the extreme. Even the two mutated beads were giving him endless pushing power. Just as Ling Xiao was about to be killed by the Golden Dragon Berserk tornado, another phenomenon appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao, who had already reached a state of despair, wanted to roll his eyes and die when he saw this phenomenon. He still had a chance of survival in this hopeless situation. Now even the last chance of survival was about to be severed. Chapter 1554. The Golden Dragon Hurricane was one of the most powerful natural disasters in the world, and anyone who encountered it was basically doomed to die. If not for Ling Xiao's connate sinister wind beads warning and early detection of the Golden Dragon Hurricane, he wouldn't have been able to retreat in time. However, he followed the connate sinister wind beads instructions and ran away, only to find himself in a place of true death. In front of him there was another gale of a different color. This was a true black storm. Balls of extremely rich black energy were imbued with extremely potent corrosive power, and the devastating winds were not inferior to the Golden Dragon raging winds in the slightest. Both of them were giant tornadoes that were over 10,000 meters tall. The black hurricane was also heading in his direction. Once the two great hurricanes converged on him, even if Ling Xiao was one of the top existences on the sovereign ranking, he would only be able to become a speck of dust in the middle of the hurricane. The heavens want me dead, Ling Xiao. For the first time, Ling Xiao revealed a look of despair. Ling Xiao had never felt so hopeless before, not even when he was in a dangerous place or when he was facing a stronger opponent. But just as the two hurricanes were about to reach him, the connate sinister wind bead jumped in his consciousness, urging Ling Xiao to rush toward the black hurricane. Ling Xiao had no choice but to grit his teeth, close his eyes and rush toward the black hurricane. Ling Xiao was already prepared to face the fate of being corroded and strangled to death. However, when he fell into the black hurricane he didn't feel that way. Instead he felt as if he was being protected and his heart instantly relaxed. Just as he was about to open his eyes, a violent impact caused his body to shake violently, just like when he first fell into this space. Boom boom boom. Not only that, the feeling grew more and more intense, exceeding the scope of a natural disaster, and he directly fainted from the impact. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that this was the result of the battle between the two great natural disasters. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and an incomparably intense pain assaulted his body. He opened his eyes and was shocked to find that his entire body was festering, and the dragon-scale divine armor was completely cracked and rotten. It had lost all its divine power and didn't have the slightest luster. It's all right, I should thank the heavens that I'm still alive. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly with difficulty. He was already prepared to die, but now it seemed that he really had the fate of a cockroach. To be able to survive by a fluke was really something to rejoice about. Ling Xiao forced himself to circulate the ancient emperor divine art to heal his injuries and figure out the situation here. 2 hours later he managed to prop his body up and found that the innate chilling wind bead in his sea of consciousness had disappeared. As he searched, he discovered to his surprise that it was hovering above his head, radiating waves of wind-attributed origin energy. It absorbed the dense black storm energy to its heart's content, and at the same time, it separated a portion of it to protect his body, not allowing him to feel any jolting or tossing about in this place. Could it be that the black storm won the battle between the two great storms? Ling Xiao guessed. Just as he was about to swallow the divine pellet to recover his divine power and injuries, his eyes were fixed on a floating black carbon stone in front of him. This piece of black carbon looked ordinary and unremarkable, but the storm was blowing around it and not a single wind blade landed on its body. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat and he immediately looked happy. Is this the wind attribute Genesis stone? Ling Xiao had stepped on the territory path to find the wood attribute Genesis stone. At the same time he hoped to find other attribute Genesis stones along the way. That would be perfect. The stone in front of him seemed to be the Genesis stone. How could Ling Xiao not be happy? But when he looked at it carefully he felt that it was different from the source stone. He didn't feel the thick wind attribute Genesis power coming from the black carbon stone. Instead there was a lot of wind attribute Genesis power around it. This was similar to the characteristics of the source stone. At the same time the wind attribute origin power that was gathering contained another black corrosive power. This power was the same as the black storm that Ling Xiao had seen before. Could it be the black wind divine stone that created the black storm? Ling Xiao's eyes shrank as he exclaimed. The black wind divine stone was a top-grade divine stone that was only inferior to the wind attribute Genesis stone. It could also gather origin power, but its origin power wasn't the purest kind. It contained the special origin power of the black wind's corrosive power. The more Ling Xiao looked at it, the more he felt that it was the black wind divine stone. Otherwise it wouldn't have formed that black storm. Moreover, he thought of the other golden dragon storm. It was definitely possible that there was another golden dragon wind stone there. These two kinds of divine stones were extremely rare and only existed in legends. In history they had only appeared once or twice. No wonder the innate chilling wind bead brought me here. It's the same thing as the black wind divine stone. They both have the characteristic of corrosive wind, so I don't have to be afraid of being hurt. Ling Xiao said in realization. At this moment he was in a good mood. The innate chilling wind bead was absorbing the remaining power of the black storm to evolve. Once it evolved he would collect the black wind divine stone. That would definitely be a great harvest. If he could find another golden dragon wind stone, the harvest would definitely not be any less than the Genesis stone. It might even exceed the value of the Genesis stone. As for the golden dragon wind stone to Xiaojin and Muscle, these metal and wind attribute saint beasts, it was the best top-grade divine item. It could help them transform their bodies and accelerate the absorption of explosive power. Ling Xiao really wanted to collect the black wind divine stone. However, he couldn't leave the protection of the innate chilling wind bead. He could only wait for the innate chilling wind bead to evolve first. By the way, I'm also of the wind attribute. I could make use of the environment here to make myself stronger. Maybe I could adapt to the wind speed here. At the same time, I could increase my speed and use of wind attribute attacks. Ling Xiao was bored, so he decided to quiet down and improve his strength first. After all, he wouldn't be able to leave this place anytime soon. He might as well speed up the accumulation of power. With this plan, Ling Xiao immediately relaxed his body and mind. He operated his divine technique and absorbed all the wind attribute source energy and the power of origin into his dantian. The violent wind attribute energy here wasn't something that ordinary people could absorb. However, Ling Xiao had already fused with the innate chilling wind bead and possessed some of its special powers. He could purify and filter the violent wind attribute energy and transform it into the purest wind attribute energy for him to absorb. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been cultivating here. Seemed like 2 or 3 months, but it also seemed like a year. In short, there was no change of day and night. He didn't know how much time had passed. Ling Xiao's realm was originally at the middle stage of the low-level Supreme Master realm. Now there were signs of him advancing to the late stage. In such an environment where the power was the purest, as long as he could absorb the energy here, it would be much faster than cultivating anywhere else. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He didn't think that he could reach the peak of the low level just by absorbing the energy here, unless he had enough time to continue cultivating here. The innate chilling wind bead still hadn't made a breakthrough. He was a little anxious, afraid that he would miss the time to search for the 9-colored exquisite tree. He couldn't cultivate in peace, nor could he urge the innate chilling wind bead. Thus he calmed his mind and felt the true characteristics of the wind attribute energy. He wanted to see if he could master a movement technique and attack method like this storm. If he could do that, his movement technique would definitely improve to the next level. He would be able to fight against a mid-level Supreme Master realm without losing. Ling Xiao relaxed his body and mind. He wholeheartedly felt the whistling storm. Speed, wind, all kinds of characteristics kept changing in a cycle. Ling Xiao continued to comprehend, meditate, and deduce. Gradually, he felt as though he had melded into the tempest, becoming a part of it. Following the tempest, he continued to move, blow, and sweep along with it. After an unknown period of time, when Ling Xiao opened his eyes again, he suddenly realized that he didn't know where he was. He was actually drifting along with the wind speed and wind rate of the storm. He had long charged out of the protection given to him by the innate chilling wind bead. I can actually adapt to the wind speed and wind rate. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. However, in this moment of absent-mindedness, his body was blown away by the storm again. He flipped over and his body was attacked by strong wind blades. If it was the previous Ling Xiao, he would definitely be blown away and not know what to do. But now he didn't panic at all. He actually felt that he could control the feeling of being blown away. As long as he moved along the path of the wind, he wouldn't be hurt by the wind blades. He could also use the direction of the wind to fly faster. He could also find the eye of the storm and stabilize his body without being disturbed. Ling Xiao adjusted his body. He stepped on the eye of the storm and used the wind to fly quickly in this area. Whoosh whoosh. Ling Xiao was extremely pleased. He seemed to have turned into the energy of the storm. He could fly freely here and no longer be harmed or disturbed by the storm. At the same time, his speed had increased by more than a few times. In this place, he was simply the real god of wind. He could use the environment here to kill any enemy, even if the enemy was a high-level Supreme Master. Haha, refreshing. This is the true meaning of the wind, the true extreme wind speed. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. After being pleased with himself, Ling Xiao wanted to go back to look for the innate chilling wind bead. He suddenly felt the presence of the human race nearby. Chapter 1555. The space of storms had always been a space of no return. Anyone who entered this place basically had a slim chance of survival. Those who could escape from this place were top-notch supreme beings, and only those with the wind attribute. Only those with the wind attribute like Ling Xiao, who possessed a unique wind attribute treasure, would be able to avoid the attacks of these storms. Only then would they be able to withstand the effects of these storms. Ling Xiao suddenly sensed a trace of the aura of the human race, and these auras were mixed with the storm here. Could it be that there are still people using the environment here to cultivate? Ling Xiao muttered to himself with a puzzled look. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, and decided not to meddle in other people's business. He had enough troubles now, and if he provoked another terrifying existence, it would not be worth it at all. Ling Xiao sensed the direction of the innate Yin wind bead, and took a step forward with the magical wind steps, turning into a part of the storm and disappeared from the spot. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that as soon as he disappeared, a figure suddenly appeared in the place where he had been standing. This person was a tall and thin old man, with a head of messy white hair fluttering in the wind, covering his face, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. His slender body was wearing a gray robe, and the sleeves of his robe were constantly fluttering. His figure was like a pine tree, and he stood in the storm, not affected by the power of the storm. This kind of feeling of the wind and clouds, even Ling Xiao, who had some understanding now, could not achieve this. He actually slipped away. Could it be that there is someone more familiar with the space of storms than this old man? And the direction he went is the most likely direction of the black storm, simply reckless. The old man said faintly and then turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. In this storm, Ling Xiao began to consciously step on the trajectory of the storm, and this speed had far exceeded his original speed by many times. This amazing speed could naturally only be displayed in this unique space. If it was in other places without the help of these storms, the speed would naturally decline. Ling Xiao's proficiency in this kind of movement technique had already surpassed the realm of his original movement technique, evolving into a more perfect movement technique realm. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. This saying isn't wrong at all. Being able to increase my movement speed here is definitely a great harvest. With my current movement speed coupled with the increase in my combat strength, I should be able to reach the peak of a middle-level supreme martial artist. If I'm here, even a high-level supreme martial artist won't be able to do anything to me. Ling Xiao revealed an incomparably delighted smile. He continued to run, his movement technique constantly changing his position. These wind blades did not harm him at all. After flying for an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao returned to the location of the innate Yin wind bead. At this time it finally began to advance. Countless black storms constantly surged towards it, and the other wind forces in the vicinity were all devoured by it. Under its all-out absorption, another giant storm was formed, just like the black storm that Ling Xiao had seen before, except that its power was slightly weaker than the black storm, and could be considered a simplified version of the black storm. Ling Xiao could also feel that these black wind blades contained an incomparably dense corrosive power. This corrosive power was definitely enough to make any supreme martial artist afraid. Once touched, it would be impossible to get rid of it easily. This meant that the innate Yin wind bead's death chi had completely advanced, and just like the demon heavenly fire bead, it had reached the stage where it could threaten a supreme martial artist or an incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao did not approach the innate Yin wind bead and let it advance on its own. After it advanced, it would be the time for him to harvest it. Now his gaze shifted to the black wind divine stone not far from him. It was the only one that was not disturbed by the innate Yin wind bead, and was still quietly floating there. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands, his eyes glowing as he said, "If I don't harvest it now, when will I?" The black wind divine stone could not create a black storm at any time. For it to create a natural disaster tornado, it had to accumulate and evolve over a long period of time. It had already consumed tens of thousands of years of energy to fight against the Golden Dragon's storm. It was impossible for it to create another black storm in a short time. Ling Xiao effortlessly collected it into the cauldron. Taking advantage of this time, Ling Xiao walked around the area to see if he could find the Golden Dragon Wind Stone. However, he could not find it after searching everywhere, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "Forget it, I will look for it after the innate Yin wind bead advances," Ling Xiao muttered to himself, and then returned to the vicinity of the innate Yin wind bead. At this time the innate Yin wind bead finally completed its advancement. From the original gray bead, it had turned into a pure black bead. The strong black wind that it emitted was extremely strange and evil. As Ling Xiao approached, the innate Yin wind bead happily circled around Ling Xiao a few times, and then disappeared into his sea of consciousness. Swoosh swoosh. When it entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, it began to feed back a large amount of energy to Ling Feixiao. Ling Xiao already knew that this would happen, and immediately entered a state of full acceptance. Without a doubt, the energy feedback from the innate Yin wind bead was extremely powerful. It directly allowed Ling Xiao to break through to the low-level Supreme Being realm, and was only a step away from the mid-level Supreme Being realm. As for the strength of his spirit, it was also strengthened. Although it could not break through to the high-level Supreme Being realm with the help of this energy, it was extremely close. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to break through and become stronger so quickly was definitely related to the two strange beads in his sea of consciousness. Very good, as long as I consolidate it for a period of time, I can break through to the next level. Ling Xiao clenched his fist and smiled excitedly. Then he asked the innate Yin wind bead if it could still sense the existence of the golden dragon violent wind, or the aura that was close to it. The innate Yin wind bead was naturally very sensitive to energy of the same origin. It was naturally easy for it to find things related to the wind attribute here. In addition, its strength had increased greatly and it was extremely confident. It then directed Ling Xiao to a direction. After flying for a while, Ling Xiao finally saw the golden dragon wind stone that he had been waiting for. It was in the shape of a dragon, and it was flickering with incomparably sharp metal wind, making it difficult for ordinary people to get close to it. Fortunately, its energy has already dissipated, or else I really wouldn't be able to keep it. Ling Xiao said in satisfaction. With this golden dragon wind stone, it would be of great benefit to him, Xiao Jin and Muscle. Ling Xiao absorbed the metal wind energy in the vicinity, and then kept the golden dragon wind stone. These two top-notch divine stones added together were even more precious than the wind attribute Genesis stone. Ling Xiao had mistakenly fallen into this space storm, and all the gains he had obtained were really immeasurable. It was a peerless opportunity that even the peak supreme beings would be amazed by. As long as Ling Xiao used these two divine stones as his foundation, and found a place to cultivate for 10,000 years, he would definitely become a true peak supreme being. He would be able to fight against the universe and no one would be able to defeat him. After all, these two divine stones could allow him to congeal the black storm and the golden dragon violent wind. The attacks of these two types of wind energy were incomparably powerful within the same level. However, if Ling Xiao really wanted to do so, he wouldn't have taken the trouble to come to the outer domain to find the Genesis stone. After Ling Xiao kept the two divine stones, he searched the space storm again, and unexpectedly found some rare wind attribute items. However, compared to the two divine stones, these items were far less valuable. But for a divine king or supreme being with the wind attribute, these items were good items that were hard to find. After staying here for about 1 or 2 years, Ling Xiao finally let the innate Yin wind pearl guide him to leave this place and return to the domain path. I don't know how Brother Yuan is, I hope he's all right. Ling Xiao was worried about Yuan Zhantian's safety, and he flew at full speed towards the outside of the space storm. After flying for an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao finally felt that the power of the wind in the space storm had greatly weakened. Perhaps he had already reached the periphery of the space storm. The power of the wind here was much weaker compared to the depths, but it was still very strong for ordinary people. Once someone fell into this place, they would be swept into the depths like Ling Xiao. Unless there was a wind attribute supreme being like him who had a strange object to protect his body, or a wind attribute supreme being who had a deep understanding of the path of the storm, there was no way one could be safe here. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to go out, he suddenly discovered that someone was chasing him from within the space storm. Moreover, that person's speed was peerless. In just a breath's time he was already within 1,000 meters of him. Who could be so terrifying? Ling Xiao thought to himself and immediately became vigilant. Those who could walk around here were naturally extraordinary people. He suspected that it was the person he had sensed before. Just as he paused for a moment, that person finally appeared in front of him. This person was the old man who had appeared before. His silver hair was fluttering in the wind, and there was a calm expression on his face. From his facial features, one could vaguely see the shadow of his youthful and handsome appearance. His tall and thin figure was as straight as a pine tree, and he leisurely strolled over with his hands clasped behind his back. Ling Xiao looked at this person and his heart was incomparably shocked. He couldn't clearly see what realm this person's strength had reached, and he gave off a vast and unfathomable feeling. Not only that, the innate Yin wind bead in his sea of consciousness sent him a message, saying that this person had a wind attribute unique treasure on him just like him. Such a young lad can actually be like a fish in water here, it's really rare. The old man looked at Ling Xiao and said in a surprised voice. Fortunately, he's not an enemy. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart and after bowing to the old man he planned to leave first. Lad, wait a moment. The old man called out. What's the matter, my lord? Ling Xiao tried to lower his posture as much as possible, and at the same time he was secretly on guard. Lad, don't be nervous. I'm just curious that you can survive in this space storm. It's really an anomaly. You should have a wind attribute unique treasure on you, right? The old man smiled faintly and thought to himself, could it be that this lad really doesn't know me, Feng Qingyang? Chapter 1556. Ling Xiao did not expect the old man to be so direct, so he decided not to hide it. After all, with the old man's strength, hiding it would only make the old man feel disgusted, so he might as well admit it and see what the old man wanted. You're right, my lord. I do have a way to survive in this storm. Please excuse me, my lord. Ling Xiao replied. I thought you wouldn't dare to admit it. But then again, other than this rare treasure, you must have gained a lot from this place as well. I can't believe you've mastered the stormy body technique. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to walk around this place so easily with your strength. Feng Qingyang laughed. I did gain something. If there's nothing else, my lord, I'll take my leave. Ling Xiao replied. At the same time he thought to himself, storm body technique? That's not a bad name. Why are you in such a hurry, kid? Are you afraid that this old man will steal your treasure? Feng Qingyang said with some displeasure. In the eastern region there were many people who wanted to talk to him, but he was disdainful. Now that he had lowered himself to talk to this kid didn't know what was good for him. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile, why would I? It's my honor to know you, my lord. But I have urgent matters to attend to in the Blue Moon space. So, please forgive me. Oh, so you mean you know me? Feng Qingyang was slightly surprised. Ling Xiao laughed dryly. My lord is extraordinary. Your divine power is unparalleled and your strength is boundless. I know that my lord is an old senior who has been famous for a long time. This kid has only just started his career, so his knowledge is limited. Naturally, I can't look up to your mighty deeds. You're an interesting kid. In the end, you still don't know me. Good, that's good. Feng Qingyang said excitedly. Then he added, you want to go to the Blue Moon space, right? Come, I'll go with you. It's also on the way there. I haven't talked to anyone for so many years, and it would be good to get to know an interesting kid like you. Ling Xiao didn't expect the old man to be so thick-skinned as to want to go with him. He thought to himself, is there something wrong with this old man's head? Does he really think he's some kind of peerless character? Ling Xiao only dared to despise him in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. With a smile on his face he said, it is my honor to travel with sir. At least you know what's good for you. If it weren't for the fact that you could comprehend the storm movement skill, I wouldn't be interested in you at all. Let's go, let's see how far your movement skill has progressed. Feng Qingyang responded and began to dash out of the spatial storm with the same movement technique as Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the old man's almost perfect movement technique and felt an itch. He also burst forth with all his strength and chased after the old man. An old man and a young man dashed through the stormy space, transforming into a gust of wind that drifted erratically and was as swift as a gale. This old man is so fast. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up to him. Ling Xiao secretly admired him. Feng Qingyang still had his hands clasped behind his back and looked very relaxed, but his speed was so fast that no one could catch up to him. However, Feng Qingyang was a little surprised that Ling Xiao could keep up with him. Although I've slowed down, this kid can still keep up with me. He must have comprehended the essence of the storm movement skill. It's no wonder he can walk freely in this space. He's much more promising than my good-for-nothing disciples. After flying for an unknown period of time, the two of them dashed out of the spatial storm one after another. This feels great. Kid, you're not bad. Feng Qingyang laughed as he steadied himself. Ling Xiao also stopped and panted a little as he said, Sir's speed is indeed unparalleled. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Initially, he thought that after comprehending the profound meaning of storm, his speed in the spatial storm would be comparable to that of a high-level supreme being. Unexpectedly, the old man in front of him showed him that there was always someone better out there. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who could obtain opportunities that others couldn't. Others could also obtain opportunities that belonged to them. Stop flattering me. By the way, what's your name, kid? I wonder where you're from to be able to cultivate a little monster like you. You're not even 200 years old, but you've already achieved such a level of cultivation and comprehension. Feng Qingyang praised. My name is Ling Xiao. I'm just a nobody from a newly established extraterritorial sect. I'm not worthy of your attention. Ling Xiao replied. The name matches well with your face, you little brat, Feng Qingyang said. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. May I know how you should address me? Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask. Since you don't know me, I won't tell you. You'll know in the future, Feng Qingyang said. He then added, let's go. We're quite a distance away from the Blue Moon space. Let's talk as we travel. Ling Xiao nodded and followed Feng Qingyang into the Blue Moon space. The Blue Moon space was a relatively famous space on the East Territory Road where the extraterritorial residents lived. That place was much bigger than the Heaven area. The competence of the people there was much stronger than the Heaven area. It was the place where many incipient God realm experts from the antiquity time had migrated to live. At the same time, it was a famous space where the experts from outer space gathered and rested. At the same time, many large gangs gathered in the Blue Moon space and used it as their base of operations. The Red Snake Gang didn't have as many forces there as they had rooted their roots in another space. Therefore, when Ling Xiao asked Yuan Zhantian to leave, he asked him to go to the Blue Moon space. That way he wouldn't have to worry about being marked by the Red Snake Gang and it would be less dangerous. From afar, the Blue Moon space was like a blue moon, incomparably resplendent and dazzling. When Ling Xiao followed Feng Qingyang to the front of the space barrier, he already wanted to fight with Feng Qingyang. Along the way, this old man had talked so much that Ling Xiao's ears were about to grow calluses. Ling Xiao suspected that this old man hadn't talked to anyone for thousands of years. He kept talking like a gossipy woman. I say, Ling boy, what are you doing in the extraterritorial space? Although you can protect yourself with your speed, it's easy to offend people if you don't have any backing. Why don't you join our Qingfeng alliance? I guarantee that you will be unimpeded wherever you go on the space road. Feng Qingyang suggested. Thank you, my lord. I will definitely take the test seriously. What? My lord, you said you are from the Qingfeng alliance? Ling Xiaoxiao wanted to reply perfunctorily, but when he suddenly thought of the 3 words, Qingfeng alliance, he was shocked. The Qingfeng Union was one of the top alliances and gangs in the East region. It was also the largest organization in the Cyan Moon space. The Red Snake Gang's strength was not just a little bit weaker than theirs. They were not on the same level at all. This was why Ling Xiao was so surprised when he heard the old man say that he was from the Qingfeng alliance. Looks like you've heard about our Qingfeng alliance. How about it? Do you want to join us? I can give you a special treatment. You don't need anyone to vouch for you or pay the entrance fee. Feng Qingyang said with a smug look. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to reply to Feng Qingyang, he sensed many powerful auras rushing in their direction. These people were obviously rushing to the green wind space just like them. Ling Xiao saw 2 familiar faces among these people. They were Chu Zhenlu and Xiang Guangming, who had chased after him before. It can't be so coincidental, right? Ling Xiao looked away and cursed in his heart. He wanted to run away immediately, but that would attract more attention. He might as well use Feng Qingyang's figure to avoid their line of sight and see if he could escape this calamity. However, Feng Qingyang had a loud voice and did not care about anything else. He seemed to have noticed Ling Xiao's strange behavior and immediately shouted, Little Ling, why are you hiding? They are just members of the Red Snake Society, what are you afraid of? Feng Qingyang's words immediately attracted the attention of the people who were rushing towards them. Chu Zhenlu was the first to shout, Who dares to look down on the Red Snake Gang? When he finished speaking, he saw Ling Xiao and shouted angrily, So it's you, kid. I didn't expect you to really escape to this place. There is no door to hell, but you still insist on barging in. Today you will pay for hurting me. Chu Zhenlu ignored Feng Qingyang and rushed towards Ling Xiao, his aura locked onto Ling Xiao. *T, I've still been discovered. Ling Xiao exclaimed. He ignored Feng Qingyang and immediately used his movement technique to escape. Although his speed was much faster than before, it was only equivalent to the speed of a peak middle-level supreme martial artist. There was still a gap between him and a high-level supreme martial artist. When Chu Zhenlu discovered him, Xiang Guangming and the others also noticed Ling Xiao. In the blink of an eye, the 2 high-level supreme martial artists and the other supreme martial artists chased after Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was unable to break free from Chu Zhenlu and Xiang Guangming's encirclement. He was blocked in this space and had no way to escape. Kid, I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door after not seeing you for so long. Today I will let you know the consequences of hurting me. Chu Zhenlu hated Ling Xiao to the core. He was a high-level supreme martial artist, but his spirit was unexpectedly injured and he was almost killed. If it wasn't for the help of others, he would have died. Therefore he would not let go of Ling Xiao when he saw his enemy. After saying that, he raised his battle axe and slashed at Ling Xiao's head. He definitely wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot with one move. If it's not that easy to kill me. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and summoned his people. High-level supreme martial artist Chao Tsong Dragon 5th, the Ghost, and a dozen supreme martial artists at the incipient God realm. The number of these people was not any less than Chu Zhenlu's people, and they were not much weaker either. The outcome of the battle was still unknown. The only advantage Chu Zhenlu's side had was Xiang Guangming, a high-level supreme martial artist. As soon as Chao Tsong appeared, he immediately blocked Chu Zhenlu's attack. At the same time, he counterattacked Chu Zhenlu. "Old Chao, why is it you? Are you crazy? Stop!" Chu Zhenlu shouted in shock. Chapter 1557. Chu Zhenlu and Xiang Guangming knew that Cao Cao had gone after Ling Xiao, and there had been no news of him. Now that he had appeared out of thin air, they were shocked. He even attacked them, which puzzled them. Cao Cao grinned. "Those who offend my master shall die." He brandished the ancient divine spear and attacked Chu Zhenlu with all his might. His strength was about the same as Chu Zhenlu's. Chu Zhenlu was caught off guard and was at a disadvantage. "Old Chao, are you crazy? How dare you betray the gang?" Chu Zhenlu cursed as he parried. Xiang Guangming shouted, Old Chao might be controlled by that kid. Let me try and see if I can wake him up. You deal with that kid." Radiance of light. As Xiang Guangming spoke, a divine mirror appeared in his hand. The divine mirror flashed with radiance and shone directly at Cao Cao. His light of light had the ability to purify all evil things and illuminate all evil things. Cao Cao attacked them inexplicably, and Xiang Guangming felt that he must be controlled by some evil being. However, when his radiance of light shone on Cao Cao, the latter did not react at all. Instead, he raised his spear and charged at Xiang Guangming. Xiang Guangming jumped in fright. He quickly turned around to block the incoming attack to avoid being heavily injured. Cao Cao and Xiang Guangming were opponents of the same level, so their fight was naturally very intense. As for Chu Zhenlu, he was about to attack Ling Xiao when Dragon 5th spat out his dragon pearl and charged at him, blocking his chance to kill Ling Xiao. The others were engaged in a chaotic battle. All sorts of elemental powers blasted the outer realm, causing it to churn endlessly. Watching from afar, Feng Qingyang's eyes flickered with interest as he said, "This kid is really beyond my expectation. I can't believe he has a treasure that can hide people. And that golden dragon with the surname Ling, it seems like he is from the Gold Clan. But he is a wind element cultivator, isn't he? Strange, there's definitely something strange going on." Initially, Feng Qingyang wanted to lend a hand to Ling Xiao, but when he saw that Ling Xiao actually had the ability to fight back, he decided to wait and see how he was going to deal with the situation. At the same time, he wanted to know how many trump cards Ling Xiao had that could pique his interest. Ling Xiao didn't have anything to do for the time being, but he didn't run away. Instead, he was planning how to take down these people. It had to be said that he had always been very courageous. He actually dared to confront these high-level supreme martial artists head-on. Ling Xiao was calculating in his heart who should he choose to break through from. In the end, Ling Xiao still chose to get rid of Chu Zhenlu first. He and his burrowing holy mouse had a huge advantage against Dragon 5th, and even if Dragon 5th used the power of the Dragon Pearl, it was still not enough. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ghosts, come with me," Ling Xiao murmured as he wiped away the sharp light in his eyes. The ghosts beside him immediately launched an invisible soul power attack at Chu Zhenlu, directly attacking Chu Zhenlu's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao initially thought that this soul power attack would be able to seriously injure Chu Zhenlu, and then Dragon 5th would be able to take him down. However, the attack this time was beyond Ling Xiao's expectations. Chu Zhenlu only let out a cry of pain, but he was still able to maintain his combat strength, as if he didn't suffer too much damage. "Little bastard, do you think I didn't take any precautions? You will die today." Chu Zhenlu shouted at Ling Xiao with a hideous smile. He had suffered a huge loss the last time and he knew that Ling Xiao could use soul power attacks. Therefore he was already prepared. The helmet on his head was a divine tool that could defend against soul power attacks. This kind of defensive divine tool was very rare and it was not easy to find it in the market. Chu Zhenlu knew a friend who happened to have one, so he traded it to him. However, this spiritual defense divine tool was still penetrated by the combined attacks of Ling Xiao and the ghosts, and was unable to defend against them completely. This proved that this defensive divine tool only had a certain effect, but its level was probably not too high. Ling Xiao and the ghosts would be able to break it if they attacked a few more times. However, Chu Zhenlu wouldn't give Ling Xiao and the ghosts such a chance. He had already asked the burrowing Saint Mouse to keep Dragon 5th busy, while he charged at Ling Xiao. Chu Zhenlu was an earth elemental supreme being. The battle axe in his hand slashed out a terrifying spatial crack, and countless meteorites rushed out of the crack, smashing toward Ling Xiao. The power was enough to kill anyone below the high-level supreme being level in an instant. It was obvious that Chu Zhenlu hated Ling Xiao to the core, and he definitely wouldn't let Ling Xiao have any chance of survival. He's still a little too weak, let me. Feng Qingyang murmured at the sight and was about to help Ling Xiao. However, at this moment he suddenly saw another Ling Xiao appearing out of nowhere, blocking Chu Zhenlu's powerful attack. Feng Qingyang raised an eyebrow and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. This kid is really full of surprises. Ling Xiao's spiritual doppelganger was already at the peak of the mid-level supreme being level, and with a 70-fold increase in combat power, it was already on par with an ordinary high-level supreme being. Ling Xiao swung the Imperial Dragon's sky-destroying art at Chu Zhenlu, and actually managed to block Chu Zhenlu, who was a well-known high-level supreme being. Do you think I'll be captured so easily? All of you shall stay here today. Ling Xiao's real body grinned hideously, and immediately ordered his ghosts to attack the other supreme beings with soul power, so that his supreme puppet could kill all of them. Dragon 5th unleashed his full combat power, and the burrowing Saint Mouse couldn't last long under his dragon might. It was bitten to death by Dragon 5th. After dealing with the burrowing Saint Mouse, Dragon 5th wanted to come over and help Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao asked him to join the others in the battle and deal with them first. Ling Xiao didn't plan to control the puppets this time. He wanted to kill all of them and then absorb their souls to raise his spiritual power to the high-level supreme being level. Then everything would be much safer. Chao Caocong and Xiang Guangming were locked in battle. Chao Caocong's combat power was slightly stronger than Xiang Guangming's, but the difference was negligible. They wouldn't be able to determine who was stronger unless they fought to the death. As for the others, the ghosts secretly launched soul power attacks at them, injuring their souls one by one, and then killing them one by one with Ling Xiao's supreme puppet. Dragon 5th joined the battle and gained an absolute advantage, sweeping away all of them. Ling Xiao's real body used the might of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop to collect all the dead supreme being souls, not letting a single one go. The battle between Ling Xiao's soul and Chu Zhenlu was the biggest highlight, and it was also the first time Ling Xiao challenged a high-level supreme being head-on. In the past he'd only been able to block high-level supreme beings with Dragon 5th's help or illusory formations. But now he could use his own strength to fight them. Inside the space of storms, Ling Xiao had comprehended the storm movement technique, and his speed had increased by several times. His spiritual power had also reached the peak of the mid-level supremacy stage, and coupled with the 70-fold increase in battle prowess, he already had the ability to fight against a high-level supremacy stage. Wind came from the clouds and clouds came from the dragons. His attacks were actually accompanied by an intense black storm. The terrifying black wind blades as well as the intense corrosive power stirred up the tens of thousands of miles of space, causing it to collapse and shatter. Chu Zhenlu used everything he had, but he couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao, and was even forced into a sorry state by Ling Xiao. It was truly infuriating. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a powerful doppelganger in addition to his soul power attack, which directly blocked him. He was both annoyed and shocked. This kid is too scary. I must kill him with all my strength. Otherwise, if I retreat in defeat, where will I put my face in the future? Chu Zhenlu secretly made up his mind and said ruthlessly. After making up his mind, Chu Zhenlu decided to go all out and kill. He raised his strength to the peak and used the real killer move. Little bastard, you've indeed surprised me, but this is the end. Chu Zhenlu roared angrily. After forcing back Ling Xiao's attack, he raised all his divine power, and the surrounding earth elemental power kept gathering. Stone Man transformation. Chu Zhenlu actually transformed into a giant stone man, and his figure became incomparably tall. His limbs and body were immediately petrified, and he was filled with an incomparably strong power. That scene was extremely strange. A gravitational field spread out within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, causing Ling Xiao's speed to decrease significantly. Ling Xiao was shocked by Chu Zhenlu's sudden transformation. Chu Zhenlu could actually transform to such an extent. This was the first time he had encountered such a shocking divine skill. After Chu Zhenlu was petrified, his movements were clearly much slower, but his strength had increased by a lot. Stone fists dominating the heavens. Chu Zhenlu blasted towards Ling Xiao. That powerful stone fist was like countless mountains falling from the sky. Its power was really as domineering as the sky, and it could destroy any star power. Countless giant stones shrouded above Ling Xiao's head, and the terrifying gravitational field was not much weaker than the one in the scorched stone space. The pressure made it impossible for him to dodge, and he could only forcibly block Chu Zhenlu's attack. A high-level supreme martial artist is indeed very scary, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Technique. 7th move, Twin Lotus Flowers. Boom boom boom. Ling Xiao's strongest three-layered defensive counterattack finally couldn't withstand the bombardment of such a strong force, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Haha, weren't you very arrogant? Today I will torture you to death. Chu Zhenlu laughed wildly and continued to smash wildly. No matter who it was difficult for them to get close to the battle between the two. The power fluctuations were too terrifying. Ling Xiao knew that under Chu Zhenlu's all-out attack he was already at a disadvantage. If he didn't retract his divine soul, he would definitely be tortured to death. Just as Ling Xiao was about to retract his divine soul, he suddenly found that the space where his divine soul was located was completely sealed, and he couldn't retract it. This is bad. Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. Chapter 1558. Soul power was a formless power that could penetrate all obstacles and attack other people's souls. However, it could also be blocked by experts who could directly seal the space and prevent the soul from escaping. Chu Zhenlu already knew that this doppelganger of Ling Xiao's was of flesh and soul. When he launched the attack, he had already quietly used the spatial seal to prevent Ling Xiao's soul from escaping. Now he had indeed taken the right step. Unless Ling Xiao's soul broke the spatial seal by force, it would be impossible for him to leave this place immediately. You can't escape. After I destroy your soul, I will destroy your real body. Chu Zhenlu's confidence soared after being petrified. He let out a cold laugh and shouted. Powerful stone fists continuously bombarded Ling Xiao's soul, preventing him from breaking the spatial seal and escaping from this place. Ling Xiao's soul resisted with all its strength, but it could not hold on for much longer. Chu Zhenlu's current strength was really too terrifying. Seems like this is the only way. Even though Ling Xiao was anxious, he did not panic too much. He already had the divine Bodhi arrow in his hand. As long as he broke the spatial seal with one arrow, there would be a small gap, and he could transform into his soul and return to his sea of consciousness. Swish. The divine Bodhi arrow shot towards the direction of the battle like a meteor. Rumble. The divine arrow directly exploded on the spatial seal, immediately emitting a terrifying sound of destruction. This arrow could shoot down any peak mid-level supreme martial artist, but it actually couldn't break through the spatial seal. Damn it, the strength is still lacking. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. The spatial seal set up by a high-level supreme martial artist could not be broken instantly by ordinary strength. He had no choice but to immediately send a signal to Dragon Fifth for help, asking him to come over and break the spatial seal first. However, Dragon Fifth still needed some time to rush over. Currently, his soul had already been blasted to pieces, and his strength was already extremely weak. This also affected Ling Xiao's real body greatly. Dragon Fifth, hurry up. Ling Xiao's expression was extremely ugly as he shouted at Dragon Fifth, hoping that Dragon Fifth would arrive as soon as possible. Otherwise, the damage would really be too great. Once his flesh and soul were destroyed, of course, Ling Xiao would not die. After all, every time Ling Xiao would leave a little bit of his divine soul in his sea of consciousness to ensure his safety. Even if his body and soul were destroyed, Ling Xiao's remaining soul power could still allow him to reconstruct another body and soul. However, it would take a very long time in accumulation, and it might even be difficult for him to return to his current peak. Therefore, Ling Xiao absolutely did not wish for this body of flesh and soul to be destroyed. Do you want to wait for help? Impossible. Chu Zhenlu already knew Ling Zhao's intentions. He laughed wildly and once again attacked with all his might. This area of tens of thousands of miles was completely covered by the falling meteorites. Any incipient God Realm expert would be smashed into meat paste. Dragon Fifth had almost arrived, but Ling Zhao's spirit had already been completely forgotten. Damn it! Ling Zhao's real body had already clenched his fists. He had completely given up on this divine soul doppelganger. However, right at this moment, a Xian storm suddenly arose. Swoosh, swoosh. This storm was like a real natural disaster. In just a blink of an eye, it had smashed the space Chu Zhenlu had sealed. Moreover, the meteorites that Chu Zhenlu had sent out were blown away by this storm. Many of them were crushed into powder. Chu Zhenlu himself was blown away by this storm. Is it God Green Wind? Chu Zhenlu's body was petrified. He was a giant stone man, and the gravity was so great that he was actually blown away by the green storm. Moreover, there were many terrifying wind blade marks on his body, and his stone body was directly slashed to the point that it cracked. Chu Zhenlu grimaced as he thought of a formidable existence. Ling Zhao's god soul was so happy. At the moment this space was destroyed, he quickly returned to the sea of consciousness of his real body. Without a second thought, Ling Zhao took out the ghost soul grass and swallowed it. Then he quickly absorbed the soul power from the dragon phoenix divine hoop to heal his god soul. At this moment, Ling Zhao finally saw who it was that had saved his life. I didn't expect this long-tongued old man to be so powerful. He defeated a high-level supreme being with just one move. Ling Zhao exclaimed in his heart. That's right, the person who had helped Ling Zhao was none other than Feng Qingyang, who had come to the Blue Moon space with Ling Zhao. You're not bad to be able to condense the power of a giant stone man. However, you're too arrogant to be so arrogant in front of me. Feng Qingyang said faintly. With a casual wave of his hand, a Xian tornado instantly swept toward Chu Zhenyu. Chu Zhenlu's stone body, which was already on the verge of collapsing, was sliced into pieces by Feng Qingyang's Xian wind blades and completely destroyed. Chu Zhenlu's divine body was destroyed. He was extremely shocked as he finally saw who the person in front of him was. Alliance leader Feng, please spare my life. I'm from the Red Snake Gang. Chu Zhenlu begged Feng Qingyang for mercy. He didn't even dare to try to escape because he knew that no one could escape from the god of green wind. So he might as well beg for mercy and perhaps there would be a chance of survival. Looks like you know me, but your Red Snake Gang isn't qualified to make me fear you. Feng Qingyang said faintly as he clenched his fist. The tornado shrank and the wind speed reached its peak. The Xian wind blades were extremely sharp. Chu Zhenlu only managed to let out a miserable scream before he was completely minced into a puddle of blood by the Xian wind blades. Even his divine soul was completely minced. By the time Dragon Fifth arrived, Chu Zhenlu had already been killed. What a powerful human. Dragon Fifth frowned as he looked at Feng Qingyang. On the other side, the other members of the Red Snake Gang had also been killed by Ling Zhao's puppets. Only Cao Caocong and Xiang Guangming were still fighting. However, Xiang Guangming panicked when he sensed Chu Zhenlu's aura disappearing. While he was panicking, Cao Caocong mercilessly stabbed him several times with his spear, creating several bloody holes in his divine body. Xiang Guangming endured the pain and activated the divine mirror once again, causing Cao Caocong to be unable to open his eyes. This caused Cao Caocong to retreat and defend himself to avoid being severely injured by Xiang Guangming. However, Xiang Guangming was just a feint. He actually turned around and fled. From the looks of it, he didn't dare to stay for even a second longer. Trying to escape? Feng Qingyang sneered from afar. He pointed his finger lightly and a Xian finger beam pierced through the space and landed right in front of Xiang Guangming. Xiang Guangming was so frightened that he immediately used the divine mirror to block the attack. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to block Feng Qingyang's attack. The divine mirror was pierced and destroyed, and Xiang Guangming's divine body exploded. Xiang Guangming's divine body was injured, but he wasn't completely dead yet. He was still putting up a last-ditch struggle to escape. However, he suddenly realized that his divine body, which he had just reassembled, was uncontrollably swept back by a powerful storm. Xiang Guangming was overwhelmed by the storm. He felt dizzy and he couldn't control his body at all. Little brat Ling Zhao, you've captured him. Are you going to deal with him or should I kill him for you? Feng Qingyang said to Ling Xiao with a faint smile. If it's possible, I'd better let this brat handle him. Ling Xiao replied, rubbing his hands together. He had always felt that Feng Qingyang was extraordinary, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. Feng Qingyang's mastery of wind elemental energy had reached the pinnacle. Even Feng Qingyang couldn't help but look up to him. Alright, since you're interested, I'll let you deal with him. Feng Qingyang said. With a wave of his hand, he controlled the tornado that was trapping Xiang Guangming. When Feng Qingyang disappeared, Xiang Guangming's body was still spinning like a spiral. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to beat Xiang Guangming up. When Xiang Guangming's divine body was beyond repair, it would be time for him to control him. However, after Ling Xiao's beating, Xiang Guangming regained a lot of consciousness. He sneered and said, "If you want to kill me, then you'll have to die with me." Xiang Guangming knew that he couldn't escape, so he used the last bit of his energy to self-destruct. He wanted to perish together with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't expect Xiang Guangming to suddenly put up a last-ditch struggle. Before he could dodge, Xiang Guangming had already self-destructed. Boom. Little Ling. Feng Qingyang was momentarily distracted when he heard the sound of self-destruction, causing him to cry out in shock. However, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to help Ling Xiao at this moment. The power of a high-level supreme martial artist's self-destruction was terrifying. Fortunately, Xiang Guangming was severely injured. Although his power was weakened, it was enough to kill anyone below the high-level supreme martial artist level. Feng Qingyang also thought that with Ling Xiao's strength as a low-level supreme martial artist, how could he still be alive? Damn it! Feng Qingyang yelled angrily, blaming himself. Ling Xiao was killed in front of him. This was the biggest insult to him. When all the smoke dissipated, Ling Xiao was still alive. His divine body was completely destroyed, but his head was still intact. He was working hard to repair his divine body. I was too careless. Ling Xiao cursed. Fortunately, the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop had saved his life once again. Otherwise, he would have been dead for sure. Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Xiao, who was still alive. Good lad, you're still alive. You're indeed the immortal body of Kim people. Ling Xiao barely recovered. He asked in surprise, "Sir, are you from the heaven region? How do you know about me, Kim people?" Before this, he had been trying to find out Feng Qingyang's name and background. However, Feng Qingyang had ignored him. Now that Feng Qingyang had revealed that he was Kim people's man, he couldn't help but ask again. Haha, seeing that you're Kim people's man, I'll tell you. Yes, I used to be from the heaven region, but I haven't been back for a long time. However, I have a few friends with you Kim people. Ling Taichu is my brother. Feng Qingyang laughed heartily. Chapter 1559. Ling Taichu was ranked in the top 20 on the Kim people's sovereign list. He was only 2 generations younger than the Kim people's forefather Ling Hongyu, and could be considered as an ancestor of the Kim people. This genius, who was once known as Ling Hongyu, went to the extraterrestrial lands after he entered the sovereign list. He had not returned for many years. Ling Xiao had learned some information about this ancestor from the clan's genealogical records. He did not expect to meet a top-notch supreme martial artist who knew one of his forefathers here. This was an unexpected gain. So you are acquainted with my Taichu forefather. This must be fate. Ling Xiao said warmly. It would be a good thing if he could find out the whereabouts of his forefather from Feng Qingyang. Perhaps this forefather had a Genesis stone of other attributes, which could speed up the process of rescuing his forefather Ling Hongyu. That's right. This is fate. However, you are really strange, kid. You have cultivated multiple attributes at the same time. I'm impressed that you have reached your current realm. Also, the divine headband on your head is a treasure. I never thought that it would see the light of day again. I hope you won't let it go down the same path again. Feng Qingyang said with a faint smile. His wise eyes seemed to have seen through all of Ling Xiao's secrets. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. I only found out about this by chance. Pausing for a moment, he continued, That's right, my lord, since you are my ancestor's brother, I should at least know your name, right? It's too impolite to keep calling you lord. Well, since you say so, then this old man will tell you. This old man is called Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang said proudly. Feng Qingyang's name was well known in the extraterrestrial lands. There were not many people who did not know about him. Indeed, when Feng Qingyang said his name, Ling Zhao's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. His face was filled with an exaggerated expression. Feng Qingyang. These 3 words were like thunder in Ling Xiao's ears. Ever since Ling Xiao came to the Heaven Domain, he had a basic understanding of the famous figures, including the names of the Senjin of Goguryeo and the top 100 supreme martial artists on the sovereign list. Feng Qingyang was one of the top 10 experts on the sovereign list. His ranking was even higher than Ling Taichu's, and he had become famous much earlier than Ling Taichu. He could be considered an ancient character from the same era as his forefather Ling Hongyu. Of course, it wasn't because Ling Xiao had heard about Feng Qingyang like a thunderclap. It was because the incipient God Realm experts in outer space that he had absorbed all had Feng Qingyang's name and information. Among all the gangs on the East Domain Road, the famous Qingfeng Alliance was founded by Feng Qingyang. He had made it flourish and become one of the top alliances on the East Domain Road. It could be said that the Qingfeng Alliance was an overlord force on the East Domain Road. It was much stronger than the Red Snake Gang. As its leader, Feng Qingyang's fame had spread far and wide. There were only a few people who did not know of him. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao was so surprised when he heard the name Feng Qingyang. This was a top character who was known as the God of Wind. He did not expect that he would travel with him for 2 months, and he even called him a gossipy woman. If others knew about this, they would probably be struck to death by lightning. This kind of top expert was not someone that others could fawn on even if they wanted to, and he even called him a gossipy woman. He deserved to be struck by lightning. Hee kidling, are you proud to know me? Feng Qingyang smiled while stroking his white beard. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and flattered. Oh, it's Senior Feng. This kid's respect for you is like a surging river that never stops flowing. Kid, you do have good eyes. Otherwise you would be a bastard. Feng Qingyang said. Then he added, I just asked you, do you want to join our Qingfeng Alliance? With your capabilities, you might be able to make a name for yourself in no time. At that time, we'll give you the position of Deputy Alliance Leader to play with. Who would dare to challenge you in this region? A Deputy Leader to play with? Ling Xiao whispered. The Deputy Leader of the Qingfeng Alliance was a position that many high-level Supreme Masters and even peak Supreme Masters wanted to play with, but none of them had the fortune to do so. He didn't expect this old man to think so highly of him. Feng Qingyang thought that Ling Xiao would agree, but Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Thank you for your kindness, Senior Feng. This kid has important matters to attend to, so it's not convenient for me to join any alliance. Do you think that joining the Qingfeng Alliance will make you a betrayer of the Kim people? Do you know that this Qingfeng Alliance was founded by me and your ancestor Ling Taichu? That guy left just like that and we don't even know where he went after so many years. We have to find a successor for him, right? You just happen to know my storm movement technique and you're also that guy's descendant. If you're really willing to stay, the position of Qingfeng Alliance's leader might be yours in the future. The outer domain is different from the heaven domain. If you join the Qingfeng Alliance, your clansmen will only be happier. They won't stop you. Once you have a firm foothold in the Qingfeng Alliance, your Jin clansmen will be protected by the Qingfeng Alliance if they want to travel this domain path. Wouldn't that be much safer? Feng Qingyang said non-stop. It was obvious that he was sincere in inviting Ling Xiao to stay and join the Qingfeng Alliance. After all, he could see that Ling Xiao had great potential, so much so that even a top-notch Supreme Master like him admired him. If Ling Xiao were to join them when Ling Xiao reached the same level as him, he would definitely become another top-notch figure in the outer domain. Just like what Feng Qingyang had said, the reason he was trying so hard to invite Ling Xiao was not only because of his admiration for Ling Xiao, but also because of Ling Taichu. Ling Xiao understood that what Feng Qingyang said made a lot of sense. After thinking for a while, he decided that it wouldn't be good to reject Feng Qingyang's request, so he said, Kid, I can join the Qingfeng Alliance, but I can't do anything for the alliance for the time being. I still need to find my brothers and finish my mission as soon as possible. Everything else can wait until I'm done. Otherwise, I can only apologize. There are so many people on the East Domain Road who want to join the Qingfeng Alliance, but you still want to bargain with me? You're really the first person I've seen in the past 10,000 years. Feng Qingyang laughed and said, All right, for Taichu's sake, I'll let you join us. You can also use all the connections in the alliance to do whatever you want, as long as you don't lose any of the alliance's benefits. Also, you'll have to pay the others in the alliance to do things for you. I'll have someone explain these things to you slowly. Come, let's go to the alliance's headquarters to have a look. Having said that, he flew towards the blue moon space. Ling Xiao kept the Supreme Master puppets, then jumped onto the ghost and chased after Feng Qingyang with the transformed dragon fifth. He hadn't recovered yet, so there was no way he could compete with this old man in terms of speed. Ling Xiao followed Feng Qingyang into the blue moon space. The environment here was indeed much better than in the heaven realm, and the Genesis energy was much purer and denser. It was no wonder that so many Supreme Masters didn't want to return after leaving the heaven realm. There were many ancient mountain ranges, many cities inhabited by humans, and countless treasures of heaven and earth. There was no lack of them in this kind of space. This was the place where the Outlanders lived and lived. Most of them had descendants of the Supreme Master bloodline living here. Their strength was much stronger than that of the heaven realm, but their population was much smaller than that of the heaven realm. Most of the people here had the blood of the people of the heaven realm flowing in their veins, but that was tens of thousands of years ago. They would no longer consider themselves to be people of the heaven realm. Many alliance sects had built their camps here, and the Qingfeng Alliance was the most powerful alliance sect in the Blue Moon space. The territory established by the Qingfeng Alliance was extremely vast and grand, and the castle-like city halls were exceptionally noble. Every cultivator who came and went looked majestic and extraordinary. When they saw Feng Qingyang appear in the sky above this place, someone immediately exclaimed, "The Alliance Master has returned. Welcome back, Alliance Master." After the voice rang out, countless sounds of jubilation immediately rang out in the area, showing just how lofty Feng Qingyang's status was here. "Little Ling, what do you think of this old man?" Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. Ling Xiao praised, "Very powerful, very good. No wonder everyone on the domain path respects the Qingfeng Alliance so much." At least you know what's good for you, kid. Don't you feel proud to join the Qingfeng Alliance now?" Feng Qingyang laughed. Hehe. Ling Xiao chuckled and nodded his head lightly in response. To be honest, he really had no interest in joining any forces, but he didn't want to offend Feng Qingyang, so he agreed to join the heaven realm first. Although there were countless treasures of heaven and earth in the Outlanders, he still wanted to go back to the heaven realm and live there. Now his goal had become somewhat different. He wanted to reach the peak, but he didn't necessarily have to go to other places to survive. He wanted to stay by his family's side forever, and he didn't want to be separated from them again. All these years of life and death adventures had made him feel tired and tired. "It seems like you still don't mean what you say, kid. But don't worry, you'll slowly understand that it's hard to travel in the domain path without a force to rely on," Feng Qingyang said, and brought Ling Xiao to the Alliance Master's main hall. Those who saw Ling Xiao, who came with Feng Qingyang, were all filled with curiosity and envy. They were all curious about who this young man was to be personally received by their Alliance Master. Under normal circumstances, only the top figures would be qualified to receive such treatment. What did this young man do to deserve such treatment? Ling Xiao did not expect that he would bump into an old acquaintance in the Qingfeng League with Feng Qingyang, and even stir up some trouble. Chapter 1560. Inside the main hall of the Hegemon of the Green Wind League. Feng Qingyang sat on the Hegemon's seat. Below him were several incipient God Realm experts who had concealed their strength. They were the first batch of elders who had founded the Green Wind League together with Feng Qingyang. Two of them were even the deputy Hegemons. They were very curious about Ling Xiao, who had just been brought back. They were suspicious. Is this kid the illegitimate son of the Hegemon? Or is he a newly recruited disciple? If Ling Xiao heard this, he would have been struck by lightning on the spot. "Come, let me introduce him to you. This kid is the descendant of Brother Tai Chu. He's Ling Xiao from the Kim people of the Heaven Territory. He's an interesting kid I met in the stormy space. From now on, I will let him join our Green Wind League. You guys should take care of him." Feng Qingyang introduced to the others. After listening to Feng Qingyang's introduction, the few old men present were intrigued. They and Feng Qingyang were also from the Heaven Territory. However, they hadn't gone back for many years. Firstly, they had nothing to worry about there. Secondly, they had gotten used to living in the Blue Moon space. Recently, many incipient God Realm experts had come out of the Heaven Territory. However, only Ling Xiao was worthy for their Hegemon to bring back. Moreover, he was the descendant of their brother Ling Tai Chu. Therefore they were much more enthusiastic. One of them, an old man named Ning Qinggang, seemed to be much friendlier to Ling Xiao. He even asked Feng Qingyang to come and explain some of the rules of the alliance to Ling Xiao. Feng Qingyang understood Ning Qinggong's intention. He nodded and agreed to Ning Qinggong's request. Kid, you can talk to me. You should familiarize yourself with the environment here. Feng Qingyang said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao followed Ning Qinggong to apply for a badge to show his identity in the league. That way he could move freely in the league. At the same time he could contact any of the allies and companions in the league through the territory roads. Inside or outside the alliance, no matter who asked someone to do something, they had to pay enough money or owe a favor. In the future, when someone needed help, you would have to help them on behalf of your ally. In short, in an alliance or a gang, people could help and support each other, but it was only under the drive of benefits. Otherwise, no one would help for no reason and very few people would contribute selflessly. Unless he had already become a high-ranking member of the alliance, like Ning Qinggong, who was already a deputy alliance leader, he could rely on his prestige to directly order other supremes to do things for him unconditionally. Of course, when the members of their alliance were in danger, no matter what the situation was, they had to do their best to help their allies. This was the most basic rule of an ally. If they couldn't do this, they would immediately be punished by everyone in the alliance. These were all things that Ning Qinggong had told Ling Xiao. In fact, Ling Xiao had also obtained this information from the memories of the members of the Red Snake Society. After listening to what Ning Qinggong had said, it could be said that he understood the similarities and differences between the rules of the alliance between the two forces. However, Ling Xiao didn't understand why Ning Qinggong was so friendly to him. Such a small matter could have just been arranged by one or two people to inform him. Why did he have to trouble the deputy alliance leader to come personally? Ning Qinggong also saw the puzzled look in Ling Xiao's eyes. He immediately smiled and said, Ling Xiao, do you think that I'm being too friendly to you? Ling Xiao hurriedly waved his hand and said, how could that be? I just don't dare to trouble Deputy Alliance Leader Ning for such a small matter. If it was someone else I naturally wouldn't care, but you are the descendant of Big Brother, Taichu. As an old man I naturally have to take care of you. I won't hide it from you. If it wasn't for Big Brother Taichu, there wouldn't be me, Ning Qinggong, and I wouldn't have what I have today. Big Brother Ku is not only my sworn brother but also my savior many times, so it's nothing for me to do something for you. Also, if you think that an old man like me is okay, you can call me Elder Ning or Old Master. I don't mind. In the future, even if Boss Feng doesn't protect you, I will definitely protect you. Ning Qinggong revealed a nostalgic look and smiled faintly. From his words, it could be heard that his respect and gratitude for Ling Taichu came from the bottom of his heart. After listening to Ning Qinggong's words, Ling Xiao finally understood why Ning Qinggong was so warm to him. It turned out that it was also for the sake of his old ancestor. Ling Xiao asked, Ning, Elder Ning, do you know where my old ancestor Gu is now? When Ning Qinggong heard that Ling Xiao didn't call him Old Master, a hint of disappointment flashed across his face, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. He shook his head and replied, I also don't know where he went. I haven't heard any news of him for many years. After a pause he said, at that time he said that he wanted to go to the end of the outer realm and travel through many terrifying spaces in the outer realm to seek the final breakthrough. Seek the final breakthrough? Is there a realm above the supremacy stage? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. He didn't expect his old ancestor to be so valiant and have such great courage. If he wanted to go to the end of the outer realm, he would have to travel through many dangerous spaces. As far as Ling Xiao knew, his old ancestor was still alive. He was once known as the #1 young genius in the clan, but this title had been surpassed by him, Ling Xiao. There is no limit to martial arts. Who dares to say that the supremacy stage is the peak? These are not things you can come into contact with for the time being. When you reach our realm, you will understand that there should be even stronger existences above us. Ning Qinggong sighed lightly. Then he said, I will bring you around the alliance so that you can familiarize yourself with the environment. At the same time, if you have anything you want to do, you can tell me. I will ask the others to help you keep an eye out. Ling Xiao thanked him and told Ning Qinggong about finding Yuan Zhantian. He asked Ning Qinggong to arrange for people to search for Yuan Zhantian. The Blue Moon space was not small. Ling Xiao asked Yuan Zhantian to wait for him here, but he didn't specify the specific location. It would not be easy to find him. Of course, he and Yuan Zhantian also left their auras. As long as they were not too far apart, they could sense each other's existence. However, when Ling Xiao arrived at the Blue Moon space, he didn't feel this way. He suspected that Yuan Zhantian had already left the Blue Moon space and went to another place. In any case, it was better to let the Qingfeng Alliance's people look for him first. Ling Xiao stayed in the Qingfeng Alliance for 2 days and was basically familiar with the environment. However, he kept his distance from the people here. He didn't want to get to know anyone in depth, and he didn't want to stay here forever. It was just that he had no intention of interacting too much with the people here. Sometimes he couldn't help it. This was because he suddenly saw a familiar figure, but he couldn't remember who it was. That person wasn't alone. There were a few people following behind her, and they seemed to be rushing to the outer domain. However, Ling Xiao guessed that the people chasing behind her were trying to stop her from leaving, and not to accompany her. These people came from the Qingfeng Alliance, so they should be members of the Qingfeng Alliance. However, he didn't know what kind of dispute they had. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and didn't chase after them immediately. He muttered, "I won't meet her here, right? Maybe it's just a coincidence." They rushed out of the Blue Moon space's barrier one after another and reached the outer domain. Meanwhile, the familiar figure of Ling Xiao was surrounded by the people chasing after him. "Little junior sister, why did you leave without telling us? Don't you remember Uncle Master's instructions? From now on you can live here with peace of mind. Don't think about returning to your homeland." The leader of the group of people was a handsome young man. He wore an evil smile as he looked at the woman in the middle. This young man wore a green robe and he had an extraordinary bearing. His hair fluttered in the wind and his entire body emitted an evil aura. This man had the power of mid-level incipient god realm. He was Yu Zhaofeng, the young disciple of Ling Fengyi, the deputy hegemon of the Qingfeng Alliance. Yu Zhaofeng had the title of Little Wind God. He used to receive guidance from hegemon Feng Qingyang and had learned some of the essence of the storm body technique. In the Qingfeng Alliance he was the #1 playboy. Whether it was his appearance or the force behind him, he was the Prince Charming in many young girls' dreams. The woman he stopped was a stunning beauty. She had perfectly matched facial features and a devilish figure that all women envied and envied. No matter how one looked at it, it was easy for any man to prostrate himself under her skirt. However, she wore a stern face and a cold aura kept people 1,000 miles away. She was like a proud snow plum flower that admired herself. If Ling Xiao had chased after her, he would have recognized her as Lu Piapiao, whom he had met in the chaotic burial space. She used to be the most beautiful woman in the Sky Dragon region. When she had parted with Ling Xiao, she had only been at the peak of Sinjin of Goguryeo. But now she had reached the low-level Supreme Master realm. But why was Lu Piapiao in the Blue Moon space? "Get out of my way. You don't need to care about my business." Lu Piapiao shouted at Yu Zhaofeng coldly. "How dare you speak to senior brother Yu like that? Why aren't you obediently listening to senior brother Yu and returning with us?" "That's right. Don't put on airs just because you're pretty. It's your good fortune that senior brother Yu likes you. Yes, senior brother Yu is doing this for your own good. If you go back alone, I'm afraid you will be raped and killed by those pirates before you reach your homeland. Senior brother Yu is too soft-hearted. If it were someone else, he would have taken her down long ago. Why would he waste his breath on her?" These people all talked at once, all trying to curry favor with Yu Zhaofeng. There were 8 people on Yu Zhaofeng's side. He and 2 other people were mid-level Supreme Masters, while the other 5 were low-level Supreme Masters. They all followed Yu Zhaofeng and tried their best to curry favor with Ling Fengyi, the Deputy Alliance Master's favorite disciple. Lu Piapiao ignored these people's words and directly charged past them. Chapter 1561. Lu Piapiao was only a low-level Supreme Master at incipient God realm. However, her speed was infinitely close to that of a middle-level Supreme Master. She wanted to break through directly. Unfortunately, Yu Zhaofeng was called Little Wind God. His power and speed were naturally far above Lu Piapiao's. In the blink of an eye, he blocked Lu Piapiao's way. "Junior sister, you should know that Martial Uncle intends to marry you to me. If you leave like this, I will be very sad. If you don't move, don't blame me for being rude," Lu Piapiao said as a cold sword appeared in her hand. She pointed at Yu Zhaofeng. Her frosty expression was filled with incomparable determination. "Senior brother Yu, why are you being so polite with her? This woman thinks too highly of herself. She dares to be arrogant in front of you with such little power. She really doesn't know what's good for her." a low-level supreme master said with jealousy. This woman's power and appearance were excellent. However, there was still a big gap between her and Lu Piapiao. It was no wonder that she disliked Lu Piapiao. Her eyes were full of resentment. If Yu Zhaofeng wanted to make a move, he would have done so long ago. Only he knew Lu Piapiao's identity. He had to be careful. However, Lu Piapiao made the first move before he did. "Get out of my way." As she shouted coldly, the divine sword in her hand slashed at Yu Zhaofeng's head. Many wind blades and turbulent currents instantly accompanied it. Lu Piapiao was merciless. She had already used her full strength. Yu Zhaofeng frowned. His figure flashed and he dodged Lu Piapiao's attack. Of course, Lu Piapiao did not think that she could hurt Yu Zhaofeng. She only wanted to force him to recognize the way so that she could leave immediately. "Junior sister, you are too insensible," Yu Zhaofeng said. Then he said in a low voice, "Bring her back." As his voice fell, the others once again chased after Lu Piapiao. No matter how fast Lu Piapiao was, she could not outrun a middle-level supreme master. She was immediately entangled. The others chased after her and used the space seal at the same time. They suppressed her until she could not move. It was impossible for her to escape. "Let me go. I have nothing to do with you. Let me go." Lu Piapiao shouted angrily. "Bitch, since you have joined our Qingfeng alliance, you have to listen to senior brother Yu. Let me teach you a lesson now. Don't think that you are great just because you have a bit of beauty," the woman who was jealous of Lu Piapiao scolded. She raised her hand and tried to wrap it around Lu Piapiao's palm. But before her hand could fall on Lu Piapiao's face, her face was covered by another hand. She was sent flying and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Yu Zhaofeng slapped the woman away and shouted, "It's not your turn to teach her a lesson." The woman covered her face and did not dare to breathe. She looked at Lu Piapiao with even more jealousy. "What's so good about this bitch? Senior brother Yu is so protective of her." The woman scolded in her heart. Yu Zhaofeng looked at Lu Piapiao and said, "Junior sister, there is a limit to my patience. Your master has already made an agreement with my master. When she returns, you will marry me. If you leave without saying goodbye, how are you going to explain it to your master? You will make me very sad. Come back with me, okay?" Yu Zhaofeng looked at Lu Piapiao affectionately. His melancholic eyes could indeed charm many women. Unfortunately, the person he was facing was the icy beauty Lu Piapiao. She directly ignored him and said rudely, "My master is my master. Moreover, she has never said such words to me. Let go of me. I will not marry you even if I die. Give up on this idea." Yu Zhaofeng was once again rejected by Lu Piapiao. His handsome face became ferocious as he said, "Do you really want to force my master to do it before you are willing to go back with me? Senior brother Yu is right. This woman needs to be f***ked. If you subdue her and let her know how powerful you are, she will definitely be very obedient." A rough-looking supreme martial artist echoed from the side. Another person laughed lewdly and said, "Yes, women are all like this. Before they are f***ked they look like fairies. After they are f***ked they become extremely slutty." Lu Piapiao's face turned livid when she heard their obscene words. If not for her limited strength, she would have killed all of them. She truly regretted coming here to cultivate with her master. Originally, she wanted to wait for her master to return before returning to the heaven domain, but she suddenly received a wanted notice, causing her to impatiently want to leave the blue moon space to search for the wanted person. The wanted notice was naturally released by the Red Snake Society, and the wanted person was Ling Xiao. She did not know that Ling Xiao had come to the blue moon space 2 days ago and had even visited the Qingfeng alliance. She did not know that she had just brushed past Ling Xiao. Yu Zhaofeng had already lost his patience and said, "Little junior sister, do you want to go back with me voluntarily, or do you want to wait for me to consummate my marriage before taking you back like they said? Kill me if you can." Lu Piapiao shouted unyieldingly. "It seems that you have chosen the latter." Yu Zhaofeng's handsome face finally became frightening. This was the darkest side of his handsome appearance. He had never failed to get the woman he wanted, and today was no exception. After saying that, he grabbed Lu Piapiao's chest with one hand. He planned to let Lu Piapiao have a taste of his dragon claws. Lu Piapiao felt a surge of shame and anger in her heart. Her beautiful eyes were burning. "If you touch me, I will make you wish you were dead. I don't just want to touch you, I want to f***ck you." Yu Yu Xiaofeng had already lost his mind. He laughed sinisterly and his hand was almost in front of Lu Piapiao's clothes. Yu Xiaofeng's eyes lit up and he was about to drool. He had waited for this day for a long time. Although the people around them were using their strength to suppress Lu Piapiao, all the men's mouths were dry. They all wanted to see Lu Piapiao's impressive figure in front of them. However, at this moment a strong wind swept over. At the same time a dragon's roar exploded. "Get your filthy hand off me." This voice was like the roar of a real dragon. It shook the heavens and the earth. Countless spaces were also shattered by this voice. Yu Xiaofeng, who was about to touch Lu Piapiao's chest, was caught off guard and was sent flying by this terrifying sound wave. His facial features instantly overflowed with blood. He looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. He only felt dizzy and his head was about to explode. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. The other people who were using their auras to suppress Lu Piapiao were directly shaken to the point that their qi and blood surged and they were all sent flying. The power of this roar was so terrifying. This showed how powerful and terrifying the person who had come was. There were not many people who could roar like a dragon. Besides Ling Xiao, who else could be near the blue moon space? Just now in the blue moon space he only felt that the figure was familiar. For a moment he did not dare to confirm if it was Lu Piapiao, whom he had not seen for many years. He did not want to chase after her. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was Lu Piapiao. After some hesitation he still chased after her. If it was not her then it was fine. After all, there was no loss. Unexpectedly when he chased after her, who else could it be but Lu Piapiao? He saved Lu Piapiao's life in the disorderly burial space and brought her out of the disorderly burial space. She also followed him for a period of time. To be honest, no man could resist Lu Piapiao's unparalleled beauty. Ling Xiao was no exception. He still had a good impression of her. However, she was too cold and it was difficult to get close to her. However, this did not hinder the friendship between Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao. Now that he saw his former friend being humiliated, how could Ling Xiao not be angry? With this roar, a real golden dragon rushed to Lu Piapiao's side and protected her in front of him. "Sister, are you okay?" Ling Xiao looked at Lu Piapiao with a worried expression and asked softly. Lu Piapiao was still suffering from the shock of the roar. However, this voice was like a magical sound that soothed all the discomfort in her body. She stared blankly at the dignified figure in front of her. Looking at that handsome and charming face, she felt that it was so unreal. When this man parted ways with her, he was only a middle-stage divine king. Decades had passed. She did not think that he could really cross so many levels and catch up with her current realm. Previously, when she heard that Ling Xiao was being chased on the region path, she suspected that it was fake. She came out this time just to confirm her suspicions. She did not really want to return to the heaven region. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of her. It seemed so unreal. "Is this true?" Lu Piapiao, who had always been calm, murmured softly. She stretched out her jade-like delicate hand and touched Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao thought that Lu Piapiao was too frightened. Thus, he gently held her hand and pressed it on his cheek. He smiled and said, "Of course it's true. I didn't expect that sister has already gone to the extraterritorial domain. No wonder I have never heard any news about you in the heaven region. You really made me miss you so much." Lu Piapiao felt the heat from Ling Xiao's palm. When she touched Ling Xiao's resolute face, she realized that everything was true. She inexplicably felt an unprecedented warmth and sweetness in her heart. This man who was younger than her was her savior. Otherwise, she would have become a female corpse devil, and he was also the first man that she had a good impression of, making her willingly follow by his side for a period of time. Originally, she wanted to repay his kindness. However, he did not disrespect her in any way. Before she left, he even gave her supreme divine materials which gave her the opportunity to break through. Just as Lu Piapiao was thinking about the past, Yu Xiaofeng, who was behind Ling Xiao, had already recovered. He said coldly, "Bastard, I don't care who you are. Die." Chapter 1562. Yu Xiaofeng was caught off guard and injured by the sneak attack. Then he saw Lu Piapiao being intimate with the man who had just arrived. An inexplicable jealousy flared up in him. He roared angrily and turned into a gust of green wind. He slapped at the back of Ling Xiao's head. He wanted to blow up Ling Xiao with one move. At this moment Lu Piapiao also came back to her senses. She screamed, "Be careful." Then she pushed Ling Xiao away to block this fatal blow for Ling Xiao. However, she was only a low-level supreme master. Facing Yu Zhaofeng's mid-level aura, she already felt extremely suffocated. Just as Yu Zhaofeng's attack was about to reach her, Ling Xiao pulled Lu Piapiao behind him. At the same time he faced Yu Zhaofeng's palm. Bang! The battle between the two supreme beings rumbled and powerful shockwaves rang out, causing the entire space around them to tremble. In everyone's opinion, Yu Zhaofeng's furious attack would definitely kill Ling Xiao on the spot. After all, Ling Xiao was only at the low level. Even if he had reached the peak of the low level, there was still a huge gap between him and a mid-level supreme master. However, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Yu Zhaofeng being sent flying by the impact. In any place there were many super geniuses who could fight beyond their realms. However, at the incipient god realm, there was a massive gap between each realm. Even the supernatural geniuses didn't have the competence to fight beyond their realms. Even if they could, they had to rely on some high-grade divine weapons or some rare secret techniques to do so. Furthermore, Yu Zhaofeng was the youngest disciple of their deputy leader Ling Fingyi. He was also the one most favored to be his successor. It was rare for him to meet an opponent of the same level. However, he had been sent flying in a head-on clash with an opponent who was weaker than him. What did this mean? Lu Piapiao, who was beside Ling Xiao, felt it the most. She could feel that the momentum that Ling Xiao suddenly burst out was not much weaker than the pressure that her master gave her. It was not in line with the strength that he seemed to have on the surface. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Zhaofeng disdainfully and said, "I haven't even settled the score with you, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. You really don't know your place." Although Yu Zhaofeng was a mid-level supremacy, he hadn't reached the late stage or peak supremacy realm. He wasn't much of a threat to Ling Xiao. It was the same for the other people here. Without a high-level supreme being, they were not worthy of him looking at them directly. "Let's go." Lu Piapiao pulled Ling Xiao and said. She knew that Yu Zhaofeng had a powerful backer. Even if Ling Xiao was powerful, he couldn't go against the Qingfeng alliance. If her master was in the Qingfeng alliance, even Yu Zhaofeng wouldn't have the guts to treat her like this. However, her master had left after bringing her here and hadn't returned for many years. She couldn't even protect herself now and naturally didn't want Ling Xiao to have a falling out with Yu Zhaofeng. However, even if Ling Xiao was willing to let it go, Yu Zhaofeng wasn't willing to let it go. "Want to leave? Have you asked me? Surround them." Yu Zhaofeng steadied himself and roared angrily. He had just exchanged blows with Ling Xiao and knew that the kid in front of him was not weaker than him. In fact, the kid was much stronger than him. However, he wasn't afraid. He had more people on his side. Wouldn't they be able to deal with them? Moreover, this was the headquarters of the Qingfeng alliance. As long as he gave the order, he could summon many helpers to torture and kill him. Therefore, he naturally wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao. Moreover, he wanted to treat Ling Xiao well and let him know the consequences of offending him. The other 7 people came back to their senses and calmed their frightened hearts. They surrounded Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao one by one and locked onto their auras. Once Yu Zhaofeng gave the order, they would make sure that the boy in front of them died without a burial place. "Kid, you don't know who our senior brother Yu is. How dare you offend him? Don't even think about leaving here today." "That's right. You actually dared to fight with our senior brother Yu for a woman. You must be tired of living. Why don't you ask about the reputation of the Qingfeng alliance? If you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender. Maybe senior brother Yu will let you go." "How can we let him go? It's good to turn him into a puppet. He looks like he's quite strong." "Hey, why is that kid wearing our Qingfeng alliance's badge? Could it be that he's also from our Qingfeng union? That shouldn't be the case. I don't think I've seen him before." They first insulted Ling Xiao, but when they saw the badge on Ling Xiao's chest, they realized that he was their ally. Lu Piapiao and Yu Zhaofeng were both surprised when they saw the badge on Ling Xiao's chest. "When did you become a member of the Qingfeng alliance?" Lu Piapiao asked. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Just 2 days ago. I just arrived at the Blue Moon space and happened to see you coming out. I thought I recognized the wrong person." "That's great. They won't dare to touch you." Lu Piapiao cried out with a rare smile. Seeing Lu Piapiao's charming smile, Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim absent-mindedly, "Sister, you're so beautiful. You should smile more in the future." Lu Piapiao was slightly stunned. Then a rare blush appeared on her delicate face and she said, "Don't say that." She didn't know why, but a trace of warmth flowed through her frozen heart. It made her feel exceptionally comfortable and happy. Yu Xiaofeng watched the boy flirt with Lu Piapiao and a burst of jealousy and anger erupted. "Little junior sister, come over here. Your master has already agreed to marry you to me. You're my fiancé. Get over here." Yu Xiaofeng roared at Lu Piapiao. "Who's your fiancé? My master never told me about this." "Don't flatter yourself. Let me tell you, my master is the Alliance Master's sister. The Alliance Master has already returned. If you dare to touch us, I will definitely ask the Alliance Master for justice. At that time, even if you are the Deputy Alliance Master's disciple, you will still be sentenced to death. What's more, he is also a member of our Qingfeng Alliance. Allies cannot kill each other. You should know this very well." Lu Piapiao said sternly to Yu Xiaofeng. To be honest, it's really hard to say if your master is the Alliance Master's sister. She hasn't been acknowledged by the Alliance Master. Moreover, don't you know that the Alliance Master has not been involved in worldly affairs for many years? It's my master who is managing the Qingfeng Alliance. Even if I kill this new recruit, who will punish me? You are too naive." Yu Xiaofeng sneered disdainfully. Then he said to the others, "Since he doesn't know what's good for him, take him down. I want to teach him a lesson. He's just a low-level fellow. Let me take him down." As soon as Yu Xiaofeng finished speaking, a middle-level supreme martial artist volunteered and shouted. With that, he slashed at Ling Xiao with a sickle. He used all his strength in his first move and showed no mercy. It could be seen that he really wanted Ling Xiao's life. "You want to deal with me with this bit of strength? Too naive," Ling Xiao said faintly. He pulled Lu Piapiao and instantly dodged that person's move. His speed was so fast that even Yu Xiaofeng almost couldn't catch him. That middle-level supreme martial artist was extremely shocked when his move missed. He had already sensed that Ling Xiao was extraordinary from Ling Xiao's attack just now. Therefore, he had not been careless at the beginning and used all his strength to attack Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, his opponent was so powerful. He was clearly just a low-level martial artist, but he actually had the speed to dodge his attack. This was not something that an ordinary low-level supreme martial artist could do, even if he had the wind attribute. Lu Piapiao, who was beside Ling Xiao, was even more curious about why Ling Xiao was so powerful. However, she was not in the mood to think so much. She immediately said, "Let's leave this place quickly. The faster the better." Lu Piapiao wanted to pull Ling Xiao away, but Ling Xiao did not move. He pulled her back and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. They won't be able to do anything." "How arrogant. If you're so capable, take one move from me." That middle-level supreme martial artist roared angrily and once again chased after Ling Xiao. The power of this strike had truly reached his limit and it was extremely domineering. "Who do you think you are? I'm afraid that you'll die immediately if I take one move from you." Ling Xiao's tone was extremely arrogant. After he shouted in shock, he let go of Lu Piapiao's hand and faced the middle-level supreme martial artist head-on. Lu Piapiao screamed behind him, "Ling Xiao, don't be rash." However, Ling Xiao was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. He had long stopped listening to her cries. "He die for me." That middle-level supreme martial artist let out a proud and sinister cry, and his scythe ruthlessly slashed towards Ling Xiao's neck. A low-level supreme martial artist dared to fight him head-on. He had fallen into his trap and wanted to kill him in one move. However, he had overestimated himself and underestimated Ling Xiao's strength. Every part of Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a middle-level ancient god artifact. The middle-level supreme martial artist in front of him had extraordinary strength, but the weapon in his hand was an ordinary ancient god artifact. How overbearing was the power of Ling Xiao's attack? How could that middle-level supreme martial artist block it? Ling Xiao's golden fist directly collided with the middle-level supreme martial artist's sickle. Clang! An incomparably crisp sound rang out and a breathtaking power burst forth. That ancient god artifact, the sickle, was actually broken by Ling Xiao. That middle-level supreme martial artist was shocked. Without thinking, he hurriedly retreated. However, how could Ling Xiao let him get what he wanted? Ling Xiao increased his speed and continued to push his fist forward. A dragon fist shadow went straight for the middle-level supreme martial artist's chest. Bang! That middle-level supreme martial artist was immediately sent flying. His chest was blasted open by Ling Zhao's fist, and his internal organs splattered out. It was an extremely horrifying and disgusting sight. However, Ling Zhao's attack was not over yet. Instead, it was just the beginning. Trash like you, I'll kill 100 of you if 100 of you come. If 1,000 of you come, I'll kill 1,000 of you. Ling Zhao let out a startled cry and leaped forward. His golden fists blasted towards the retreating mid-level supreme martial artist without holding back. Ling Zhao's speed was extremely fast. That middle-level supreme martial artist did not even have a chance to escape. His divine body was immediately smashed by Ling Zhao's golden dragon fist shadows. Before the surrounding people could regain their senses, Ling Zhao had already grabbed the middle-level supreme martial artist's head. He laughed coldly and said, "All of you come at me together. Don't disappoint me." Chapter 1563. Bang. As Ling Zhao's voice fell, the head of the middle-level supreme martial artist was forcefully turned into a pool of blood by Ling Zhao's palm. His soul tried to escape, but it was immediately sucked into the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop by Ling Zhao, becoming fertilizer for his soul power. All of this happened in an instant. Before everyone could recover from their shock, a middle-level supreme martial artist had disappeared right in front of them. Not even a trace of his soul was left. When they saw this scene, all of them were fiercely shocked. They were all experienced and knowledgeable people. They had seen many experts on this domain path, and they had also seen many killing methods. But now they saw a low-level supreme martial artist kill a middle-level supreme martial artist in an instant. This was definitely the first time they had seen such a domineering and powerful freak. Even if there were some peerless geniuses in the past who could defeat someone stronger than them, it was impossible for them to kill someone so quickly. Moreover, Yi Shiwen destroyed an ancient god tool with his bare hands. This was what shocked them the most. One could imagine how domineering and strong Ling Zhao's fists were. Ling Zhao's gaze swept across them, making their hair stand on end. "Bastard, how dare you kill Fu Chang? Let's join forces and kill them." Yu Zhaofeng was the first to recover from his shock and shouted. At the same time, he summoned his green wind beast and entered his most powerful offensive state. When the others heard his shout, they also summoned their holy beasts. Each of them held an ancient divine weapon and charged towards Ling Zhao. 7 supreme martial artists attacked at the same time, so their power was naturally extremely powerful. They destroyed a large area of the outer territory's spatial seal. Boom boom. However, as they attacked, Ling Zhao had already swept to Lu Piapiao's side. He used the storm body technique to its extreme and instantly brought her hundreds of thousands of miles away. He wasn't affected by the attacks at all. "Don't even think about escaping. Everyone chase after him. We must kill him." Yu Zhaofeng shouted and immediately led the others through space to attack. "Quick, let's escape. No matter how powerful you are, you will still die if you offend the deputy chief Ling Fingyi after killing them." Lu Piapiao said to Ling Zhao anxiously. "Vice Alliance Master Ling Yi? I just met him 2 days ago. I believe he won't do anything to me." Ling Zhao replied disapprovingly. With Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang backing him up, it was hard to say who was afraid of whom. Yu Zhaofeng and the others rushed over and wanted to surround Ling Zhao and Lu Piapiao again. However, Ling Zhao pulled Lu Piapiao and moved again. However, this time he did not have to drag Lu Piapiao far away. He just wanted to pull her a little further away. His divine soul doppelganger instantly appeared and rushed toward the 7 of them, using a powerful move. Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Art's 5th move, Sky-Ripping Berserk Shadow. This move was a powerful move that was created to deal with group attacks. It was also a kick technique that was created to deal with the wind attribute. On top of that, Ling Zhao had already mastered the storm movement skill, so the power of this move had increased to a terrifying level. It directly caused the surrounding space to be turned upside down. Countless black storms carried with them an extremely terrifying corrosive power, causing people to be extremely afraid. 7 black storms came from 7 different directions and attacked continuously. The black wind blades were extremely dense and sharp. They were enough to turn anyone below the high-level supreme martial artist level into a pool of blood. Yu Zhaofeng and the others screamed in agony as they were suddenly cut up by the black wind blades. Their divine bodies continuously exploded. Even those who could withstand it could not withstand the strong corrosive force. Among these people, only Yu Zhaofeng was of the wind attribute. He could barely make use of Ling Zhao's speed to disintegrate the wind blades. This is the Black Storm. Who the hell is this kid? He's actually able to refine the most ferocious and difficult to refine Black Fiend Wind. We must immediately inform the others to come out. Otherwise they will definitely be killed by this kid. This is too hateful. Yu Zhaofeng used all his strength to fend off Ling Zhao's powerful black storms. There were already many shadows of legs on his body, causing him great pain. After a series of violent attacks, the divine bodies of a few low-level supreme martial artists exploded. Yu Zhaofeng and another middle-level supreme martial artist were in great pain from the corrosion of the black devilish wind. They were also heavily injured. Let's leave quickly. This kid will definitely not be able to escape the Qingfeng Alliance's pursuit. Yu Zhaofeng shouted without any sense of loyalty and was the first to escape. Yu Zhaofeng escaped and so did the other middle-level supreme martial artist. The other low-level supreme martial artists also fled in panic with their injured bodies. Ling Xiao did not make them stay. Instead he kept his divine soul doppelganger. He did not use his full strength in that attack just now. Otherwise, none of them would have been able to leave this place. This was because Lu Piapiao's words had made him feel apprehensive. No matter what, he had to give Deputy Chief Feng Yi some face. Otherwise, if he killed all of them, even if Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang protected him, these two old men would still make things difficult for him and hurt their brotherly relationship. Alright, they've left. Let's leave this place quickly. Otherwise, if they bring their army out, we will be in trouble. Lu Piapiao shouted again. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "There's no hurry. I have some friendship with their chief and deputy chief. They won't be able to do anything to us." He paused for a moment and said, "By the way, sister, how did you come to this green moon space? It's a long story. Let's leave this place first." Lu Piapiao did not believe Ling Xiao's words. She pulled Ling Xiao and was about to leave. Ling Xiao held her hand and said, "If you don't believe me, let's go to the Qingfeng Alliance. Let's see what they can do to me." When Lu Piapiao heard Ling Xiao's extremely confident and sincere words, she looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, "You're really not lying to me? Why would I lie to you? Come with me," Ling Xiao said. He pulled Lu Piapiao's delicate hand and flew back to the green moon space. He thought proudly in his heart, "Sister's hand is really smooth. Feels good to the touch. It's just a little cold." Lu Piapiao felt the warmth from Ling Zhao's thick palm. Her delicate face quietly turned red. She looked at Ling Zhao's increasingly mature and resolute face from the side. Her heart was beating fast. "It's so good to have him by my side." Lu Piapiao sighed in her heart. In the Qingfeng Alliance, Yu Zhaofeng and the others had already rushed back to their territory. A middle-aged man stood upright and looked at them. He said faintly, "Junior brothers, what's going on with you?" The middle-aged man in front of them was Yu Zhaofeng's disciple and also Ling Fengyi's son Ling Mofeng. He had the strength of a high-level supreme martial artist and held great power in the Qingfeng Alliance. "Eldest senior brother, we were plotted against by a little bastard. That little bastard can actually use the black demon wind. Its corrosive power is too strong. Eldest senior brother, please help us force it out," Yu Zhaofeng said with an extremely ugly expression. The power of the black demon wind that Ling Xiao had used was not very strong. Otherwise, they would not have been able to return. They would have been completely corroded and even their divine souls would have collapsed. Ling Mofeng glanced at them and took the lead to grab Yu Zhaofeng. He forcefully sucked out the black demon wind from his body. The strength of a high-level supreme martial artist was extraordinary. It was not difficult to do this. Ling Mofeng sucked on the others one after another. There was already a thick ball of black demon wind in his hand. This black demon wind is the most difficult type of wind to refine. Someone actually had the opportunity to refine this type of wind. It is indeed an anomaly, Ling Mofeng said faintly. He shook his palm violently and turned the ball of black demon wind into nothingness. Yu Zhaofeng immediately said after swallowing the pill, "Yes, that little bastard is only at the peak of the low level, but he can fight against a mid-level supreme martial artist. He even killed Fu Chang instantly." Ling Mofeng snorted coldly. Who is so daring to attack someone from the Qingfeng Alliance? Could it be that group of people?" Yu Zhaofeng said, No, he seems to be a kid who just joined the Qingfeng Alliance. He actually wanted to kidnap our little junior sister." Ling Mofeng's expression darkened as he shouted, "What? It's someone from our alliance?" Yu Zhaofeng revealed a ferocious expression and said, "That's right. Our alliance does not allow internal strife, but that little bastard did it in public. First senior brother will definitely capture that little bastard and tear him to pieces. Go. Let me see what kind of monster he is that so many of you can't deal with. How dare he ignore the rules of our alliance?" Ling Mofeng said faintly. He took the lead and rushed out of the Qingfeng alliance. Yu Zhaofeng and the others quickly chased after him. Yu Zhaofeng hurriedly said, "Eldest senior brother, are we not going to bring a few people? What? Are you afraid that you can't deal with that kid?" Ling Mofeng was very displeased. No, I just think it's better to be cautious. That kid is too strange. He even has a clone with the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist. It's better to be careful." Yu Zhaofeng understood his eldest senior brother's arrogance and spoke very carefully. "So what if he's a high-level supreme martial artist? Do you really think I can't deal with him?" Ling Mofeng was indeed very displeased. "No, I just think." Yu Zhaofeng hurriedly waved his hands. Before he could finish, Ling Mofeng interrupted him. "Enough. If I can't deal with him, then let's forget about this." Yu Zhaofeng didn't dare to say another word after being reprimanded by Ling Mofeng. Just as they were about to rush out of the Blue Moon Space's ninth heaven screen, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had returned a step earlier. Eldest senior brother, it's this little bastard. You must help us." Yu Zhaofeng's expression was panicked as he spoke to Ling Mofeng through Ling Xiao. The others all shrank behind Ling Mofeng. They looked at Ling Xiao with a rather fearful gaze. A low-level supreme martial artist who could fight them with his own strength was too abnormal. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Zhaofeng and the others and sneered. "I'm kind enough to let you go, yet you still don't know what's good for you. Do you think I'll only feel satisfied if I kill you?" "Ling Xiao, don't be rash. Let me talk to eldest senior brother," Lu Piapiao hurriedly said. Then she prepared to persuade Ling Mofeng. However, Ling Mofeng looked surprised. "You're Ling Xiao who just joined?" Chapter 1564. "You know me." Ling Xiao looked at Ling Mofeng in surprise. When he came to the Azure Wind Alliance, there were indeed quite a number of people who saw him before. But the people who could call out his name were absolutely not many. Yu Zhaofeng and the others beside Ling Mofeng were even more surprised. They did not understand how their eldest senior brother knew this person. However, they were not afraid. They believed that even if their eldest senior brother knew this person, he would still protect them and avenge them. How can I not recognize the Alliance badge that the Alliance leader personally brought back and Deputy Alliance leader Ning personally arranged for you?" Ling Mofeng laughed wildly and said, "I am Ling Mofeng. My father, Ling Fingyi, I believe you have met him before." "So it's the son of Deputy Alliance leader Ling. My apologies." Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Ling Mofeng and said with a smile. He paused for a moment and said, "By the way, brother Ling, you are here to capture me, right? Do you know the reason?" "I have heard from my junior brother. Although you were brought back by the Alliance leader, you still have to be punished for breaking the Alliance rules," Ling Mofeng responded. Then he glanced at his junior brother and said, "However, I believe that brother Ling will not cause trouble since you have just arrived. I am afraid that my junior brother has offended you. Junior brother, tell me the situation again and confront brother Ling. No matter who is right or wrong, I will not forgive him." Yu Zhaofeng and the others did not expect their eldest senior brother to change his stance and settle the matter fairly. This was beyond their expectations. No matter how stupid they were, they could tell from Ling Mofeng's words that Ling Zhao's background wasn't simple. He was able to attract the attention of the two leaders. It seemed like their plan had failed and they would be punished by Ling Mofeng. This is a misunderstanding between little junior sister and I. This brother is here to persuade us. It is not a big deal," Yu Zhaofeng said awkwardly. No matter what, Yu Zhaofeng could not say that he wanted to rape Lu Piapiao. He also knew that his eldest senior brother was a fair person. Although he was sometimes very protective, he was also very reasonable at other times. What's more, the two people in front of him had great backgrounds. If Ling Xiao was a newcomer who had just entered without any background, his eldest senior brother would definitely not make such a decision. "Is it really a misunderstanding?" Ling Mofeng glared at Yu Zhaofeng. He understood his junior brother's character. At his current realm, he could not calm down at all. He had long heard of all the ridiculous things he had done. However, Yu Zhaofeng was the son of one of his father's deceased brothers. He was very fond of Yu Zhaofeng, so he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. However, since Ling Xiao had returned with the current alliance master Feng Qingyang, and was warmly received by the deputy alliance master Ning Qingang, it was only natural that he carried a lot of weight. He had heard from his father that Ling Xiao was the descendant of a senior who had founded the Qingfeng alliance with their alliance master in the past. He was an important person to be taken care of. Moreover, Lu Piapiao was the disciple of the alliance master's younger sister. Although she was recognized by the alliance master, his father already felt that it was most likely true. Just based on these connections, Ling Mofeng had to take care of him. At this time Ling Xiao said, "Brother Ling, let's forget about this matter. It should be considered a misunderstanding. After all, I have just joined the alliance and there are many things I don't understand. Please forgive me." After a pause he said, "Sister Piapiao and I are old acquaintances. It's just that we haven't seen each other for many years, so I'm a little excited. Please take care of us in the future." Well said. Since Brother Ling and junior sister are old acquaintances, it seems that you and our Qingfeng alliance are fated to meet. Why don't I be the host and have a good drink? Let's put this matter behind us. In the future we will be allies and should help each other. Ling Mofeng knew that Ling Xiao didn't intend to pursue this matter and felt that Ling Xiao was quite broad-minded. He immediately suggested with a bright smile. Ling Xiao had just entered the Qingfeng alliance and didn't want to have a deep relationship with anyone. However, he didn't want to offend Ling Mofeng right now, so he immediately nodded and agreed. Ling Xiao also planned to bury the hatchet with Yu Zhaofeng and the others. It all depended on whether they would take the bait or not. With Ling Mofeng as the middleman, Yu Zhaofeng and the others restrained their arrogance. Besides, Ling Xiao's strength made them afraid, and his background also made them feel that they couldn't afford to offend him. It was better to be on good terms with him than to be at odds with him. After all, people who had reached their realm knew their limits. It was not something that could be solved with loyalty. Unless they thought that they could openly challenge the two alliance masters, perhaps they could act without looking at Ling Mofeng's face. Through their interactions, Ling Xiao had a good impression of Ling Mofeng. He felt that this person was very understanding of how to deal with people. His words were very steady, but he didn't lose his closeness. This made people feel that they weren't too distant. At the banquet, Yu Zhaofeng completely put down his pride and apologized to Lu Piapiao. This matter was considered to have been settled. After a round of drinking, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had settled the matter perfectly. They had also begun to integrate into the Qingfeng alliance's circle. After the banquet, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao finally had some time alone. Lu Piapiao had a place to stay here. Ling Xiao followed her there and told her about some of what had happened over the years. Although Lu Piapiao was cold to others, she opened a topic for the first time when she saw Ling Xiao again. She briefly explained her situation. Ling Xiao knew that after the two of them had separated, Lu Piapiao had gone to find her master. Later, the master and disciple had reunited and she had been brought to the extraterritorial realm by her master. It was only then that she knew that her master was looking for her brother. She said that she had already heard the news. It turned out that it was the current leader of the Qingfeng alliance, Feng Qingyang. Therefore, her master had planned to bring her to the Blue Moon space to seek shelter with her master's brother. However, after coming here, she found out that her master's brother had been traveling for many years and hadn't returned. In order to see her brother as soon as possible, her master had finally gone out with the people of the Qingfeng alliance to inquire about the news and had yet to return. Then she unintentionally heard the news that Ling Xiao was wanted. Therefore she wanted to go out and inquire about it. That was how the subsequent events had happened. Subsequently, Lu Piapiao also asked about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also gave her a brief account of what had happened. Unintentionally, the relationship between the two had improved a lot. It was indeed a very happy thing to meet an old friend in a foreign land. By the way, why did you come to the extraterritorial realm this time? Don't tell me you just came out to train? Lu Piapiao asked curiously. Ling Xiao didn't mention why he came here. However, she felt that Ling Xiao didn't just want to break through the region path. I want to find the Genesis Stone. Ling Xiao didn't hide anything from Lu Piapiao and answered directly. Then he sighed and said, "It's a pity that I don't have any clue. You want to find the Genesis Stone? This is something that any supreme martial artist would want. However, it's very difficult to find. It's a divine item that can only be found by chance." Lu Piapiao replied with a slight frown. "Yes, but I must find it. I have a great use for it. Ling Xiao said very seriously. If he didn't receive any news from Yuan Zhantian, he would first rush to the 9-colored exquisite tree to help it eliminate the heaven-devouring locust and collect the wood Genesis stone. What kind of Genesis stone are you looking for? Lu Piapiao asked again. I want any kind of Genesis stone. Of course, I lack the thunder, wind, light, dark and wood Genesis stones. Ling Xiao replied. Lu Piapiao didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a big appetite. He actually wanted many kinds of Genesis stones. This was a rare divine item that only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. Do you think it's unrealistic? Actually, I think so too. However, no matter what, I have to collect them and wait to save people. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Piapiao, who was in a daze, and said with a bitter smile. Wait to save people? Lu Piapiao was even more confused now. She had never heard that the Genesis stone could be used to save people. Let's not talk about this. I will leave in a few days. Do you have any plans? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Piapiao and asked. Ling Xiao hoped that Lu Piapiao could follow him and travel around. At the same time, they could improve their relationship and talk about life to kill time. However, his journey was full of danger. How could he let Lu Piapiao take the risk with him? He only thought about it in his heart. Lu Piapiao blinked her beautiful eyes and said, I want to wait here for my master to return before I plan to return to the heaven region. But I don't have any plans for the time being. She thought that since Ling Xiao wasn't in the heaven region, it was meaningless for her to return. She wanted to say that she wanted to travel with Ling Xiao, but she was too shy to say such words. It's actually good for people who have reached your realm to cultivate here. By the way, since the chief is your master's brother, have you seen him? Ling Xiao changed the topic. Lu Piapiao shook her head and said, No, I have been here for more than 10 years. The Alliance Master only returned recently. By the way, I heard from eldest senior brother that the Alliance Master came back with you. Is this true? Ling Xiao nodded and said, Of course it's true. That old man is not bad. He's quite loyal. Don't say that. If others heard it, they would definitely punish you for being disrespectful. Lu Piapiao rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, Can you help me tell the chief something? First say it. I can find Senior Feng at any time. Ling Xiao immediately patted his chest and replied. Then help me tell him that Feng Lanling is looking for him. Tell him not to leave the alliance for a while. Lu Piapiao said very solemnly. Feng Lanling is your master? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, it's my master. I have already used a secret method to inform her. I believe she is already on her way back. I'm afraid that the chief will leave again and make my master's trip in vain. Lu Piapiao replied. Ling Xiao understood that Feng Lanling and Feng Qingyang might be separated siblings. Otherwise, Feng Lanling wouldn't have brought Lu Piapiao over to reunite with her. It's just a small matter. I will pass the message for you. Ling Xiao agreed without hesitation. Chapter 1565. When Ling Xiao saw Feng Qingyang again, Feng Qingyang shot him a meaningful look and said, You sure know how to stir up trouble, kid. I heard that you even killed our people yesterday. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because of this old man's name? Anyone else would have been frightened by Feng Qingyang's question, but not Ling Xiao, because he did not care about his position in the Qin-Feng alliance. At most he would just leave. Senior Feng, when someone wants to kill you, will you fight back and kill them? Besides, they wanted to kill my friend. I only killed one of them out of respect for you. Otherwise, all of you would be dead. Ling Xiao said calmly. So you're saying that you're in the right? Feng Qingyang's eyes gleamed coldly. Do you think that I'm in the right only if they kill me? Ling Xiao retorted. Ha, you're a tough one. How dare you talk back to me? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Feng Qingyang retracted his aura and laughed. Senior, if you want to kill me, why wait until now? You only need to give the order and I won't see you again. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. You're quite smart. You've already thought so far ahead, Feng Qingyang praised. Then he asked, Are you here to bid me farewell? Senior Feng, do you know Feng Lanling? Ling Xiao asked casually. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura pressing down on him, making him feel suffocated and uncomfortable. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Qingyang, who was surrounded by a green glow. Feng Qingyang stared at him and said, Where have you heard of this name before? Ling Xiao wanted to answer, but he found that he could not open his mouth. His body was bent over by the terrifying aura. This old man is really scary. I'll die if this goes on, Ling Xiao said anxiously in his mind. Phew. Feng Qingyang realized that he had lost his composure, so he quickly heaved a sigh of relief. He retracted half of his aura and said, "Tell me everything you know, don't let anything slip." Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Feng Lanling had clearly met with the Deputy Alliance Master Ling Fingyi. Now that Feng Qingyang had returned, Ling Fingyi should have informed him about this matter first. Why did Feng Qingyang seem to be in the dark? Did you forget? Or are you deliberately hiding it? Ling Xiao guessed, then said, "It's Feng Lanling's disciple who asked me to tell you not to leave the league for the time being. Feng Lanling is on her way back." "Are you serious?" Feng Qingyang said with a joyful expression. "Of course her disciple is now in the league. Senior Feng Lanling must have come to see you before, and it was Deputy Alliance Master who received her. Didn't he tell you about this?" Ling Xiao pretended to be surprised and replied, "I see. No wonder Feng Yi said that he had something to discuss with me 2 days ago, but he was delayed by some other matters. What a muddle-headed old man. Quick, bring me to see my sister's disciple. I didn't expect her to be alive. But God bless my Feng clan. God bless my little sister." Feng Qingyang laughed with tears of joy. From Feng Qingyang's tone, Ling Xiao knew that Lu Piapiao's master was really his biological sister. Looking at Feng Qingyang's lost composure, Ling Xiao was touched. Many experts had become indifferent to their emotions as they advanced in their realms, but this senior Feng had never forgotten about it. It was clear that he was a man of affection and righteousness. At the same time, his suspicion of Ling Fingyi had diminished. It seemed that he had misunderstood. With Ling Zhao's help, Lu Piapiao was finally able to see Feng Qingyang. After that, Lu Piapiao showed some of Feng Lanling's keepsakes to Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang could not suppress his yearning for her for so many years, and he burst into tears like a child. Men do not cry easily because their love has not reached its peak. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were so touched that their eyes became moist. Later, Feng Qingyang asked Lu Piapiao to stay behind alone, and the two talked for a long time. As for what they talked about, Ling Xiao did not know. Ling Xiao took advantage of his free time to look for Ning Qinggang and asked if there was any news about Yuan Zhantian. Ning Qinggang had already sent people to look for him personally, but there was still no news. Ling Xiao could not help but feel anxious, afraid that something had happened to Yuan Zhantian. However, the extraterritorial domain was too big and it was not easy to find someone. "Ling Xiao, don't worry about this. I have already asked others to pay attention to everything about your friend. Even if he is not in the Blue Moon space but somewhere else, once there is news it will come back." Ning Qinggang saw through Ling Zhao's concerns and tried to persuade him. "Thank you, Elder Ning." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and thanked him. This old man had indeed taken good care of him, and Ling Xiao engraved all of this in his heart. "Don't be so courteous with me. If there's anything you need my help with, just tell me. Otherwise, when boss comes back he'll blame me for not taking good care of you," Ning Qinggang said with a smile. Then he asked, "I heard that you and Feng Yi's disciple got into some trouble? Do you want me to talk to him?" "There is no need to trouble you with such a small matter. I have already solved it," Ling Xiao replied. Then he asked, "Oh right, Elder Ning, do you have any Genesis stones?" "Good boy, you actually have this idea. Unfortunately, I have been searching for many years and have not found a single Genesis stone. This is something that can only be found in a pure forbidden space. No matter where it is very rare." Ning Qinggang smiled bitterly. "I was just asking. This thing is indeed not easy to find, but I wonder if there is any force in the Blue Moon space that has it?" Ling Xiao said with some disappointment. Ning Qinggang did not answer but asked instead, "What do you want this Genesis stone for?" "Hee, of course it is very useful." Ling Xiao laughed, trying to keep Ning Qinggang in suspense. "You sly little fellow." Ning Qinggang scolded him with a smile. He also knew that Ling Xiao was still on guard against him. After all, they had just met, so it was reasonable. "The strongest force in the Blue Moon space is our Qingfeng Union. If we don't have it, it is even more difficult for others to have it. So, I don't have the Genesis stone that you want, but it doesn't mean that our Qingfeng Union doesn't have it. As far as I know, Union Master Feng has a Wind Genesis stone. However, it is not easy to get it from him," Ning Qinggang said. "Elder Feng has a Genesis stone?" Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. Ning Qinggang nodded and said, It is good that you know this. Don't tell anyone that I told you. Otherwise I will be scolded. Thank you so much, Elder Ning. I will definitely not tell anyone. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Yes, no matter who has the Genesis Stone, they will not be willing to take it out easily. However, Union Master Feng's strength has reached the peak, so he can't use it anymore. He has been suppressing it in the Union for others to use. Unless he has extra Genesis Stones, don't even think about getting it from him. I have told you everything I know. Just wait and see. Ning Qinggang reminded. Yes, I understand. Ling Xiao happily replied. Then he said, Elder Ning treats me like a junior. Then Ling Xiao will be bold enough to call you Elder Ning in the future. I hope you don't mind. Ling Xiao also knew that this old man really cared about him and he could feel his sincerity. So Ling Xiao followed the favor and changed the way he addressed Ning Qinggang. It could be considered that he recognized Ning Qinggang as a family member. Before this, Ning Qinggang could only be considered a friend of the older generation and acquaintance. He couldn't be considered a close friend, let alone a family member. Ning Qinggang listened to Ling Xiao and smiled with satisfaction. Good. Good boy. Come here, I have a small gift for you. Although it can't be compared to the Genesis Stone, it is still something rare. Ning Qinggang took out a spatial ring. It was obviously a gift that he had prepared for Ling Xiao. He only gave it to Ling Xiao after he got Ling Xiao's approval. Ling Xiao respectfully received it and thanked him. Thank you, Elder Ning. We are family, there is no need to be polite. Ning Qinggang laughed happily and then said, I will ask Union Master Feng about the Genesis Stone for you. He should give me some face. Okay, then you can ask Senior Feng for me first. If it doesn't work, then let me talk to him. We can discuss any conditions. Ling Xiao was naturally willing to do this. After a few days, Ning Qinggang finally told Feng Qingyang that Ling Xiao needed the Genesis Stone. The Genesis Stone was a top divine item of any big force. Of course, Feng Qingyang didn't want to give in at first. He had rejected Ning Qingyang's suggestion. However, Lu Piapiao spoke for Ling Xiao, so Feng Qingyang changed his stance. Lu Piapiao was his sister's only disciple. Feng Qingyang loved her so much that he kept her by his side and taught her personally. He also ordered Yu Zhaofeng and the others who wanted to humiliate Lu Piapiao. Therefore, Lu Piapiao's words were quite useful in Qingfeng Alliance and Feng Qingyang. Thus, Ling Xiao was summoned by Feng Qingyang again. Boy Ling, do you know what the Genesis Stone is? You sure have a big appetite. Feng Qingyang said to Ling Xiao without beating around the bush. Of course I know. However, I came to the outer space to look for all kinds of Genesis Stones. I met Senior Feng in the Space of Storms and I was also looking for the Genesis Stone. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it. If Senior Feng has an extra one, I hope you can exchange it with me. I can pay any price. Ling Xiao said seriously. Any price? Including letting you stay here? Feng Qingyang smiled faintly. Of course, this doesn't include me. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while before replying. Then he thought to himself, I only sell my skills, not my body. Then what do you have that can tempt me? Feng Qingyang asked with interest. Ling Xiao was stunned by the question. Indeed, Feng Qingyang had reached this realm. What else did he lack? Ling Xiao hesitated for a while before asking, Is there a supreme drug deity in Qingfeng Alliance? There is no supreme drug deity in our alliance. Why do you ask? Could it be that you want supreme god elixirs? I have a few here. For the sake of Qinggang and Piapiao, I can give you one. Feng Qingyang replied generously. That's not it. Since there is no supreme drug deity in the alliance, how about I refine dozens or hundreds of supreme god elixirs for you in exchange for the Genesis Stone? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said.